That night, two unknown men in dark cloaks dragged an almost weightless bag through the forest on a moonlit night. The guy who carried this object on himself the whole time was already quite tired, although the bag weighed little. As a result, when he bent down to put the thing on the ground, he accidentally dropped it. Although the distance to the collision was small, his comrade doubted whether they were doing the right thing at this moment, but the leader of this expedition did not even doubt it. So, although looking over his shoulder, the second one walked away from the forest after the first and did nothing more. As soon as the footsteps in the forest died down, the unknown bag suddenly began to move slowly and carefully, and a little later, a small and cute girl crawled out of it, who was happy with what she had done. Her name was Elijah Creed, and Eli couldn't believe that she had returned from death to her 10-year-old self. The little girl leaned over the ground and wondered if everything that was happening to her right now, for some reason, was a dream. The heroine remembered perfectly well what exactly happened to her in her past life. When the guards grabbed her to kill her, the girl was killed extremely easily and mercilessly by having her head cut off, which she did not expect at all. Even now, when she thought about it, Elisha shuddered inwardly, because she did not want to die this time. However, now the girl had slightly different problems to solve, so she sighed and resigned herself to it. After which, the lady rose to her feet and shook off the dirt and dust from her night dress, in which she was caught this time. Eli couldn't understand why she was reborn at that particular moment, so she looked around with trembling. Suddenly, the girl recognized the area she was in and realized that she had been abandoned there on purpose. The people who wanted to kill Alicia, not with their own hands, were counting heavily on wild and hungry wolves. Eli quickly noticed how the evil predators were slowly but surely approaching her. The girl began to slowly retreat back, trying to be as unnoticeable as possible, but suddenly stepped on a branch. In the silence of the night, the crunch was so loud that Alicia turned around in horror. Since the girl lost eye contact with the wolves, they immediately and angrily rushed straight at her. But Miss was not going to give up easily, so she raised the stick over her head, closing her eyes, and when she opened them, the wolves were lying on the ground. Alicia couldn't believe that she had succeeded the first time and defeated two beasts at once with one blow. Suddenly, a male voice came from somewhere nearby, announcing that it was not the girl who had defeated the wolves. The guy who was clearly laughing at Eli stepped on the defeated predators, thereby showing his superiority. However, he praised Eli for not running away in fear, but fighting for her life, which surprised the lady. The magical fire summoned by the mage finally illuminated his face, and Alicia saw a dark-haired boy in front of her. The girl was extremely surprised to meet someone else in the depths of the forest, because everyone tried not to go there. It took the heroine a few seconds to figure out who exactly was standing in front of her for some unknown reason. Realizing that she had encountered Duke Balne Giordano, the little girl was horrified because the guy was a strict man. Eli remembered that in her past life she had met the Duke much later, but now events had gone differently. Balne stood nearby quite calmly and said nothing for now, as he carefully studied the miss. Eventually, the girl remembered that the guy had been sleeping in her life, so she came closer to him. After which, the daughter of Duke Creed bowed to Giordano, thereby thanking him for the help he had provided. However, the miss needed one more helping hand, so she smiled sweetly and asked if the magician would agree to save her a second time. A slight surprise appeared in Balne's eyes, as he had not expected the rescued one to be so brazen. However, the boy became interested, so he nodded for Eli to speak and began to listen. The girl beamed and asked Giordano to take her back to Duke Creed's estate, where she had lived all this time. The gentleman continued to look at the girl without saying anything, and I still couldn't understand what he was thinking at that time. But Alicia knew she was too defenseless to help herself, so she had no choice. Therefore, although there were all sorts of bad rumors about Duke Giordano, the lady did not run away from him, but continued the dialogue. Meanwhile, the aristocrats were sure that Balne was a black magician, which is why he could not grow old. But what scared everyone most was that the basis of black magic has always been human sacrifice. However, the heroine could not say whether all those rumors were true, since in her past life she had little contact with Balne, and the guy suddenly asked what the girl was doing at such an hour in the middle of the forest, all alone, because it was not natural. The lady immediately realized that the Duke had guessed that she had been thrown out of her own house in the hope that she would die. But the heroine could not run away and not return because there were people dear to her in the estate, and she wanted to save them. So Alicia had long ago made a decision for herself regarding her future, although it was difficult for her. So, trying to smile again, even if not so cheerfully, the girl explained to the guy that she would not run away anymore. For the first time in her life, Eli realized that nothing good would come of it if she started hiding from everyone again. Baln listened to the lady's words and thought to himself only that he did not want to get involved in other people's family quarrels. So he sighed quietly and leaned towards the baby anyway, which surprised Eli quite a bit in the end. Duke Giordano briefly promised that he would help the little girl, which immediately brought delight to her sweet and small face. However, unexpectedly for the heroine, Baln suddenly set one condition for her, although she had already agreed to everything. So Alicia readily said that she would do everything in her power to get help now. To the little girl's great surprise, the Duke suddenly asked her to simply keep their meeting in this forest a secret. As soon as the heroine made this promise, Balne immediately turned away and ordered her to follow him. The guy quickly lost all interest in the girl, including because he concentrated on his magic. Mentally reciting the spell and concentrating all his power on his fingertips, he snapped them. And then, in front of the Duke and the lady, a huge spatial portal appeared, which Giordano had so easily summoned. Alicia remembered that this type of magic was very complex and rare, so she was very surprised when she saw the portal. Balne called the little girl and ordered her to hold his hand, because otherwise it would be dangerous. But the heroine was not at all frightened, even by such serious words, because she trusted the Duke. However, even despite this, the girl could not allow herself to touch his hand, and took hold of his sleeve. At this point, Giordano felt some strange sensation suddenly appear in his body. Baln turned to look at the daughter of Duke Creed, but said nothing to her, as he was not sure of his feelings. Eli herself didn't even suspect that the guy felt something strange, but she noticed changes in him. So the girl anxiously asked the gentleman if everything was okay, or if he had suddenly changed his mind about helping her. But at that moment, Balne was so shocked by his feelings that he only stood with his eyes wide open. Finally, he pulled himself together and, closing his eyes with a sigh, said that everything was perfectly fine with him. To prevent the little girl from asking any more questions, the Duke called her and immediately pulled her into the portal. So the Miss didn't have time to say a word, when suddenly she found herself right in the space of the magic portal. In the darkest forest, as soon as the boy and girl disappeared from sight, the darkness again swallowed the thicket. And at that moment, the heroine, with the help of Mr. Balne, landed right next to Duke Creed's estate. What impressed Alicia most was that in just a second, she found herself in a different place, which was exactly what she needed. The girl cheerfully told the gentleman that for her it was all a huge miracle, because it was happening for the first time. But for some reason, Duke Giordano didn't pay any attention to the miss, which puzzled her. The little girl even felt like she was simply irritating the guy, although she had done nothing of the sort. As a result, the girl clasped her hands and remained silent for a while, not touching Duke Giordano in any way. Since it was already time for Eli to go back, she bowed to the guy and thanked him for teleporting her. The heroine explained to him that she knew all these places very well, so she would get there on her own. In response, Balne looked silently at the self-confident little girl, but said nothing to her. Suddenly, he snapped his fingers, and a fiery circle appeared right in the air behind Miss, which scared her. Turning away from Duke Creed's daughter, Giordano said that this magic circle would show the lady the way. Finally, the gentleman promised that the fire would not burn the girl, and then went about his business. For a while, Alicia looked in surprise at the guy who was so confidently plunging into the forest darkness, and then she waved cheerfully at him and thanked him again for her recent, essentially accidental rescue. When the strange assistant finally left, the little girl turned towards her father's estate with a smile on her face, and at that moment, the guy himself was still trying to understand what he felt when he touched Eli. Because of everything that had happened, something was now bothering the Duke, but he could not explain anything to himself. Returning to her room through the dark corridors, Miss concluded that no one had noticed her absence. But the girl remembered her past very well, so this did not upset her at all. However, as she passed one of the windows, Alicia could not help but stop in front of it to take a look. It was a window that looked directly into the room of Duke Creed, who was Eli's real, if unsociable, father. The heroine remembered that in her past life she lived so poorly that she was able to see her face for the first time only as an adult. This was because children like her had never appeared in the Duke's family before, which is why they didn't like her. Alicia was the first one to become gifted for some reason, which is why she was constantly kept locked up. Moreover, the girl hardly even saw sunlight until one day she was finally brought to the surface. But on that very same day, a few minutes later, she was executed on the orders of her own cold-blooded father. Dick was then asked if he had any objections to the execution, but the Duke did not even think of canceling it. Alicia couldn't believe that the man who raised her so poorly would also be the one who would order her to die. And Creed himself stood so calmly and serenely, as if his own daughter had not been killed before his eyes. Even now, although it was already her other life, Eli could not remember everything that happened without trembling. Lost in her dreams, the girl did not immediately notice the steps that were gradually getting closer and closer to her. It turned out that the maid, Cecile, was conducting a night inspection and accidentally met a lady who asked the assistant to be a little quieter. When the girl asked what she was doing here, Alicia only turned her head away sadly, since she could not tell the truth. Cecile immediately noticed her mistress's mood, which worried her even more, and she asked again what had happened. Eventually, the heroine collected her thoughts and was able to answer that she was fine, after which she smiled and asked the maid to call an older maid named Larry. Since the heroine could do nothing else for now, she sat on the bed in her room and simply waited. The girl was a little bored because she had to just wait, but there was no other option. So, sighing sadly, the lady lowered her head and began to remember her difficult past in order to analyze it. The girl understood that she could no longer keep anything to herself, as she had done in her past lives. At those times, relying only on her weak self, the heroine suffered defeats time after time, which forced her to fall down. Right now, due to another reincarnation, her memories were coming to her in a very disorderly and illogical manner. However, the end of all of Alicia Creed's past lives was always the same and, for some reason, very sad. The little girl sincerely did not understand why. The more she resisted, the more painful her death usually was. The heroine repeatedly turned mentally to God, asking whether she was asking for so much. After all, in reality, what she wanted more than anything in the world was for her father to pay attention to her and love her. In her past life, she first met him on her 22nd birthday, which the Duke did not even suspect. Dick Creed didn't care at all about his daughter's life, so he killed her that day without regret. But the heroine was worried not even because of this, but because her close assistants died along with her. But even analyzing her past, the girl could not say at what moment and what exactly she did wrong. Because the heroine never inherited the sacred mark, she was also not allowed to manage the Creed family temple. So for many years, many considered the girl to be almost homeless, who lived in the outbuilding of the Duke's estate. The saddest thing for the lady was that her mother died during childbirth, so no one supported the girl from that moment on. Moreover, it increasingly seemed to miss that the father's cold attitude towards his daughter was connected precisely with the death of his wife. So, after some time, the reason why she did not know happiness in her life became obvious to the heroine. Suddenly, while the lady was falling, someone snapped their fingers and stopped her body in mid-air, which scared the girl. She still obediently turned over and asked the man in front of her where he was now. The red-haired boy told Alicia in a rather relaxed manner that she was in a place of reincarnation, which would be the 29th. But Eli herself had a very poor understanding of what this guy was talking about, since she didn't remember anything at all. Finally, the red-haired man sighed and said that his name was Lake, and he represented the pantheon of gods, after which the young-looking god added that this was not the first time he was helping the girl to be reborn again. This time their dialogue went quite quickly, and at the end of it, Alicia quickly walked out the door. God remained hanging in the air, since he was forbidden to descend into the world of people. He thought about what was happening, because he knew a lot about the Duke's daughter, but still could not help her survive. What saddened Lake most was that Alicia's longest rebirth, for some reason, only lasted 22 years. Each time the girl appeared before him, frightened and tearful, so God revived her with a sigh. But the guy really wanted to finally break the vicious circle of the heroine's deaths so that she could live a happy life. So Lake promised himself that he would never allow a bad ending for Alicia again. To do this time, the guy did not take all the memories from the girl so that she could navigate her life. And now, lying in her bed, the heroine remembered the parting words of Lake, who really wanted to help her. Now a girl, she herself would like to finally survive. But now she slowly closed her eyes before going to sleep. Suddenly, Alicia jumped up in bed, because the thought struck her that this time everything had to be different. The heroine was grateful to God for leaving her memories, and now the lady could develop a plan for her salvation. However, right now, the baby's physical abilities were very limiting, so she decided to start with them. Miss didn't want to feel like she was locked in a cage forever this time either. Instead, the girl was going to protect all the people who were dear to her and tried to save her in past lives. At that moment, there was another man awake in the estate who was talking to one of his maids. The red-haired woman was not happy with the fact that her stepdaughter eventually returned safe and sound. This lady's name was Grace Separan, and she became Duke Creed's second wife after the first died. Right now, the Duchess was incredibly angry at her assistant for failing to deal with Alicia. The girl put her palms together in a pleading gesture and, in a voice trembling with fear, asked for another chance. But to this, Sepiran asked whether all the previous chances were not enough for the maid. Unable to contain her rage, Grace angrily grabbed her assistant by the neck because she should have killed Eli a long time ago. As a result, the poor girl could only shed tears and hope that the mistress would forgive her. She explained to the angry madam that there were a lot of guards in the wing, so her task was difficult. But instead of listening properly, the Duchess roughly pushed her assistant to the floor, after which Grace froze, as she was thinking about what punishment she would choose for the maid who was now bowing to her. As a result, she cruelly stepped on the assistant's hand and ordered her to shut up, since she was already getting pretty tired of her. While the maid was moaning in pain, Grace began to think about how she could get rid of the Duke's first daughter as quickly as possible. Separan mentally admitted to herself that this girl infuriated her no less than her mother had once before. The Duchess wanted to get rid of Eli so that she and her daughter could become the sole heirs to Duke Creed's wealth. Not paying the slightest attention to her assistant, the woman sat down on the sofa, still trying to come up with some kind of plan. Eventually, Grace realized that the girl was of no use to her, so she told her that she would handle everything herself. Sepiran didn't want to get her own hands dirty, so she tilted her head to the side and decided to resort to a safer strategy. The next morning, Alicia sat at her desk, thinking carefully about her morning assignment. The girl tried so hard that she even started to chew the tip of her pen out of thoughtfulness, but she didn't notice it. As a result, Miss admitted to herself that it was very difficult for her to come up with anything worthwhile to write to her father. The heroine remembered that in her past life, she had tried to improve her relationship with Duke Creed. Since the little girl did not have the opportunity to see her father in any way, she began to write him various letters. But no matter how hard the lady tried, she did not receive an answer, although she still did not abandon her business and wrote to Duke Creed. For Alicia, this was the only way to somehow get through to Dick, so she made every effort and did not give up. The girl's letters were very different, as in some she asked how her father was doing, and in others she talked about herself. At the same time, sometimes Eli became so immersed in sad emotions that she cried while writing another letter. And at that moment, the heroine was more aware than ever of her loneliness in this old room of the outbuilding. Having finished the letter to her father, the girl carefully reread it and realized that it had turned out to be very banal. So the lady crumpled the piece of paper in displeasure and wondered what words could catch the Duke's attention. Eli came to the conclusion that she needed to be consistent and honest in her thoughts and emotions, even if it felt strange. Then the girl heard someone timidly knock on the door, which distracted her, so she turned around. It turned out that it was Larry's maid who had arrived, opening the door just a little, as she did not dare to enter. The heroine was immediately delighted to see her assistant, and did not pay attention to the fact that she was worried about something. When Alicia understood the reason for the maid's emotions, her face changed dramatically, and she stopped smiling. It turned out that Grace, whom the lady was not expecting at all at that time, came to see her stepdaughter completely unexpectedly. But the woman herself felt confident in this small room and immediately sat down at the table. Unable to bear the silence between them, Eli was the first to ask why her stepmother had come to her at such an early hour. Separan paused thoughtfully, and then admitted that she was haunted by her own curiosity regarding the girl. The lady smiled slyly and asked if the little girl would really claim that nothing had happened to her last night. The heroine immediately understood what this woman was getting at and shrank from fear, both internally and externally. She noticed that her hands were trembling traitorously, giving away her condition, so she began to pray that they would calm down. The Duchess was not unaware of her stepdaughter's condition, so she rose to leave and never see the girl again. At the same time, Creed's second wife looked closely at his daughter's face to find out whether she had fallen for the provocation. But Eli sat as stiffly and quietly as before, although her stepmother made no attempt to offend her. Suddenly, the lady noticed a letter on the table, which the little girl had not managed to hide from her properly due to her arrival without an invitation. Grace immediately reached her hand towards the table, and Alicia watched this action in fear, unable to move. But here, Separan merely took the cookies from the table, although she said that the lady should walk less outside the outbuilding in the mornings. The Duchess said that she said this only because she sincerely cared for Alicia, almost like her own mother. However, the woman smiled maliciously and, biting off part of the cookie, said that she would assign additional security to the girl. The heroine, who watched her stepmother's actions with horror, guessing that she was secretly threatening her with these words. Grace herself reveled in the fear and uncertainty of the Duke's daughter, so that she frightened her more and more. Eli still couldn't say anything in response, even though she had encountered this woman for 29 lifetimes. Pleased with the impression she had made, Grace left her stepdaughter's small room. Alicia flinched nervously as her stepmother slammed the door to her room loudly one last time to announce her departure. The heroine was most worried now about the fact that she was once again temporarily forced to live inside the outbuilding. However, clenching her fists tightly, the girl promised herself that she would destroy all the evil plans of her own stepmother. Here the lady called out to Larry, who confirmed the fact that Separan had gone back to the main estate. The assistant asked if Madame was being mean to the girl, and Eli smiled reassuringly at her. Since the stepmother had managed to crumble everything on the table, the little girl asked the maid to help her clean up the room. While Larry obediently cleaned up, the heroine suddenly looked thoughtfully at the sky outside the window, as various thoughts were spinning in her head. Unexpectedly for the assistant, the girl suddenly asked if she remembered the stories about her father, which surprised the woman. And Alicia smiled sweetly and asked the maid to tell her again everything she knew about Duke Creed. Larry hadn't expected the girl to ever ask her for something like that, so she wasn't prepared. And Eli said that every detail about her father was important to her, although just recently she didn't even want to hear about him. The maid sat down before her mistress and admitted that she knew little about what was going on outside the outbuilding. However, she was able to remember that Duke Creed was still interested in his daughter, who was locked outside the estate. The heroine was surprised to hear this, and at first she did not even believe the maid's words, although she had no reason to lie. Larry said that she heard from one of the maids that Dick reads every letter to his daughter, after which the assistant added that the Duke would soon be returning back, and the lady could give him something. Eli immediately expressed a desire to give her father another gift, and the woman left her alone for this purpose for now. But in fact, the heroine was not at all happy, because she was very afraid of a possible meeting with Duke Creed. So, although the lady had the opportunity to see her father, she once again chose to write him a letter. A few days later, the Duke arrived from a difficult journey, surrounded by his guards, at his native estate. At the entrance, Grace happily greeted him with her daughter Jezebel, and the girl, unlike her mother, was dejected. The man got out of the carriage very easily and stroked his faithful horses for bringing him there so quickly. Then, his bright blue eyes shining, he looked somewhat wearily at the family that was greeting him. Separan, with a sweet smile on her face, said that she was very glad that her husband was able to return safe and sound. She said that their second daughter was worried about her father, and Jezebel immediately looked sweetly at the Duke. The woman turned to the girl and asked if she was telling the truth, but the little girl continued to stand silently. And then, as if on command, The lady leaned over and greeted the Duke, but her gaze remained empty. Dick did not miss this fact, and he looked irritably at his second wife and daughter, after which the man turned around and walked away. Although Grace did not want to allow this at all, so she rushed after him. Jezebel was left standing alone, hurt by her mother's fawning over her cold father. The woman herself really did smile at her husband, who at that moment was paying no attention to her at all. The Duke's second daughter considered such behavior disgusting, but did not interfere with her mother in any way. She turned and looked towards the outbuilding, realizing that her situation was not as dire as that of the first daughter. As they walked, Grace asked her husband question after question in vain, and didn't even notice how he was getting angrier and angrier. In the end, Dick even quickened his pace, as Separan shouted behind him that she had written to him about her love. These words even made the Duke freeze in place from surprise, because it was unpleasant for him to hear something like this. With barely restrained rage, Creed asked his wife not to bother him anymore, and Madame immediately became frightened and quiet. And the owner of the estate himself quickly headed to his office, when suddenly, on the way there, he met his faithful butler. Burns bowed politely to the gentleman and said that he had taken care of all the affairs while the Duke was away. The man silently took all the documents from his assistant's hands and immediately began to study them, because he had a lot of things to do. Here the old man noticed that Dick had frozen in place and become silent in a suspicious manner, so he asked what was the matter. In response, Duke Creed asked the butler where the letters were, and at first the assistant did not even understand what was being discussed. The old man thought hard, because he did not want to ask his master anything again. Suddenly, he remembered that, from a certain time on, Alicia began to periodically send letters to her father. But this time, nothing was conveyed to the Duke, so Burns promised to find out if the lady had prepared anything. At that moment, the girl herself was resting in the garden near the outbuilding with Larry, since she was not allowed to go far. The assistant noticed that the plants in the garden did not wither all year round, because the lady looked after them. The heroine thought that she could share love very well, although she almost never received it herself. Here, the miss heard something in the forest, which made her freeze in place due to surprise, since such a sound should not have been there. She turned around in surprise and looked into the dense thicket of trees, but she couldn't really see anything. While the girl was looking into the darkness of the forest, the maid asked her with concern what was the matter. In response, Alicia smiled sweetly and said that she simply imagined a bird somewhere among those trees, after which the lady cheerfully asked Larry to bring her some cookies from the outbuilding, and the assistant immediately agreed. The girl pretended to be incredibly happy about this and would eagerly wait for the maid to return. She waved goodbye to the maid, who immediately headed to the outbuilding to bring the desired food. As soon as the assistant left, Eli immediately turned around and looked again somewhere into the dark depths of the trees. The girl waited a little and then said that the person hiding inside could already come out. As if on command, after these words, Balne Giordano himself slowly and carefully emerged from the darkness of the forest. Alicia asked the magician why he came to her at all, since the last time the guy clearly had no desire to help her. In response, the Duke asked the girl why she had arranged such heightened secrecy and sent the maid away, all because Balne himself, who was gradually getting closer to the heroine, considered such measures completely unnecessary. The lady was embarrassed that Balne had come up so quickly and said that he might be up to no good. The heroine could only hope that if Giordano had planned something bad, he would not have come to her in broad daylight. So the little girl herself asked why the magician had come and said that she was not yet ready to repay him for saving her. But Balne suddenly declared that he had not come for this at all, and, unexpectedly for the miss, he dropped to one knee in front of her. However, Giordano himself was not at all confused by the situation, and therefore asked the lady for her hand. The girl was a little surprised, but still touched the guy, as he asked, because she trusted him enough. When their hands touched, the Duke looked at them carefully, as if he was trying to find something. The magician thought to himself that this time, for some reason, he didn't feel the same sensation from contact with the lady as he had the last time. Alicia still didn't understand anything when Balne finally let her go, but she still didn't dare ask anything. Instead, the heroine looked at her hand, trying to figure out what it was that the guy had just tried to see on it. Before the lady could ask the guy anything, he said that he had come to check on her and snapped his fingers. As a result, Eli was left alone, having heard a final request not to tell anyone about the Duke's appearance here. The girl looked at the place where Balne had just stood, confused, and did not believe that he had come out of concern for her. The heroine was so lost in her dreams that she heard Burns calling her too late, because he appeared unexpectedly. But the lady was not eager to communicate with him, since she was not sure that she could trust him. But still, the miss had to turn around and greet the old man to maintain propriety. The butler smiled sweetly and said that he had not seen the lady for a long time, because he rarely left the master's estate. He then asked the girl how she was doing, and she became embarrassed by how casual and easy the conversation was. The heroine remembered that in her past life, Burns often sincerely cared for her and helped her as much as he could. However, right now, it seemed to Miss that the old man behaved this way only because it was part of his direct responsibilities. But the girl still wanted to believe that the butler was honest with her, so she decided to trust him. Alicia raised her head and asked, looking the old man straight in the eyes, if he had thought about what had happened at the estate. The assistant actually came over to just say hello and chat a little, so I was surprised. As Burns continued to remain silent, the lady turned away and said sadly that she hoped he would learn to listen. The old man was even more surprised by these words, and finally turned his attention to the girl's body, examining it. He had little contact with Alicia, so he couldn't even imagine that she was so draining for some reason. This had an effect on the servant, and he dropped to one knee, asking the missus forgiveness for not having looked after her properly. The butler fervently promised that he would try never to let the girl down again, because he wanted to see her smile. In response, the heroine showed the old man that same smile and said that she trusted him completely, just like her father. To prove this, the lady extended to the butler the little finger on which she was going to make the oath. Burns was very touched by this action, although it was rather childish, but for him it was all very important. The old man crossed his little finger with the missus and promised once again that he would do everything not to let her down. They talked about it a little more, and then Alicia repeated her question about what happened at the estate. But Burns could not tell the lady anything understandable and left, leaving her to hope that she could improve her relationship with her father. Turning around, Eli saw Larry peeking out from behind a tree, looking incredibly happy. Realizing that she had been noticed, the maid came closer and admitted that she was touched by her mistress's words. The heroine happily accepted the drink that the assistant brought for her along with cookies. Here the maid reminded that the girl wanted to send Duke Creed a letter and some kind of gift. At that moment, Dick was sitting at the table with his wife Grace, who had invited him to this tea party. The woman drew her husband's attention to the mug of tea and said that she had chosen the drink especially for him. Then Sapphire smiled and said that she hoped that in the future they would be able to meet more often in the same way. Since Duke Creed remained silent, Madame turned to him personally and asked what her husband thought about all this. No matter how hard Grace tried all this time, Dick's face remained just as dissatisfied. He suddenly declared that everything around Miss was disgusting to him, and without regret, he poured tea on the floor. Such actions of the husband greatly offended the woman who was trying, so she lowered her head down and frowned. When the Duke rose to leave, Madame asked him why he hated her so much, since she had done nothing wrong. In response, the man stated that he did not feel love for his wife, because the Emperor had appointed her to him, and Dick himself was against the marriage. After the birth of his daughter, the Duke stood in front of the portrait of his dead wife and grieved over it. Miel was extremely beautiful and kind, so now Dick really missed his beloved woman, who had died 2 months ago. That's why he could spend hours near her portrait, to at least somehow remember her better. But the worst thing for the Duke was that Miel left behind only their daughter, and she herself went to another world. And for Dick, this girl was a symbol of the fact that from that moment on, his best life ended. Just 2 months after the death of Duke Creed's wife, the Emperor suddenly summoned him to his palace for some reason. Dick bowed gallantly and thus greeted His Majesty, not yet knowing why he had been called. The ruler immediately said in a relaxed manner that they did not need to communicate so formally since they were friends. But the guest who came to him still asked the Emperor to get straight to the point, which caused the man to sigh. However, he said that he would like to favor his friend with a marriage with his sister named Grace. Dick became very displeased about this and reminded the ruler that he had just lost his wife. But in response, Dale Seperin declared that this was the will of the gods, and the Duke could no longer argue with that. The man reminded that whoever marries his sister will end up with incredible power. But Creed didn't need all of this, which is why he even jumped to his feet, no longer showing respect to his friend. Suddenly, Dale came close to Dick and took him by the shoulders with his hands so that he would listen to him. The Emperor said that he had great confidence in the Duke in this matter and would like the man to fulfill his request. He announced that Dick would finally have a blue blood heir, not the daughter he had right now. But in response, the Duke's eyes flashed angrily, and he said that he was not going to accept the will of the gods so easily. He became even more angry and asked the Emperor if he himself really believed in all this incomprehensible nonsense. The words of the Duke, who was his friend, made Dale feel sad, so he gently took the man's hand. The ruler explained that he believed Creed needed the power that only Grace could give him. Gritting his teeth, Dick pulled his hand away and angrily asked the Emperor if he was ordering him to marry. The ruler himself felt awkward doing this, so he promised that this would be his first and last order. As a result, the Duke had to marry the Emperor's sister in a short period of time, and there was no time at all to mourn his first wife. Grace was genuinely happy about everything that was happening, since she had been eyeing Dick for a long time. But the man himself could not perceive his second wife, since the concept of love was forever lost to him. It was from that very time that the Duke began to immerse himself in work in order to avoid any meetings with his family. And so, many years later, in his office, the Duke suddenly began to receive letters from his first daughter. She even included her handkerchief with the very first letter, which ultimately surprised the man even more. Dick was instantly curious, so he read the letter from his daughter, with whom he had not spoken in all this time. To the Duke's great surprise, as he read these simple lines from the child, a light aroma surrounded him, and this smell reminded Dick very much of the perfume of his beloved and deceased first wife, Miel. So the man could not restrain himself and crumpled the letter in his hands, because the effect it had on him angered the Duke. Meanwhile, the Emperor was chatting with Balnay over tea, since he also considered him a close friend. Giordano reported to the ruler about the military actions taking place in the south, and he drank tea. The magician suddenly announced that he would only be able to complete what he had started in 3 years, and this greatly surprised Dale. His Majesty put his cup of tea aside and also joined in the discussion of general affairs. Balnay noticed that the ruler was worried about something, but he did not share his concern about what was happening in the empire. But Dale suddenly grabbed his head and declared that he could only be sure of Duke Giordano and Creed, and the ruler's anxiety was connected with the fact that he was sure that something bad was happening somewhere. The magician guessed that the Emperor meant preparations for a rebellion, but he did not think that this would happen in the near future. His Majesty only sighed in response and noted that the words of his faithful assistant could be considered criminal. But the ruler still had few options, so he could not refuse the Duke's help. Giordano himself understood perfectly well the situation the man was in now, but he did not put pressure on him. Here, Dale declared that the boy must take as his wife the lady whom he had carefully chosen for him. These words greatly surprised and at the same time angered Balnay, who had never even thought of anything like that. So he asked if the ruler had a secret hobby that involved arranging marriages between strangers. Since the Emperor could not stop the magician in any way, he told him behind his back that the gods did not approve of a bachelor's life. To this, Duke Giordano, without turning to face his Majesty, replied that he always tries to fill a void, after which the guy turned around and declared that he was never going to save himself by getting married. Dale tried to call out to his friend, but Balnay didn't look back as he left the office. Right before the doors, the magician slowed down and promised that in 3 years, he would finally conquer the lands of the barbarians. Only after going outside did the magician stop in his tracks and once again convinced himself that he didn't need a wedding now. However, he could not help but think that a little later, he would still return to this option. A few days later, one evening, the maid was tidying up her mistress's long hair before going to bed. Here the girl unexpectedly turned to her assistant, to which she immediately responded as she was ready to listen. Imagine Cecile's surprise when the lady suddenly informed her that she was going to study fencing. The girl asked anxiously if it was definitely not a joke, because she had not expected such a turn of events. Only Elysia once again stated that she was absolutely serious and had decided everything a long time ago. For the maid, the fact that the miss wanted to be able to defend herself was a real shock, because she was just a girl. So the assistant tried to remind her that Eli was only 10 years old, and she was already thinking about something like that. And the heroine herself was worried that her time was running out, and she couldn't even protect herself or her loved ones. Clutching the comb in her hand, the girl thought that she needed a secret place for fencing so that Grace would not find out anything. Eli knew that the Duke Giordano estate would be the best place for such a secret task. The Balnay family has long led skilled swordsmen and intelligence forces, and the Duke did well in his leadership duties, among other things. But the lady was not sure that the Giordano estate would agree to teach her fencing. At this moment, Cecile carefully observed the emotions on the lady's face, which made her sigh. Elysia admitted that no matter what the maid's arguments were, she would still follow her own path. Then the assistant said that she would help the miss, but on the condition that she would not push herself too hard with training. But Cecile could not completely get rid of her anxiety about the fate of the girl, so she continued to worry a lot. For some reason, Balnay Giordano was currently near the lady's outbuilding. He stood completely quietly in the middle of the bushes and looked into the dark night at the place where Elysia now lived, modestly and quietly. Then, also unnoticed and inaudible even to the animals nearby, the guy suddenly activated his magic, after which the Duke went somewhere deep into the forest without talking to Eli about anything, because he did not know whether he wanted to. In the very wings, the maids discussed the fact that Grace was worried about Eli being kidnapped, which is why she hired security. Larry explained to the assistants that, although there were few of them, they must do everything in their power to protect the mistress. Elysia herself knew about this order, and was sad that everyone was having a hard time because of her. What saddened the girl most was that she could not defend herself by this point in time. Miss decided to practice a little, when suddenly the maids outside the door heard a strange sound from her room. It turned out that Eli accidentally dropped her broom, but immediately told everyone that she was completely fine. After which, Miss took up the broom again, because she understood that she could not learn magic, but fencing was available. And although it was a serious physical sport, the girl was not going to give up without even trying. So she rose abruptly from the floor, deciding for herself that there was never anything bad without something good. Therefore, tomorrow, the heroine was going to go to Giordano's estate to carry out her plan. This decision greatly raised the lady's spirits, and she began to run around the room with a broom in her hands. The next morning, the Duke invited Elysia to his place for tea, but the girl refused, citing poor health. Burns was also aware of the situation, so he calmly confirmed what happened to Creed. And Dick could not understand what his daughter was ill with if she ended up getting into a carriage and leaving somewhere early in the morning. The butler felt that the gentleman was starting to get angry, and so asked if he could express his opinion. Duke Creed sat down on a chair, and after thinking for a while, finally allowed Burns to speak, which he usually did not do. The assistant then asked why the owner of the estate wanted to meet his daughter so much. He noticed that the man had kept the handkerchief that the girl had once sent him along with a letter. The servant added that the Duke had never tried to contact the lady before, but now for some reason he had changed his mind. But when the butler said that it was natural for Elysia to avoid her father, he didn't like it. Dick's eyes flashed angrily and asked if the old man was really hinting that he himself was to blame for everything that was happening. Burns noticed how abruptly the gentleman's mood had changed, so he apologized for his words. However, he still advised them to slow down the pace of their approach and give Miss at least a little more time. After this, the servant left, and the Duke angrily squeezed the handkerchief that his daughter had given him in his hand and admitted that he himself was to blame. Pressing the handkerchief to his head, Dick thought sadly that he had sunk to this point himself, and even meal would not have helped him. At that moment, one of the assistants was quickly walking down the corridor of the estate, because the second lady herself called him. Madame had been standing in anticipation for quite some time, as she had recently given her servant an important task for her. She smiled slyly, but the assistant couldn't see it at all because of the fan hiding her face. The guy bowed to the woman and told her everything she wanted to hear about his almost accomplished plan. Knowing that Alicia was about to meet her end, Grace folded her fan and still showed how she smiled. That night, for some reason, the heroine had a dream that she was falling somewhere very quickly and could not stop. Suddenly, someone's warm hands grabbed the lady's face, but she didn't even think about resisting at that moment. And suddenly, these same hands began to strangle the girl, who did not expect anything like this at all. The baby screamed because she didn't want to die. And suddenly, another hand appeared from somewhere above. As soon as she stroked Alicia's head, the hostile hands immediately disappeared somewhere into the darkness. Miss could not see who was so warmly and softly stroking her face, warming her whole body from the inside. So the girl could only pray that this unknown person would stay with her forever and save her. Because of this strange dream, Eli jumped up in bed early in the morning and could not immediately understand where she was. Miss could not believe that it was all just a dream, because the last thing the lady remembered was how she was riding in a carriage to the Duke. The heroine was absolutely sure of this, but for some reason, she did not know the end of her journey. The girl remembered looking out the window of the carriage and discovering that the speed was too great. Since Alicia was worried about her life, she decided to ask the coachman to drive at least a little slower. The lady moved carefully along the carriage and reached forward to try to open the curtain, but at that very moment, the carriage hit a rock at such a huge speed, as a result of which everything went wrong. Alicia fell on the door, and the impact caused it to swing open, causing the girl to fall out of the carriage. Miss barely managed to catch hold of the door handle and was therefore hanging over the abyss, into which the cart also fell. Eli struggled to understand what was happening and how to save herself from this terrible and incomprehensible situation. But before the heroine could do anything, the carriage suddenly flew down, and the girl along with it. At the same time, a terrible thought flashed through Eli's head. Was she really going to die again, like 29 times before? Only now, sitting in a soft and warm bed, did Miss remember how the carriage had turned over with her in it. However, the lady could not understand where she was and whether she was still alive, after everything that had happened recently. Suddenly, the doors of the room swung open and Baln entered with food on a tray, noticing that the girl had woken up. The guy was clearly worried about the state of the Duke's daughter, but still tried to behave with restraint. He saw that Alicia was sitting on the bed and trembling, having not responded to his greeting upon entering the room. Giordano concluded that the little girl had such terrible nightmares that she was still reliving them. Here, Eli finally noticed the Duke, who had come to her, and looked at him uncertainly and timidly, not knowing what to do. Baln sat down near the bed and informed the lady that she had nothing to fear, because she was now safe. He placed the tray of food right in front of Eli, who was still looking around with confusion. As soon as the girl touched the food, the Duke suddenly added that no one here would try to kill her by overturning the carriage. On the one hand, the heroine was glad that she survived, but on the other hand, she realized that Grace was harming her again. The magician suddenly said rather harshly that the girl was always putting herself in danger, which surprised her greatly. Then the guy explained that if he hadn't found Miss then, she would probably have been dead a long time ago. The heroine herself knew all this very well, but she just didn't understand how to resist something like this. As soon as the lady opened her mouth, the guy pointed to the food and asked her to eat first, since she had been sleeping for 24 hours. Somewhat confused, Balney reported that in her dream, the girl wanted to eat soup with pieces of bacon. The heroine was very embarrassed and even blushed when she heard something like that, because she always tried to behave decently. The lady could not understand how she had allowed herself to behave like that, although it was difficult to control her actions in a dream. Wanting to give Miss some rest, Giordano stood up and said that when she had eaten, he would be waiting for her on the first floor. To Eli's great surprise, the guy suddenly personally promised that he would give her the long-awaited fencing lessons. Alicia immediately asked in confusion how exactly the Duke suddenly found out about the purpose of her visit to his estate. Balney only now realized that he really shouldn't have known about anything like that, so he looked away. Having come up with nothing, the magician declared that he had simply guessed it himself and repeated that he was waiting for the girl downstairs. Since she really wanted to eat, the heroine obediently began to gobble up the food. Unexpectedly for herself, Miss discovered that this soup with bacon was really very tasty. At the same time, at Creed's estate, Larry was worried about the lady, as there was no news from her. The maid was cleaning up properly everywhere, when suddenly a servant called out to her sharply, frightening her. No less frightened, the woman turned around and asked the assistant what had happened and why she was so out of breath. Then Cecile took a breath and said with concern that Duke Creed was now extremely angry, and indeed, for reasons unknown to the servants, Dick gathered almost his entire guard with an extremely angry look. At this moment, at Duke Giordano's estate, most of his best swordsmen were gathered on the parade ground. At the same time, Balni's loyal guard, Lecce, only sighed, looking at what was happening around him. He remembered talking to the gentleman a few days ago because he had learned information that was important to him. He learned that Lady Alesia, who had come to their estate, would like to learn fencing. Balni was very surprised that the assistant asked to personally teach the girl, although there was no reason for this. Moreover, after reading the letter from the knights, the magician learned that everyone refused to teach Eli this art. To this, the guard replied that the Duke clearly did not need a guard, and that in this way he would at least earn his salary. He then added that he was good with small children, as he had many younger brothers. And so, although Lecce himself personally volunteered to teach the young and inexperienced lady, he did not expect anything special from her. However, no matter how difficult it was for her, the girl still tried her best and did not give up during training. The guard was surprised by the effort with which the lady approached the matter, although it was obvious that Miss was having a hard time. Since Elisha said that she had completed the task quite well, the man told her to run a few more laps. The heroine was horrified by such a task because she was already falling off her feet and had almost no strength left. Suddenly, the Duke's daughter immediately remembered that she could not retreat, so she began to run again. As a result, many swordsmen even began to support the little girl, who so desperately carried out Lecce's task. However, this didn't make things any easier for Eli, because the fatigue and muscle pain still didn't go away. While the guard was watching the girl, he completely failed to notice how the maid began to sneak up on him. In the end, she suddenly approached the man, which ended up even scaring him a little due to the unexpectedness. It turned out to be Cecile, who was looking for her mistress, knowing that the lady must be somewhere on the training field. Suddenly, the assistant saw Eli and, noticing her condition, immediately became horrified, which surprised the guard. The girl ran towards Elysia with tears in her eyes, and Lecce remained standing in place in complete bewilderment. The girl was in the process of running, so she did not immediately notice that her faithful servant was approaching her. And Cecile suddenly jumped up and hugged the little girl, sympathizing with the fact that she was almost completely sweaty. The assistant heard that the lady was wounded, but the miss explained that she had long since been cured at the estate. Eli asked with concern if something had happened at home for Cecile to suddenly come here to see her. The girl immediately reported that it had happened because the lady was being sought by none other than Duke Creed himself. At first, Eli didn't even believe that her father, who didn't pay attention to her, suddenly needed her, and Cecile told Miss that the Duke had learned of her illness and had even gathered knights to personally check on his daughter. The heroine immediately thought that something was wrong here because she could not understand the reason for her father's behavior. However, she did not want to leave their estate without talking to Balni, so she warned that she would come soon. At the same time, at least at that moment, Elisha was not worried at all about her possible future and smiled happily. Cecile saw her mistress off with great surprise because she had never seen such emotions in her before. The maid felt a little sad and happy at the same time because the lady was happy, even though not with her. And Miss herself was still looking for Duke Giordano because she had no idea where he was now. Then the girl heard a male voice behind her, which said that she was lost and went in the wrong direction. But the appearance of the magician made the heroine happy because she had been looking for him all this time while wandering around the garden. The guy was the first to start the conversation and said that he knew that Miss was returning back to her home. Alicia confirmed this, saying that she just needed to check out what happened at home out of curiosity. In response, Giordano smiled and advised the girl to go home calmly and not worry about anything else. Suddenly, the magician took out something shiny and held it out in his hand, and the lady saw such a thing for the first time in her life. He explained that it was a magical medallion for moving through space so that Miss could return here. The little girl was extremely surprised by the existence of something like this, and Balnay managed to put it on her neck, after which the heroine smiled sweetly and thanked the Duke for the free help he had provided her. But for some reason, the guy didn't finish helping the Duke's daughter, although he had already done a lot. So Balnay snapped his fingers for some reason, calling on magic, just like he did in the forest when he saved his friend. Giordano created a portal and said that he trusted the maid, but it would be better if the lady went home straight away, after which he turned away and promised that his assistants would definitely send Cecile back to the estate. Alicia noticed that the magician cared about her so much, and she didn't even know how to thank him. The girl didn't notice, but after her words, Balnay's eyes sparkled slightly, and he looked at her attentively, after which Giordano smiled and asked if the Duke's daughter could promise him something, since she wanted to repay the debt. Eli didn't expect the guy to suddenly ask her for something right now, but she wanted to listen to him. It turned out that the Duke's request was related to physical exercise on the highest ladder. Initially, the heroine did not even think that this task would be difficult for her to complete. However, going up and down the steps like this over and over again, the lady became quite exhausted. Just 2 days ago, Giordano dropped to one knee in front of the girl and asked her to swear that she would keep her promise. Miss couldn't even imagine how important it would be for the guy that she fulfilled his, but she was all for it. So the lady, without even knowing what was required of her, extended her finger to the magician's little finger to seal the agreement, after which the guy suddenly asked the little girl to go up and down the stairs for 2 hours every day. Balnay even allowed the girl to rest if it was too difficult, but she was required to do the exercise. Alicia herself understood that the most important task for her now was to strengthen her own endurance. So, since their fingers were already tied together, the heroine had no choice but to obey. It so happened that, upon returning home, the lady did not find her father at home, since he was urgently called to the palace. So Miss immediately began to do the exercises that Baln gave her, and they turned out to be much more difficult than she thought. At first, the girl even gave up too quickly, which made her sad, but she couldn't do anything. However, to the heroine's surprise, the maid still praised her for her efforts. Because Eli did a lot of things, the assistant expressed hope that the baby would not lose even more weight, since she was already slim. But Eli was confident that, on the contrary, with the help of training, she would be able to build muscle and become stronger. However, although Cecile was on the side of the mistress, she still wanted the girl to be like other ladies. Looking around, the maid wondered what she could offer the miss. Suddenly, the assistant remembered that they could have a picnic while the weather was good, and told us about it. The heroine had never done anything like this in any of her past lives, so she was noticeably surprised. Although the little girl went out for a walk with food and maids on the street, it was all a little different. So, smiling kindly at Cecile, Miss agreed to go on a picnic, especially since the weather was fine. The maid was surprised when she heard that Alicia wanted to help her with the cooking, because she wanted to make a nut pie. A little later, when everything was ready, Eli happily ran to the place that had been chosen for the picnic. The heroine noted with great pleasure that the weather that day was truly wonderful. The lady sat down on the blanket on the grass and realized that if it were not for Cecile, she would still be sitting in the outbuilding. To share her joy with her assistants, Miss called them to her quickly, as she was impatient to start eating. But suddenly, one of the maids ran up to Larry with news, so the woman was forced to leave. Alicia pretended not to be upset at all and sent the maid off to her important business. When the assistant left, the little girl began to think that she was worrying too much about her. This is because preparing a picnic and all the food for it was not such an easy task for any person. Left completely alone, albeit for a while, Miss wondered how she should begin her picnic. Here the heroine remembered that she had absolutely no idea how to give her father the already prepared nut pie. Looking at the estate, the girl realized that she would have to put in a lot of effort to make everything work out. Eli understood perfectly well that Grace would continue to try to kill her, which would ruin any of the heroine's plans. Already now, due to the influence of Saphiron, Eli and her servants have lost almost all of their power in an extremely short period of time. It so happened that even the entrance to the main building of the estate was strictly controlled for everyone except Larry. Therefore, Alicia was strictly forbidden to go there, no matter how much she really wanted to. However, the girl still somehow wanted to give her pie to Duke Creed personally. Suddenly, a ray of sunlight broke through the shadow of a tree and slightly blinded the little girl, which distracted her. So when the lady thought about meeting her father again, she was a little scared and decided to try to do it later. The heroine was so immersed in her thoughts that she didn't even notice how someone approached her from behind. Miss was already tired of waiting for Cecile to come, so she decided to start eating the prepared food herself. Suddenly, a stern male voice asked with displeasure what was going on here, and the girl turned around in fear. Alicia's body was instantly frozen with horror at what she saw, because she did not understand how something like this could happen. Somehow, Duke Creed came to her, although the little girl did not expect to meet him like this. Since Eli still didn't answer, the man looked at her even more furiously, waiting for an explanation. His evil gaze completely knocked all thoughts out of the heroine's head, so that she could barely restrain herself from trembling. Finally, the lady closed her eyes tightly and decided that the best thing to do now would be to simply ask for forgiveness. However, Duke Creed suddenly interrupted his daughter and asked if he could sit next to her, as he did not want to hear an apology. A few minutes before this moment, the man arrived at the estate and immediately asked where the lady was. Burns, somewhat hesitantly, suggested that the gentleman first rest, but he did not even want to hear anything about it. Duke Creed asked the butler to attend to his own affairs while he attended to his own, after which the man left, and the assistant noticed that Dick, for some reason, headed specifically towards the outbuilding. There was nothing he could do to stop this, so the servant could only hope that nothing bad would happen. The Duke himself was thinking at that moment that recently he had begun to see the same dreams quite often. In them, the image of his deceased wife Miel appeared to him, which was pleasant, although very sad upon awakening. Every time he saw such a beautiful and beloved woman, the Duke desperately tried to get closer to her. He touched his first wife, wanting very much to feel the warmth of her body, even for a moment. Time after time, when she found herself in her husband's arms, Miel would suddenly turn to him and carefully remove her hands from his shoulders. Then, with a mysterious expression on her face, she quietly whispered for Dick to look around as carefully as possible. The Duke was still very puzzled by these dreams, because even after Miel's death, he had not seen anything like it. So now the man was confused, because he did not understand why his dead wife was advising him to look around. Right now, the owner of the estate was stubbornly walking towards the outbuilding, as he decided to find Alicia's room, which he had not done before. But instead, the father ended up finding his daughter on the street and unexpectedly decided to join her. The girl was very embarrassed by her father's presence, but she understood that there was no point in her running away from him, as she had done before. Dick himself was a little confused, but his eyes remained as indifferent as ever. Then he noticed the way Alicia was looking at him, and so he asked why the girl was behaving like that. To the Duke's great surprise, the little girl suddenly called him Daddy before continuing to say something. Out of surprise, the man even asked the lady, in an overly cruel manner, what exactly she had just said. Eli noticed her father's changed mood and became very scared, so she withdrew into herself again. To smooth over the awkwardness, the heroine still found the strength to invite the Duke to eat with her. The girl sheepishly admitted that she had prepared these sandwiches together with Cecile and had tried very hard. Holding out a tasty and juicy sandwich towards Creed, Miss didn't even expect that he would accept it. But then the Duke reached out his hand and took the food that his daughter had so diligently prepared just recently. Alicia was so surprised that she even forgot that she needed to watch her manners, so she froze with her mouth slightly open. The man himself, meanwhile, was calmly chewing the sandwich he had just been treated to. Eventually, Dick noticed that the lady was overly excited, so he asked her what was wrong. But the girl immediately turned away from her father to stop staring at him and said that she was fine. In fact, the heroine was extremely surprised that her father not only took the sandwich, but even began to eat it. After a few minutes, Dick spoke first and said that he thought the girl was afraid of him. The little girl even felt a little dizzy from what she heard, but she quickly pulled herself together, after which Alicia sadly admitted, without raising her head, that she really was afraid of the Duke. However, the owner of the estate noted that it was impossible to draw such a conclusion from his daughter's face. Then the lady smiled tensely and said that she was pretending not to be scared so that her father wouldn't be disgusted to look at her. Dick was horrified when he heard that this girl was afraid that he might kill her if he didn't surprise her with a smile on her face. The Duke had never had such thoughts in his life, which only ended up scaring him even more. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by one of the maids from the outbuilding who came running to say something to the mistress. Noticing the gentleman, the assistant immediately and hastily bent down to show him her deep respect. It turned out to be Larry, who knew that the lady was not allowed to leave the outbuilding, and so took the blame for it upon herself. But, rising from his seat, Creed declared that everything was in order, because this garden was part of the outbuilding's territory. Before leaving, the Duke repeated once again, barely audibly, that Larry had not been guilty of anything before anyone. Both the maid and the little mistress looked in surprise as Dick walked back to the estate, and he suddenly paused for a moment, and without turning around, thanked his daughter for the sandwich. This further confused Alicia, who already didn't understand what was going on here. Larry asked Miss worriedly if she was okay, and the little girl absent-mindedly replied that she was fine. Watching her father leave, the heroine thought that for some reason he too had suddenly begun to change. All her life, Eli was considered useless ballast, since she was born without a sacred mark. In some generations, such children were even deprived of life due to excessive hatred for their uselessness, and no one felt pity, so even a small conversation between father and daughter was already a miracle. However, the heroine did not want to perceive such an attitude as a normal family tradition. At this moment, Duke Creed suddenly realized that he had completely lost his appetite, although he had forced himself to eat. Here the man thought for a moment, and then asked Burns to order repairs to be made in the outbuilding as quickly as possible. The butler, although surprised by something like this, was glad that Elysia's conditions would now at least improve a little. Unexpectedly, Dick added that he was going to have lunch with his daughter tomorrow, so everything needed to be prepared for that. He approached the door when he suddenly heard Grace's loud voice, who was angrily cursing somewhere in the corridor. The Duke knew that this woman had no right to behave like this, but he clearly heard that she did not remain silent. The whole thing was that Sapirin demanded that the maid take the nut pie to her room. Holding the tray with trembling hands, the girl tried to explain that she had been ordered to give it to the Duke. These words made the madam very angry, so much so that she even raised her hand to hit the assistant and take the pie away. But then Grace saw something that made her freeze in place in that position for several seconds. It turned out that Dick Creed himself, who saw the emotions of his second wife, had quietly approached the maid from behind. It was very difficult to tell from the man's face what exactly he thought about the situation that had just developed. Sapirin asked excitedly when her husband arrived and explained that she would not have made a fuss if she had known about him. The woman attempted to touch the Duke, but he, without saying anything to her, moved away from her hand. Walking up to his assistant, Dick asked her to take the pecan pie to his office right now. The woman, upon hearing this, immediately flared up and asked if her husband was really going to try this food. The maid froze in place with fear when she realized that her mistress was specifically accusing her of possible poisoning. But the owner of the estate once again asked his wife to be silent, saying that he did not want to embarrass himself in front of the servants. Then he looked angrily at Grace and said that she could try to contradict him if she decided to. The Emperor's sister realized that she was absolutely powerless in this situation because she could not behave ugly. Having made sure that Madame no longer objected to him, the Duke went to his study and called the maid to follow him. Before following the gentleman, Burns glanced at Grace's face, noticing how angry she was. As much as Sapirin wanted to, she really couldn't do anything in this situation, which made her angry. At that moment, the assistant looked around the Duke's office with curiosity, since he rarely let anyone in there. Suddenly, without looking the girl in the eye, Dick suddenly asked her name, and the maid said that she was Nancy. The man then asked whether the girl was Alicia's personal assistant and received confirmation. The maid was very surprised when Dick asked her to personally bring everything from the mistress to his office in the future. Duke Creed warned the girl that she would be held accountable for anything like that, and he would warn everyone. Taking up the pecan pie, Dick added somewhat thoughtfully that he was giving Nancy permission to disobey his wife's orders. At first, the maid was even scared when she realized what exactly the Duke had just told her. However, just a few seconds later, She blossomed into a smile, as she was happy with this turn of events. Since the dialogue ended at this point, Dick asked the butler to escort the girl to the exit. Until the assistants left, the man stood in the middle of his room, silently looking at the pecan pie. Then he sighed heavily and sadly, since it had been a long time since he had eaten this dish, which had once been his favorite. Without a moment's hesitation in his actions, the Duke broke off a small piece with his fork in order to try it quickly. In the end, he was very pleased, because this pie was similar to the one that Miel once made for him. Dick suddenly realized that he had never been a good father, so he deserved to have the girl removed. However, for some reason unknown to him, the lady still wrote letters, telling about herself in detail. Eli even talked about little things like how she likes meat a little more than vegetables, even though she eats everything. In her last letter, Miss shared with her father the information that she could embroider well and diligently, and then, with a little sadness, she hoped that the scarf she sent the first time had come in handy. Eli also complained that there was so little bacon in her evening meal that she felt like she was just eating milk. The heroine was also sad because the maids in the outbuilding were often fired, so there were always not enough of them. The Duke remembered that these letters originally contained only formal greetings, so he hardly read them. However, recently, the man began to feel as if his daughter had changed when she sent him the scarf. Dick was quite confused by his dreams about his wife, so he was sad that she wasn't around now. At this moment, Grace was very angry in her room, so much so that she even furiously pounded her fists on the table. The woman could not forgive her husband for the fact that he so easily disgraced her in front of some servant. Separin could not understand why the Duke dared to humiliate her after everything that had happened between them over all the years. She understood that she could not allow events to develop even slightly similarly. However, at one point, the lady suddenly calmed down, as she suddenly realized that her thoughts would not change anything now. The woman decided to simply ask her husband for a favor that would be beneficial to her a little later, in order to at least win something. The next morning, Elijah was very surprised when the butler suddenly knocked politely on her door. He asked, as if nothing had happened, how the girl had slept that night while looking around. The lady was quite alarmed by the butler's behavior, because he usually did not act like this. So Eli got straight to the point and asked Burns why he had come to her outbuilding so early. In response, the old man coughed hesitantly and said that the Duke wanted to dine with his daughter, and that was why he was here. The little girl had no hope of ever receiving such an invitation, so at first she didn't even believe it. She immediately began to worry, so she lowered her head and said that she wanted to tell the butler something first. Alicia confidently warned that if the servant did not listen to her, then she would not believe his words at all. This is all because the heroine remembered very well that in the past, the servant had never helped her in his life. Burns only silently followed the ruthless gentleman, only occasionally looking sadly at the girl. Alicia understood that this was partly her fault, because she herself never asked for help. So right now, for the first time in her entire life, the lady decided to have a heart-to-heart talk with the butler. The old man looked the girl over from head to toe and asked her why she was dressed so somewhat ridiculously for the daughter of a duke. Eli had expected this question, so she was calm and collected, although she still felt a little nervous. However, the miss pulled herself together and said, looking Burns straight in the eye, that she was going to study fencing. The assistant was noticeably surprised when he heard this serious and adult confession from the little lady. Then, Eli asked the butler not to tell her father about these fencing lessons for now. The lady even clenched her fists out of excitement, because she understood how dangerous it was for her to hide something like this. But the heroine nevertheless admitted that she had already begun to secretly study at the estate of Duke Giordano, among the best teachers. At the very end of her speech, Alicia promised with a sweet smile that she would tell her father about this herself a little later. The old man sighed quietly and said that he would keep the Mrs. Secret a secret for the time being, since he wanted to support her. To make sure the girl was reassured, Burns assured her that he was great at keeping any secret. Rising from the table, the servant turned and asked what Eli had decided about dinner with the Duke. Although the heroine was afraid to decide on something like this, she nodded briefly, showing that she would come. A little later, Larry gathered the little lady for this dinner, but she was still very worried about her. Although Alicia herself was also worried, She didn't want to show it to the maid, so she smiled back. Therefore, the maid also tried to tidy herself up as quickly as possible so as not to disturb the lady. Suddenly, the woman noticed a sprout growing right out of the garden's asphalt. Although there was little land around, the maid leaned over and began to examine the plant with interest, which the heroine herself immediately noticed. The girl came closer and was surprised that this sprout was able to break through such a small gap. The heroine loved plants so much that she could hardly restrain herself from touching this green friend. As a result, Miss couldn't resist and touched the plant with one finger, which, thanks to this, began to glow unnoticed. There was a time when the empire was considered almost a dead land because it had harsh winters. So many aristocrats hired magicians to somehow save their garden with the help of spells. However, the plants of Elysia did not die even during the most severe winter without such magic. The heroine knew that this was happening because even without the mark, she was still blessed. Here, Larry suddenly pulled the heroine out of her thoughts, saying that someone was approaching the two of them. It turned out to be a knight named Camille, whom the Duke had chosen to accompany him to dinner. Elysia didn't mind going further with the military man, so she said goodbye to the maid for the time being. During their journey, the girl did not dare to talk to the guy, and he himself silently led her along the corridors of the estate to the right place. As they climbed the steps, the girl felt her muscles ache from her morning workouts. Here, Camille turned around and noticed that the lady was having some difficulty walking up the long steps after him. The knight immediately asked if the miss's legs hurt, but the little girl, slightly frightened, immediately rejected this idea. However, the assistant was much more observant, so he knelt down next to Elysia quite deftly. Then, the guy easily and casually picked up the little lady in his arms to carry her to her destination. Eli blushed a little from embarrassment and asked to be lowered down, which only caused the knight to smile. After which, Camille admitted that he had seen Larry carrying the girl in her arms a couple of times in exactly the same way. The heroine couldn't argue with this, although something similar had happened a long time ago, but she was pleased with the care. Unexpectedly, the attendant said with a smile that the lady was quite welcome to address him informally. The knight explained that he had always wanted to help the miss in some way, so he would be glad if they became friends. The girl didn't expect that the guy would suddenly be so kind to her, since they hadn't had any contact at all before. In the end, the little girl agreed to behave more friendly with Camille, which made the guy quite happy. Suddenly, a butler appeared in front of the two of them, coughing quietly to get their attention. Following Burns, Duke Creed suddenly appeared, just approaching his dining room. The heroine was surprised to see her father, because she thought that he would be waiting for her inside and would not greet her. Although the knight greeted Dick politely, he remained motionless and did not react in any way. Then, sighing uncontrollably, the man asked how much longer the escort would hold the lady in his arms. The guy immediately apologized for this and took Elysia downstairs, which she actually didn't mind at all. The girl herself noted with fear that the Duke had a displeased face again, although she could not name the reasons. In order not to anger her father even more, the lady simply followed him when suddenly the man himself addressed his daughter. Before continuing the conversation, Dick opened the doors for the girl, letting her into the dining room. And then, with a sad face, he said that there was clearly something he still didn't know about her, which was strange for Miss. Elysia froze in surprise, not quite understanding what the owner of the Creed estate meant. As the awkward pause dragged on, the little girl turned away from the Duke, trying to think of something to say to him. Suddenly, the girl was saved by the butler, who gave his trademark quiet cough to help the miss. Eli turned and looked at Burns, who told her that she needed to follow the rules of propriety in front of her father. Only after a few seconds did it dawn on the heroine exactly how she should act at this moment. So Elysia picked up the hem of her dress and thanked the Duke for inviting her to dinner, after which the girl looked carefully at the butler and her father, checking whether she had coped. But it turned out that her actions only made the situation worse, because that was not what Burns had been so desperately hinting at. However, Dick did not say anything to his daughter, but instead quickly called her to follow him to the table. This greatly upset the lady, although she tried her best to keep her emotions secret, as etiquette required. Suddenly, Burns addressed the girl and said that the gentleman was not angry with her at all. The butler promised that the little girl would understand everything herself as soon as she spoke to her father in person at dinner. Although Alicia was still very nervous and worried, the assistant gently pushed her forward. Finally, the old man asked to call him if anything was needed, since he would be nearby. Eli hoped until the very end that she would not be left alone with her father, but her dreams were not destined to come true. Eventually, the little lady had to pull herself together, so she began to study the interior of the rich dining room. At this point, Dick called the girl and told her to sit down with him at the table, as he was impatient to begin. The little girl did not dare to contradict the owner of the estate, so she quickly went to the place indicated for her. Almost immediately, the Duke set an example, for he began to eat as soon as Alicia joined him. Although the oppressive atmosphere between them had ended, Miss Suddenly had a completely different problem. Dick noticed almost immediately that something was bothering his daughter, so he asked if everything was okay with the girl. But the heroine was a little embarrassed to admit that the cutlery was too big for her. Then Dick himself looked at the food and only now realized what the matter was. Although he had asked for the smallest utensils to be brought, Alicia never expected to hear anything like this from her father, so it felt like she was in a dream. She suddenly remembered how in another life, her father had spoken to her completely mercilessly, voicing the death sentence. Then Duke Creed didn't even blink an eye, although he had to watch the execution of his own daughter. Most often, the heroine died precisely because her head was cut off on Dick's cold-blooded order. Alicia stubbornly did not understand why. During all the time of her attempts to establish communication with her father, they met like this. The girl often came out of the outbuilding to see the man off, but he never turned around. And before she was left completely alone, Larry and Cecile, who protected her, suffered in her past life. But even at the moment when the lady was desperately crying over the death of her assistants, the Duke did not even glance at her out of the corner of his eye. But, remembering all this now, the heroine understood that she shouldn't cry at all if she wanted to talk. But in Mrs. Head, questions still swirled about whether her father had ever thought that she had been falsely accused. Even now, just eating his food, Dick looked incredibly collected and elegant, as always. After finishing eating, the man was silent for a while, and then suddenly announced that he liked the nut pie. Creed looked at his daughter and even tried to smile as he said she had talent. The heroine did not expect to hear something like this from her cold and ruthless father, so tears began to flow down her cheeks. The girl sincerely did not understand why the owner of the estate suddenly began to behave so kindly with her. The fact that Alicia suddenly burst into tears hurt Dick himself, because he had no idea about her feelings. The little girl couldn't calm down and barely managed to say why Creed said all this only now. The Duke jerked in place, as it was the first time in a long time that he had encountered such bitter tears. At this moment, the heroine could no longer control her emotions and did not pay attention to anything. It only now occurred to Dick that it was strange that his daughter had never shown resentment towards his actions. However, he didn't know what to do in such a situation, whether to say that she was noisy or shake her hard. Creed still took a few steps, slowly and awkwardly approaching the girl, who continued to cry. Alicia understood that she was behaving inappropriately, but she couldn't pull herself together and calm down. The man extended his hand towards the lady, and she immediately flinched in fear while cowering tightly. This reaction hurt the Duke even more, and he barely dared to do anything when he suddenly changed his mind. He clenched his fist tightly because of the regret inside him, as he realized that he himself had never said the most important thing. Dropping to one knee in front of the little girl, the man could barely squeeze out a quiet sorry for her. Then, realizing that he had apologized too quietly, Dick repeated his apology much louder. Eli looked at her father in surprise, who expressed sadness with his whole appearance and even stopped crying a little. In order to at least have a coherent conversation with the Duke, the heroine wiped away her tears and began to breathe meditatively. The owner of the estate gave her a little more time, and then asked if his daughter had calmed down. With a slightly trembling voice, Eli was still able to answer in the affirmative, as she held back her tears. The man noticed that the lady was trying to wipe the salty liquid from her face with her hands, which was useless. So he took a handkerchief out of his secret pocket and handed it to the girl so that she could dry her face. Seeing the thing that the Duke offered her, Alicia even forgot about her tears and froze in place in surprise. The girl remembered very well that she had once given this thing to her father, but she did not understand why he had kept it. But Dick himself was surprised when he noticed that his daughter did not expect to see a handkerchief in his hands. Eventually, the lady was able to admit that she believed that the owner of the estate had thrown it away long ago. Miss knew perfectly well that she had not inherited her family's abilities, so the things from her were useless. To his great regret, Creed knew all too well why the little girl was saying those exact words. The Duke spent most of his life after his forced marriage to his second wife in his study. He studied each letter carefully, answering work-related questions, when suddenly the butler spoke to him. The old man remarked that Alicia looked rather fragile, to which Dick stated that he didn't care. The man had never seen the girl before, or had not looked closely at her figure, which flickered somewhere in the distance. Suddenly, the old man realized that his master did not want to hear anything about the baby, who was born without abilities. So Burns apologized for ever having brought up the subject and quickly changed the subject. Therefore, Dick continued to stubbornly ignore everything that was in any way connected with his child. However, recently he began to dream about his first wife Miel, which made the man remember her dream. Once upon a time, the Duke wished to have a happy family, but this was not destined to come true. Therefore, Creed continued to be incredibly sad, and at the same time hid all his emotions behind a mask of insensitivity. Suddenly, he noticed his daughter, who from the outside seemed to him to be as lonely as he was. The Duke's family has long been known for their incredibly cruel upbringing in order to create the perfect family. All his relatives spoiled children with abilities and mercilessly got rid of all the others. Everyone was told to suppress their personal emotions and simply do their best for the good of the family. So even the youngest did not dare to contradict such ancient laws and complied with all requirements. Something similar happened when the laws of the family tree required hurting everyone, including your child. However, now, after so many years, the Duke has come to the conclusion that family goals cannot be an excuse for bad deeds. So he covered his daughter's hands with his own and told her that he never threw away anything she gave him. After which, Dick looked Alicia straight in the eyes and admitted that he had never hated her a single day in his life. The man blamed himself heavily for being cold and indifferent to the lady all this time, who silently endured it. He also understood that he would never be able to change Eli's attitude towards him in just one moment. Dick sadly told the girl that he would not ask her to forgive him, which surprised the heroine, after which the owner of the estate took his daughter's hand in his own, because for the first time, he wanted to feel the warmth of her fingers. Looking the little girl straight in the eyes, Creed promised that he would do everything to change from this moment on. Although Alicia was pleased to hear such words, she asked why her father suddenly decided so, but Dick had no answer as to why such things had suddenly become so worrying to him. However, something has changed since the girl began writing letters about her life on a regular basis. For the first time in a long time, the man became genuinely interested in learning how someone else lives besides him. While Creed was telling all this, Miss sat silently and barely breathed, because she could not believe what she heard. The heroine even initially decided that she had simply fallen asleep and had found herself in a very beautiful and wonderful dream. At this point, the Duke turned away and said that he could not solve everything in one dinner, but he wanted to at least start. Alicia looked at her father with her mouth slightly open, but he stubbornly did not turn to face her after these words. Carefully examining the back of the gentleman's head, the girl came to the conclusion that she would like to stay in this dream with him. As soon as Dick sat down at his place, he began to bombard the lady with questions about food, which she did not have time to answer. In the end, the little girl even closed her eyes from such a strong oversaturation of information around her. To keep from going completely crazy, Alicia turned to her father and honestly said that there were too many questions for her. Hearing the girl call him father, Creed suddenly noted that it was the first time she had addressed him that way. The lady was a little frightened at first, but the Duke calmly invited her to continue their meal. Alicia thought that she had never seen such an expression on the face of the owner of the estate before. The fact that the girl was deep in thought did not escape the gentleman's attentive gaze. He guessed that Miss was sad that they might not get together like this again, so he suggested that they always eat together. At the same time, the man tried to maintain the same indifferent face so that his emotions would not be understood. The heroine realized that this was her chance, so she couldn't help but take advantage of it, although she decided to voice her request in return. Therefore, the girl asked the Duke to pay attention to the maids who lived with her in the outbuilding. Dick did not expect the miss to ask for something like that, because he thought the lady ate the same as he did. But in fact, this food was very different from hers, which the little girl did not dare to say directly. Alicia had no idea that her father knew nothing at all about the conditions in which she lived. Dick guessed that the case he was faced with was quite complicated, but he did not blame his daughter for anything. So the man immediately stated his position just in case, since he did not want any misunderstandings in the future. In response, Alicia rightly stated that Creed knew nothing about her, because he was not interested in it at all. The owner of the estate had nothing to say in response to this, because the lady turned out to be completely right, which shocked him. He clenched his hand in dissatisfaction with himself, as he realized that he had no right to talk about his own changes until he knew his daughter. However, Dick quickly calmed down and came to his senses, saying that he would need Alicia's help to make quick changes. And the girl smiled sincerely, although somewhat awkwardly, at her father, promising that she would definitely help him. While secretly watching his daughter, Creed suddenly came to the conclusion that it was not just about the lady's food, so he was going to find out. That same evening, the maid, as usual, put the little lady to bed on time, helping her to cover herself. Alicia showed no desire to fall asleep yet, but Larry was persistent in this matter, because the lady needed to get some sleep. Having obeyed, the girl suddenly remembered that another bookcase would arrive tomorrow, and so she beamed. The assistant was surprised by this circumstance, but agreed to try to make room for him. But what struck the maid most was that Alicia was now going to take any books from her father's library. The woman looked at the little girl with concern, wondering if she should tell her what she thought about all this. In the end, Larry made up her mind and said that the books could not be taken without the Duke's permission, so Eli was happy for nothing. Imagine the maid's surprise when the little mistress said that her father had allowed her to go to his library. Larry could never have imagined something like this in her life, although she wanted the best for the lady. The assistant ended up daydreaming so much that Miss herself reminded her that it was time for her to go to bed. Waking up, Larry quickly leaned over and kissed the girl on the forehead, wishing her good night. But when she left the mistress's room, she still thought that she did not believe what was happening. The heroine noticed her assistant's emotions, but only smiled in response to them, since she had nothing against it. Then, Alicia turned on her side and began to try to fall asleep, since for her it was indeed late. But no matter how much the lady monitored her breathing to breathe more slowly, she still couldn't fall asleep. It got to the point that Eli couldn't take it anymore and jumped up in bed, wondering what she should do next. The heroine was greatly distracted from sleep by thoughts about her father's changes, to which she did not know how to react now. Taking the blanket with her, the girl went to the window, still trying to understand the reasons why the Duke began to behave differently. But nothing adequate came to the little lady's mind, which made her very sad. She remembered how lonely she felt in her past life, when she also didn't know what to do next. Until this moment, the heroine's entire life was constantly full of fears and misunderstandings, no matter what she did. That's why Miss always ran away or hid, again and again, finding herself locked in a cage of her own emotions. However, now Alicia was sure that she was changing, and for some reason, everything around her was also transforming. But none of the past lives gave a clue as to why everything happened exactly this way. So Miss, despite her rich experience, was still not sure that she was doing everything right this time. The next morning, Eli nevertheless enjoyed the delicious food with her father and sincerely thanked him for it. The Duke replied that he was glad that his daughter liked everything, and then walked up to the doors of his personal library. The girl was incredibly amazed when she saw the grandeur of the room that Dick was so proud of. The little girl began to run around with joy and exclaimed that there really were a lot of books here that she couldn't wait to read. Just in case, Miss asked Creed if she was sure she could take absolutely any book, since she loved to read. In response, the owner of the estate smiled faintly and said that it was possible, because that was exactly what he had promised the girl. Then, Alicia noticed that the man had frozen in place for some reason, so she asked him what was the matter. Leaning toward the little girl, Dick admitted that he would like to give her something, although it was very valuable. The heroine watched her father with curiosity, because she couldn't even imagine what exactly he had planned. Meanwhile, the Duke held out to her the key to the library, which he asked her to guard with all her might because of its rarity. Dick sensibly advised that if the lady hung the key around her neck, she would certainly never lose it, to which she agreed. As soon as the father gave the key to the girl, she immediately said happily that it was very beautiful, so she would take care of it. Elysia assured him that if he hid it under his clothes, he would never lose it in his life, so everything would be fine. All this time, the Duke was watching the miss attentively, when suddenly his face changed sharply and became gloomy. It turned out that the heroine accidentally showed a piece of the medallion that Duke Balnay had recently given her. The man suddenly grabbed the decoration, as he immediately recognized it as a strange magical medallion. Eli didn't expect the Duke to notice this thing, so she froze in place in fear, not knowing what to say. And at that moment, Dick angrily asked the lady where she got this medallion with the strong magic of Duke Giordano. To prevent Miss from lying, Creed warned that he would be able to find out the whole truth if he personally studied this medallion. That's why the man asked his daughter not to lie to him about anything and to tell him honestly how it all happened in the end. The heroine herself was now trembling very much with fear, since she did not expect that the Duke would recognize this thing so easily. The girl understood that if her father suddenly took the medallion away, she would not be able to attend today's fencing lesson. Realizing that she had to at least say something, the little girl asked the man for forgiveness for having secrets and mysteries. Dick suddenly realized that he had spoken too sharply to the lady, which had long become a habit for him, so he calmed down first, and kneeling down in front of his daughter, said that he didn't want to be angry at all. Miss was surprised to hear that Dad was simply worried that the thing might be dangerous. However, Elysia didn't want to tell everything right now, so she asked if she could explain everything later. To this, the owner of the estate replied that he still needed to make sure the thing was safe, if the miss would allow it. Although Eli didn't even want to do this, she understood that otherwise she would subject her father to unnecessary anxiety. Therefore, the lady decided to trust the man, who promised that he would not find out anything on his own. Looking at the Duke's face, the heroine understood that sooner or later she would have to tell him everything if she wanted to save the relationship. At this moment, the gentleman was able to analyze the medallion and learned that it contained powerful spatial magic. Dick was able to determine that the magical item had indeed been created for some unknown purpose by Duke Baln. Creed always used light magic, while Giordano himself only used dark magic, so they could distinguish each other's powers. Besides this, both men didn't really communicate with each other because of the dark-haired man's bad character. Knowing all this, Dick could not stop worrying, although he decided to trust his daughter from that moment on. Since the medallion could not cause any harm to the girl, the Duke nevertheless gave it back to her. It was strange to Creed that the lady had chosen Balnay as her assistant in the outside world, but he did not interfere. Looking closely at his daughter's face, the gentleman noticed that tears were almost welling up in her eyes. So Dick asked with concern whether Miss was afraid that he might be angry with her for some reason. The man promised that he would not ask about the medallion, but he wanted to at least get an answer to his last question. With a sad and heavy sigh, the heroine said that she simply wasn't completely sure of anything yet. These words of hers made it clear to the owner of the estate that too little time had passed for the girl to begin to trust him. However, the little girl then smiled and said that she didn't want to have any secrets from her father. Creed was pleased to hear something like that, since he himself wanted to achieve such a relationship with his daughter. Suddenly, Elysia admitted that she had started learning fencing, and Dick was incredibly surprised by this. The heroine almost immediately added that at the moment she cannot tell her reasons, but will do so later. The girl also couldn't help but boast that she had become much more resilient, although she had only recently started training. Looking at all this, the Duke could not restrain himself and even smiled because he liked his daughter's efforts. He stroked her head and thanked her for the fact that the lady had just honestly confessed everything to him, after which the man said that he would be very happy if the baby continued to be honest with him. In response, Elysia smiled very happily and said that she would definitely do the same in the future. The next day at dawn, Miss got ready to go to another training session. The heroine was very afraid of forgetting something that was important to her because she wanted to give it her all. Before leaving, the girl glanced at the table and unexpectedly discovered a letter from her father on it. She had never received answers before, so now she was extremely pleased about it. In the letter, the Duke said that his daughter's training would not be easy, but he wanted her to follow through to the end. In the end, Elysia was never able to understand whether her father was cold or caring when he wrote this letter. However, before teleporting to Giordano's estate, the lady whispered that she would soon return to her father. However, somehow the little girl eventually managed to get lost within the walls of an unfamiliar room. Eli never thought that such a mistake would happen to her, so she was horrified. When Miss first came to training, she met the butler Rand, whom she asked where to start. Since the assistant had no right to be responsible for the girl's education, he told her to wait for the teacher on the second floor. Only Alicia forgot to ask which particular office of the many around she needed to go to. Since she needed to get to the right place, the girl decided to check all the doors in a row. However, opening door after door, the heroine never came to any clear and understandable result. Eli had even begun to despair, since the doors on the second floor of the estate just never ended. The girl ran in panic from one room to another because she could not find anyone. And so, there was only one door left in front of the Duke of Creed's daughter, which she confidently opened. After which, seeing what was in the office, Miss froze in surprise, as she did not expect such a thing. There was still no one to be heard around, so the heroine had time to satisfy her curiosity a little. The whole thing was that the girl accidentally stumbled upon a map of the Empire, which was so carelessly hanged. Moreover, this particular map depicted all military forces and their possible directions. The lady immediately realized that all these strategic decisions were developed by Balnay himself, and it was forbidden for just anyone to see them. Miss could only marvel at how good a strategist the boy was at his age, but she sincerely couldn't understand how the Duke could leave the map in such a prominent place. However, curiosity about the invented strategies won out, so the heroine continued to study the map. Suddenly, she saw that the paths to Jetron were also marked on it, which made the little girl wary. Jetron was a village located in the wildlands that were on the southern border of the Empire. There were no laws or regulations in this place, so the savages often raided the village. From her past lives, the Duke's daughter remembered that Balnay would soon start a war with this territory, but she couldn't understand why the magician decided to get to the border through the rocky forest. Elysia was sure that the forest, which was located a little further to the east, would be much better suited for passage. Suddenly, Duke Giordano himself asked the girl from behind where she was looking, which frightened her greatly. Eli was so deep in thought that she didn't notice someone else entering the office. Since the miss did not answer, Balnay repeated his question about what she was looking at. The guy quickly guessed that the little girl had found out what object she had accidentally stumbled upon. Elysia did not deny the fact that she was able to make out the plan of attack on the village of Jetron on the map. Since the lady felt ashamed for having seen something she shouldn't have, the miss asked for forgiveness. But what surprised Balnay even more was that the 10-year-old girl was able to figure out the map in just a few seconds. So he turned to his assistants and declared that those who left the map unattended were to blame. The gentleman said that he would think about how to punish the boys, and they just obediently nodded in response. After which, Duke Giordano ordered Lecce and Rand to leave his room, which they did. Alicia watched everything that was happening with incomprehension and waited for the magician to turn to her, and Balnay did not make her wait, saying that he could not let go of someone who knew about his plans. The girl swallowed in fear as she realized that she would now have to deal with the consequences. Without raising his voice, but still frightening, Giordano suddenly asked the heroine to tell him about the forest she had just spoken about. He invited them to sit down and explained that he was not angry, but, on the contrary, was interested in the lady's knowledge. In the end, Elysia told us that it would be more convenient to travel through the east, because winter would soon come. The girl knew about the existence of monsters with poisonous gas in that forest, but she believed that this problem could be solved. But Balnay himself did not know what exactly to do, so he asked the miss what she meant. Somewhat embarrassed, Eli said that she had recently read a rare book about herbs that she had found in her father's library. It was written there that if you mix certain plants, you can get an antidote. The little girl explained that the book was in such a far corner that no one even knew it existed. After these words of the heroine, silence hung between them, since no one knew how to continue the dialogue. Suddenly, Eli asked with tears in her eyes if Balnay would kill her, which greatly surprised the guy. Meanwhile, the heroine was very serious, since she believed that the Duke could be severe. Giordano didn't expect such a cute reaction from the girl, so he couldn't help but grin into his fist. And then he burst out laughing, asking how the little girl could even think about something like that. The magician, only a little later, when he calmed down, explained that he knew about Alicia's loyalty, and therefore would not kill her. However, the guy admitted that he would be happy to hear about the composition of the antidote that the Duke's daughter had spoken about. Of course, the Duke was not going to just get information from the lady, so in return, he promised to personally teach her fencing. Hearing this, Eli visibly beamed, as she understood that there would be no better teacher for her than Balni. Literally, a few minutes later, they moved into the yard, and the guy ordered the miss to repeat after him. Giordano was so immersed in the process of explanation that he was even surprised when the lady suddenly interrupted him, all because the heroine decided to ask the magician to first teach her how to hold the sword correctly. The girl explained that before this, all she had done was stubbornly walk in circles around the field. Baln did not resist, so he stood behind the lady and began to show her how to stand in a stance correctly. Alicia tried very hard to listen carefully to the Duke and clearly repeat all his instructions. At that moment, the master's assistants watched him and did not recognize him at all, because it was the first time the guy was so devoted to the matter. In the end, the knights came to the conclusion that they wanted to support the little girl who worked so hard. Eli really tried, so she even came to the difficult magician training the next day. She obediently ran every time exactly as many laps as she was told, no matter how hard it was. The girl even found the strength to smile at the knights, who shouted words of support to her from the side. 10 days passed in this way at the Giordano estate, when suddenly the father accidentally caught Eli in the corridor. With his eyes sparkling, the man told his daughter that they needed to talk about something important. Dick himself did not notice how he again pressed too hard on the girl, because of which she did not dare to say anything. It was only after a few moments that Creed noticed that the lady was again very frightened by his words. So the Duke asked Eli in a soft voice not to be afraid of anything, because he was not really going to swear. The man explained that he had been worried all these days while Miss had been training, so he decided to offer her a rest. But this was not part of the heroine's plans, because she only wanted to study as much as possible. This is all because the girl was afraid that if she rested too often, there would be no point in her training. Unexpectedly, the man said that he would like to show his daughter the greenhouses, which she had not yet been to. Dick coughed and said, somewhat embarrassed, that Miel had once really enjoyed spending time there. As soon as Alicia heard about this, she immediately began to beg her father to take her to the very place that her mother loved. A few days ago, the Duke wondered what 10-year-old children might like. His assistant advised giving the girl a dress or some kind of jewelry, which little ladies often went crazy about. But Creed didn't really like all these proposals, because his daughter was quite active. However, he still gave Eli some jewelry, dresses, and also allowed her to visit the library. Moreover, the Duke himself was able to find several rare books for the little girl, which surprised her immensely. Dick also made sure that all orders given by Grace were cancelled within the outbuilding. All the man's actions did not escape the notice of the Emperor's sister, who carefully monitored the deterioration of Alicia's conditions. So as a result, the couple had a big fight, because the husband defended Eli, and the wife scolded her in every possible way. However, no matter what Sapiron told him, it did not in the least influence Creed's decision regarding the renovation of the outbuilding and the change of cook there. But despite all Dick's efforts, this was the first time he had seen his daughter's face so pleased. The man suggested that this was because the place was associated with the girl's mother. Suddenly, Alicia turned to her father and told him that she had been very happy lately. The girl admitted that she sees how hard Creed is trying to change and is very grateful to him for it. Miss squeezed her father's hand tighter, which she had been holding the whole time they walked together to the place they had chosen. When they were almost there, Eli smiled happily and said that they could very well have tea in the greenhouses. Only now did the Duke realize that they had never had tea together before, which deeply hurt his heart. The gentleman froze in place because of this realization, which did not escape the little girl's attention, since she was walking next to him. Alicia asked hesitantly what had happened to her father, since he had just been smiling calmly at her. Instead of answering and at least explaining something to the girl, the man knelt down and hugged her, At the same time, Dick doubted whether he had the right to hug his daughter like that, but he still fulfilled his wish. The heroine obediently allowed herself to be hugged, since she did not quite understand what was on her father's mind at the moment. When the Duke said that he would like to have tea with the lady more often, she smiled and hugged him back. So for some time, they remained in each other's arms, although they were still very close to the greenhouses. The next day, Lecce kept a close eye on the Duke's daughter, who had temporarily returned to his care. To the great surprise of everyone around her, the baby significantly increased her endurance in a short period of time. Some knights even began to whisper that Eli could not have been an ordinary person to be so successful. Suddenly, Balni appeared behind them and asked if the boys also wanted such strict training. The magician himself could not help but notice the fact that Alicia, for some reason, was incredibly resilient. He wanted to talk to the miss a little later, so he asked his assistant to bring her into the office when she had finished. Before leaving, Giordano suddenly said, with a frightening aura, that he would not forgive anyone who would laugh at Lady Creed. He even gave Lecce permission to punish such people as he wished, which frightened the knights even more. The assistant who spread the most rumors about the girl immediately repented and said that it would not happen again. After the training, Alicia actually visited the Duke's office, where she began to tell him about herbs again. The magician listened very carefully to the heroine's words, because he was very grateful to her for the information. The girl herself was embarrassed by the gratitude that the guy expressed, since she herself was glad to help. Here the lady remembered that Balne was soon to leave, and he confirmed that he could not put it off for long. Alicia instantly felt sad, because she would not see the Duke for about 3 more years. The magician said that Lecce would stay here, so the lady could not worry about her training. The owner of the estate reminded that Eli wanted to become strong as soon as possible, so he arranged all the conditions for her. The heroine was still truly afraid for herself, because anything could happen at any moment. The more time Miss had to spend training, which caused blisters, the more suspicious Grace's inactivity became. So the little girl sincerely thanked the Duke for the opportunities provided and promised to study hard. She even said that Baln would be very surprised the next time they met, which the guy himself hoped for. Then, unexpectedly, Alicia asked if she could see the magician off, because she wanted to give him something. This came as a great surprise to Giordano, so he did not answer the lady for some time. Eventually, the guy came to his senses and said that he didn't need anything from the girl in return for his help to her. He explained that he himself should thank the girl for helping him, because the lady told him a lot about the map. Eli countered by saying that she had not done all this so that the Duke would feel obligated to her. Giordano didn't expect to hear that the miss had intended to do more than just thank him, as the guy had initially thought. The girl almost screamed that she really wanted to give the magician the item she had chosen for him. As a result, Miss said it so loudly that she herself became embarrassed and fell silent for a while. Baln was noticeably surprised by the strong pressure from the Duke's daughter, who was usually quiet. So he said with a gentle smile that if she insisted so much, it would be impolite for him to continue refusing. After this dialogue, Alicia returned to her garden and went for a walk with her maid, as she always did. The girl noticed that it had been warm just recently, but now the weather had noticeably changed for the worse. The little girl noticed too late that her temperature had dropped so much that steam was even coming out of her mouth. Noticing that the little lady had shrunk, Larry asked if she was cold by any chance, but everything was fine. However, the assistant still continued to express concern that the lady might become ill. Alicia explained that she felt great and wanted to finish all the preparations as soon as possible. The little girl came to the garden specifically to dry the collected leaves and then drink tea from them. The maid, watching Eli's skillful actions, admitted that she would not have been able to do any of this without her. The only thing that worried the maid was that recently the miss had been working almost constantly. The heroine only now realized how busy she had been all this time due to various matters. But first of all, the lady had to prepare a gift for Balny so that she could see his smile like that again. Besides, the Duke's daughter understood that it was also very undesirable for her to skip training. And the most important thing now was that Eli felt a colder winter approaching. But the little girl needed to prepare for this properly and have time to complete all her duties before her arrival. Usually, magicians always prepared furnaces with magic stones in order to warm huge estates. However, such stones were very expensive, so only aristocrats could afford them, and only the heroine, remembering the experience of her past lives, knew how to obtain these stones in huge quantities. So today, she wanted to finish all the work related to the medicinal herbs for tea as soon as possible. Suddenly, the heroine heard some strange sound behind her, and therefore turned around with curiosity. It turned out that a carriage belonging to one of the aristocrats was approaching the estate, although Eli personally was not expecting anyone. Here, Larry remembered that Lady Seville herself was supposed to come to visit them today. The assistant knew that Madame Ervon was close to Madame Grace, whom she visited periodically. At that moment, the heroine tried her best to remember who exactly this name belonged to. Suddenly, it dawned on the girl, causing her to be instantly overcome with waves of fear and horror. The whole point was that she had already encountered this woman in past lives, and she was far from nice to her. Seville frequently corresponded with Grace, which was beneficial to Creed since his family's status was lower. It was Ervon who started this friendship, who decided to befriend the sister of the emperor himself, and as a result, she became the one who began to follow Separin's orders, almost without question. It was on the orders of the Duke's second wife that Seville quite cruelly and mercilessly killed Alicia during one of her reincarnations. That time, Miss died at a very young age, and her death due to poison was extremely painful, although no one noticed it. But the heroine hoped that this time everything would be different, because she really wanted to survive. Ely remembered that the people around her were changing along with her, and that she could have saved the girl this time. In the meantime, she asked her assistant to try to find out why Seville had come to Grace this time. The Duke's daughter explained her request by saying that she could meet their aristocratic guest. As a result, a little later, the lady was sitting in the hall of the outbuilding and nervously waiting for the maid with news about the arriving mistress. The heroine realized that she had relaxed a lot during these days and had completely forgotten about her main enemies. The girl had been so busy these past few days that the surrounding silence made her mistakenly think that everything had gotten better. And now, with her mouth slightly open, Elysia waited impatiently for Larry to return to her. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and a familiar voice asked if the little lady was there, after which the door was opened by an assistant, whom the lady had been waiting for so long that she had already begun to worry. She said that Seville had come for tea, and even brought a gift for the Duke's daughter. Eli took the box of herbs, but she didn't believe at all that Ervon could be so good. The heroine guessed that throughout her entire life, there were those who never changed, and the woman was one of those people. This once again led Elysia to the thought that she had indeed relaxed too early. Turning to Larry, Miss asked where exactly the guest had gone, and the maid replied that she had gone to Mistress Grace's reception room. Hearing this, the Duke's daughter immediately headed off somewhere with a confident look, which puzzled the maid. The assistant asked where the little lady was going in such a hurry, and she turned around in response. After which, Eli smiled sweetly and asked Larry if she was good at baking different delicious foods. At this point, the two old friends managed to meet, and Grace thanked Seville for not refusing to come. Duke Creed's wife said that she would not have managed without the help of the dark-haired lady if she had not participated. Tilting her head down, Separin asked in a half-whisper how difficult it was to obtain Angelium. The thing is, Ervon brought with her a type of poisonous plant, the leaves of which become toxic when fried. She gave Elysia these herbs on purpose, knowing that such a poison causes all organs to fail at once. Moreover, Angelium had neither taste nor smell, so no one would ever have discovered anything in their life. In this case, the victim was doomed to die in terrible agony, since the poison was very strong. This is exactly the crime that Seville committed in one of the heroine's reincarnations, and no one suspected anything. Among other things, Madame Creed was interested in what happened to the intermediaries who knew about the plant. To this, Ervon replied that she had captured several people at once who, if something went wrong, could be set up. Grace was so pleased with the work that she did that she said she didn't know what she would do without her friend. Since the woman's mood suddenly improved, she even decided to have a festive dinner with her daughter. Seville immediately supported her friend and said that it was a very good idea that she would join. Since Ervon mentioned her son, Separin guessed that her friend wanted to matchmake their children. But before Madame had time to properly consider this option, someone suddenly knocked on her door. Grace was surprised to realize that she hadn't actually been expecting anyone, but she still let them in. It turned out that Alicia herself had come to visit the women with a small box for some reason. The girl smiled sweetly and greeted her mother and Lady Seville, whom she rarely saw. But Separin was not at all happy about the appearance of her stepdaughter, and only became wary at the sight of her. So the Duke's second wife said outright that Eli had no business being in her room unless there was a good reason for it. The heroine promised that she would not take much of her time, and said that she had prepared cookies in gratitude for the herbs for her. The little girl told Seville that she and her maid had made it especially for noble ladies. Irvin replied that she didn't expect gratitude, but she was pleased to receive something in return. The woman took a bite of the cookie, thinking that this girl didn't even know that those herbs were poisoned. To the guest's surprise, the cookies that Alicia treated her to really seemed very tasty to her. She didn't even hesitate to offer her gloomy friend at least a piece too. Grace reasoned that her stepdaughter would die either today or tomorrow, so she might as well do her a favor. Therefore, although with a very dissatisfied expression on her face, Separin still tried the treat. Alicia, who was standing next to the ladies, waited until they both tried it and asked how they liked it, after which the girl said that she had added to the cookies the very herbs that Seville had given her. Both friends were horrified by what they heard, since they knew all too well about the effects of the poison. It took Ervan a moment to grasp the meaning of what was said, as she was incredibly frightened by the words of the Duke's daughter. Even Grace, who was famous for her cunning and suspiciousness, could not predict such an outcome. At that moment, the heroine touched the cookie and said that she was surprised that the herbs did not impart any aroma. In front of her friends, the lady took a small bite of the cookie, deliberately doing everything as slowly as possible. As soon as she did this, Seville jumped up and screamed that Eli should under no circumstances eat those cookies. But in reality, Alicia didn't add any herbs to the cookies at all, because she had guessed everything. That's why now the heroine ate the treat completely calmly and wasn't afraid of anything. Unlike the women, Eli turned and, looking straight into Grace's eyes, said that she forgot to add the plants. That's why there was no taste. At this moment, Separin was so angry that she could hardly contain her own emotions. Realizing that she had nothing more to do here, the heroine left the room, since it was hard for her to be there. As soon as the lady left, Seville let out a loud sigh, as she had already decided that they would both die stupidly like that. But Duke Creed's second wife was not so calm, so she threw the cookies at the wall with all her might. This act was so unexpected that it even frightened Ervan, who was used to many things. Grace, however, stated that they would be fine, and that she would personally deal with the incident. Turning to her friend, Madame Creed asked her not to worry about anything, as she had already come to her senses. At that moment, the girl ran as fast as she could down the corridor, as far away from her stepmother's room as possible. No matter how reserved Eli was around Grace, she was still deathly afraid to talk to her. Suddenly, the lady jumped out from around the corner and almost crashed into another daughter of Duke Creed at full speed. It turned out to be Jezebel, who immediately began to swear that it was possible to fall and hit herself hard. Since Grace's daughter had never met Alicia directly before, she didn't even recognize her. And the heroine herself could not stay in one place, so, asking for forgiveness, she ran away. So the girl was left alone again, but she was able to guess that the mysterious stranger was Miel's daughter. That night, the heroine dreamed about how she, as a small child, was in her mother's arms. The woman held her daughter in her arms carefully and tenderly, and smiled at her tenderly. In this same dream, Alicia watched this whole beautiful picture from the side and was surprised by what was happening. The lady had long dreamed of seeing her mother, at least in a dream, and now it finally happened. Before Eli could think that she wanted to talk to her mother, someone's hand dug into her shoulder. Turning around, Miss found Grace behind her, who asked with a crazy smile where she was going. Just as the heroine was about to start resisting, she realized how helpless she was. Meanwhile, the woman was pulling the baby straight to the two servants with the bag who had once left her in the forest. But Alicia did not want to play by the rules of Sepirin again, so she broke free from the hands of her evil stepmother. But the Duke's daughter could not run far, because there was water ahead of her, the bottom of which was not visible. Eli turned around to see how far away Grace was, when her hands suddenly appeared right next to the lady's head. Without thinking twice, The Duke's second wife pushed the girl straight into the water, not at all regretting her death. No matter how the heroine resisted, the stormy current pulled her further and further to the bottom. Miss could not come to terms with the fact that she would once again die so easily and not even use her chance to live. After some time, making whining sounds because of such a dream, the heroine finally came to her senses in her bed. When she opened her eyes, she felt moisture on them, and also a bandage that had appeared from somewhere on her head. The girl jumped up in bed, immediately recognizing her room, although it was difficult for her to believe that what she had seen was just a dream. For some time, the lady was still coming to her senses, when suddenly, out of the corner of her eye, she saw a silhouette that was next to her. It turned out that for some reason, Duke Creed was sleeping right next to his daughter's bed, clearly worried about her. In his sleep, the man barely moved his eyelids and muttered something, as he was worried. Literally a few seconds later, as if sensing his daughter's gaze, Dick opened his eyes. He immediately noticed that the girl was no longer sleeping, which made the gentleman even jump up in place. Creed asked the lady to lie back down, as he was afraid that she might suddenly develop a fever again. The father admitted that he was very scared when Alicia suddenly fainted, because he did not expect this. Covering her father's hand with her own, Miss assumed that she had simply spent too much time in the cold air. Since Eli was feeling very well now, she told her father about it again. But these words were not enough for the Duke to finally stop worrying, so he covered his daughter with a blanket and declared that she had to be bedridden for 3 days. The heroine only now realized that she had talked a little with Grace, and almost immediately had a slight fever. Unexpectedly for the girl, Dick spoke again, and at the same time, he was quite unsure of himself. With a very sad face, Creed asked the little girl not to pretend to be happy when she was feeling bad. The heroine actually lived much longer, but all of this was absolutely unimportant to her now. Deeply embarrassed by her father's concerned request, Miss dived under the covers without answering him. The man immediately began to worry even more, because he decided that something was hurting his daughter. But the girl herself was thinking at that moment only about how she hated her father less and less, and loved him more and more. Since it would be impolite to make the Duke worry any further, the lady crawled out from under the blanket, and then she timidly asked her father to stay next to her until she finally fell asleep. This request surprised Creed a little, because he could do much more for his daughter. However, the man nodded and promised that he would stay by her side even when the girl woke up. A few days later, when the heroine had fully recovered, she teleported to the Giordano estate. Alicia heard that Balna was leaving in just a couple of days, so she wanted to say goodbye. The magician warned the girl not to try to spend his day after day, as they would leave very early. In response to this, Eli smiled and said that she would simply give the gift to the Duke right now. True, the heroine immediately admitted that she was very worried about what she had come up with for the guy. More than anything else in the world, Miss was now worried, because she didn't know whether the magician would like her gift. However, Alicia decided not to back down, so she confidently asked the gentleman to sit down for a minute. The guy didn't expect such a request, so he looked at Duke Creed's daughter in surprise, after which he nevertheless fulfilled her request, because the little girl intrigued him very much. Balna even managed to joke that he would never have thought that a lady could bring him to his knees so easily. These words immediately embarrassed Eli, so much so that she even began to justify herself and apologize. So Giordano was quick to explain that he was just joking to make things a little easier for the little girl. In order not to spoil the atmosphere any further, the Duke put on a serious expression and asked to be given the gift. This attitude of the guy greatly helped Alicia to calm down herself, so she began to worry a little less. The heroine noticed that the magician was very impatient, but she was not sure that her gift would live up to his expectations. At this point, Giordano asked if the girl had changed her mind about giving him the surprise she had prepared. So Eli came to her senses and immediately reached into her bag to quickly get what she was so worried about. True, the lady had to fuss a little because of her excitement, which made the Duke smile. However, literally a few seconds later, the heroine said that the guy could open his eyes and cheerfully handed him the box. Balna calmly accepted the gift and asked if he could open it right away, to which he was granted permission. Inside the box were neatly folded bags of tea that had healing properties. The girl explained that since it would be cold on the battlefield, such a gift seemed appropriate to her. Giordano was pleased with such attention, so he sincerely thanked the miss for it. Here the lady admitted that she had one more gift, which noticeably surprised the guy, who thought that was all. Now Alicia was really worried, because she had put much more emotion into this thing than into tea. However, the little girl decided to take a risk, so with one quick movement, she put the pendant on the guy's neck. After which, Duke Creed's daughter explained that she thought that this crystal pendant could become a talisman for a magician. The heroine admitted somewhat awkwardly that this decoration was not expensive at all, but she still decided to give it as a gift. All this time, the lady did not particularly pay attention to the Duke's reaction, since she was afraid to see rejection on his face. Unexpectedly for the girl, the guy asked if she hadn't tried for him, which the little girl confirmed. Then Balnay smiled, and carefully squeezing the pendant in his hand, said that this would be quite enough for him. The magician explained that he would gladly accept absolutely any gift from the miss, so she did not need to humiliate herself. At first, the heroine didn't even believe the Duke's words, since she still didn't think very well of herself. However, the girl shook her head to throw away all the sad and sorrowful thoughts. The most important thing for Alicia was that Giordano was ultimately happy, so she smiled happily. At that moment, Duke Creed, surrounded by guards, was going to an audience with the Emperor, who had called him. The man was sad that he had been called away so urgently during lunch today and was unable to spend time with his daughter. It was clear from Eli's face that she herself was not particularly happy about the separation, but she was not going to say anything. Unexpectedly for the girl, her father suddenly asked that he shouldn't go there, because that's what she thought. But the heroine immediately assured the Duke that his personal affairs were much more important, and she would wait for him. And although Dick felt sad to act in this way, he knew that there was truth in Mrs. words. So now, as a result, Creed was somewhat angry at the ruler who had summoned him so abruptly. It had been quite a while since Dale Separan had called the Duke so unexpectedly, so he was lost in thought. As soon as Alicia's father entered the hall, the Emperor demanded that all his guards leave. The knights tried to resist, but the man demanded in an icy tone that his order be carried out. As a result, the guys looked at each other, realizing that in this case they could not contradict His Majesty. So, although they were worried about leaving their post, the guards still left. Dick silently watched everything that was happening, although he himself was very interested in what all this was for. Almost since the establishment of the Empire, the relationship between the imperial family and the Creed family has not been the best. This is all because the Emperor's heirs received power from the god of war, Aeolin, with which they could subjugate almost everyone. But this same power did not work on the heirs of Creed, who became potentially dangerous because of this. Centuries later, relations improved, so much so that the current ruler of Dale was even sad without Dick's company. The Duke himself knew that the Emperor's other hand, which was Balnay, was now completely devoted to the war. But in fact, His Majesty called his friend to say that many consider his daughter talented, but instead of pride, these words caused concern in the owner of the Creed estate, but he remained silent. Only after a few seconds did the man respond that his daughter was an ordinary person. He explained that the girl achieved everything that is being talked about now only through her own persistent efforts, after which Dick specifically added that Alicia was not the bearer of the sacred mark of his family, so she was useless. Hearing such a statement from his faithful assistant, the Emperor only chuckled in response. He himself understood perfectly well that the Duke's daughter would have been much more useful if she had that very mark. Dick tried not to show his worries about the fact that due to the lack of a mark, the temple had been empty for a long time. All children of the Creed family inherited some gift, but only those born with the mark could become masters of the temple. Most often, it was the priestesses with the mark who appeared, who were able to protect the empire from enemy raids. But the girl with the mark was forced to live in the temple all the time for the sake of the empire's prosperity. So no one knew for sure whether these children wanted to live a normal life that was not available to them. Times had changed, and Creed knew that there was less reliance on God than there once was. The man knew that if his daughter had the mark, she would instantly earn everyone's love. And it was for this same reason that Dick was sometimes glad that Alicia was born an ordinary girl. Suddenly, the Emperor descended from the throne as he decided to approach his silent friend. Looking at the Duke's face, The ruler noticed that his assistant had changed somewhat during the time they had not seen each other. But without saying anything about it, Dale clapped Dick on the shoulder and said that he had called him for another reason. The emperor said that many knights and aristocrats had asked to meet with Creed's daughter, but the most significant of all these requests were the words of one of the dukes who sponsored the military actions. To this, Dick confidently stated that the man's contribution would hardly be greater than his own. The ruler immediately agreed with this, since he himself did not want to bring unfamiliar people close to him. Here, Dale invited Alicia to meet his son, which caused anger on the face of the girl's father. The ruler good-naturedly raised his hands and suggested that they at least introduce their children to each other to begin with. The man suddenly stopped laughing and became serious, saying that he was not joking at all. He explained that if nothing was done, there would be even more rumors about Alicia, and the more such gossip there is, the higher the likelihood that someone might wish harm on the girl. So eventually, Eli may even come to be seen as a simple investment worth buying. Dale informed Dick that he would not be able to be with Miss at every moment, so something irreparable could happen. In fact, the emperor had prepared his speech in advance, so now he simply spoke, almost without thinking. Suddenly, the duke interrupted the ruler and said that his daughter was strong enough, plus he would protect her all his life. The man announced that he was not going to make any decisions regarding the girl's possible fiancé at the moment. To this, His Majesty said that he would not insist for now, since his friend was so strongly against it. Only after this did Dale suddenly remind them that they were not only friends, but also boss and subordinate. Dick did not expect that the ruler would order him to introduce his own daughter to his son as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the emperor had already issued his decree, which no one in the empire dared to contradict. After talking with His Majesty, the duke went thoughtfully to his library, where he usually thought. But because of his heavy thoughts, he was unable to read at all, so the man slammed the book shut in disappointment. Dick thought about the rumors that were going around about Alicia, and which he had been one of the first to learn about. The eldest daughter of the Creed family was considered not only smart and beautiful, but it was even said that the duke loved her even without the mark. Because of these rumors, there were now many people who were ready to take the girl as a wife. All this only added another headache for the gentleman, who was postponing the lady's introduction to the emperor's heir. Here Diak heard a quiet knock at the door, but it helped to distract him from his thoughts, so he allowed entry. Alicia immediately appeared in the library, wearing a very cute outfit that her father had recently given her. But even seeing that she was beautiful in this dress, Miss was afraid that she was unworthy of wearing such things. However, the duke approached his daughter and, stroking her head, assured her that this look suited her very well. The father even admitted that he was very sorry that he had not given the girl something like this before, because it suited her. In response, Alicia became embarrassed and said with a smile that Dick was only saying that because he was her father. At that moment, the gentleman looked at the baby and noted that she looked very much like her mother when she smiled. Rising from his knees, the duke suggested taking a short walk to show off the dress. Eli was delighted with the idea and confessed to her father that she had just wanted to show him something. Suddenly, a knight burst into the library, breaking the rule that no one was allowed to enter it. The boy excitedly explained that he did this because the imperial carriage was approaching the main gate. As a result, instead of finally going for a walk with her father, the girl had to be left alone again. She noticed that the gentleman became clearly nervous when he heard about the carriage, and therefore asked his daughter to wait for him. The man also asked Alicia not to go to the gate for the foreseeable future, but did not explain anything. Just in case, the little girl clarified that nothing serious had happened, and that she should not worry. The owner of the estate turned around and, looking kindly at his daughter, assured her that everything was in perfect order, after which he stroked Eli on the head and promised that he would return very soon so that she would not worry. However, Miss could not help but notice that her father was more confused than she had ever seen him before. That's why the heroine didn't believe that nothing important had happened, because otherwise the man wouldn't have behaved like that. So, although she was told to wait where she was, Alicia couldn't resist and decided to find out everything. The girl came up with a plan for herself, according to which she had to hide in the garden and just take a peek. At this moment, Dick had just come out to the main gate to meet the arriving guests. The assistant informed him that they had decided to simply make a normal peace visit, and nothing more. They were even ordered to deliver a gift from His Majesty to a loyal ally and friend. But the Duke did not believe a single word the servant said, so he once again demanded that the purpose of their visit be stated. The servants could not object to the master, who correctly said that the imperial family does not come just like that. Meanwhile, Dick demanded to be shown who was inside the arriving carriage. Apparently, the assistant had certain tasks, as he began to distract the men from the cart. But it was absolutely useless, since Duke Creed had already set a goal for himself. Without any hesitation, and without paying attention to the servants who were interfering, Dick opened the carriage doors. But what he saw shocked the owner of the estate so much that he froze in place. At that moment, in the garden of the outbuilding, Elysia was desperately trying to see at least something, but the girl was too far away for her to understand what was going on at the gate. Besides, the lady understood that she would not be able to get closer, since it would already be dangerous. Since no matter how much the heroine thought, she could not come up with a good plan, she decided to give in. The girl turned to go back to the library and ask her father about everything when he returned. But then the Duke's daughter noticed some unknown silhouette not far from her, which frightened her. Miss knew that all the maids were now in the main building, and the guards were at the gate with Dick, so it was unclear who was standing there. Suddenly, the stranger realized that he had frightened the little girl, so he went out to her first and asked for forgiveness for it. It turned out that it was Cain Sepirin, who was supposed to become the next emperor in the future. The heroine herself had already met the boy in a past life, while he himself was seeing her for the first time. It came as a surprise to Cain that the girl immediately guessed who exactly he was, and therefore bowed to him. And Elysia herself at that moment thought that the emperor's son had never changed at all, no matter when she met him. The lady remembered very well that the boy was always polite and kind towards her. Moreover, it so happened that Cain had accidentally saved her more than once in past lives, when Grace was once again coming up with something. The heroine remembered as if it were yesterday that moment from her past life when she found herself in the forest and the boy found her. It so happened that they both got lost that night and decided to stick together so that it wouldn't be so scary. When terrible sounds were heard from the forest, Cain covered the girl with his body and said that they just needed to wait for security. Elysia looked with great gratitude in her eyes at the face of the emperor's son, who had behaved so bravely. Meanwhile, the boy promised that he would do everything possible to ensure that the baby would eventually return home. Then, with tears in her eyes, the heroine tenderly thanked her new friend for helping her. That night in the forest, Cain seemed to her like a real prince from a fairy tale who happened to be there at the right moment. And although they met now in a completely different way, Miss again noticed that the boy also had kind eyes. Sepirin knew that Elysia had not been warned of his arrival, so he did not expect any action from her. But suddenly, the girl offered to explore the estate with her, since the boy was a guest on her territory. As they walked around the area, the boy noted to himself that everything around was even more beautiful than he had heard. But most of all, he liked to secretly watch the girl's back as she showed him the beautiful gardens and everything else. Here, the Duke's daughter suddenly turned around, and Cain saw that a joyful and sweet smile played on her face. The lady wanted to say something, when suddenly she stumbled and began to lose her balance, which the emperor's son immediately noticed. So the boy, thanks to his developing physical abilities, caught the girl. They both stood awkwardly for a moment in this embarrassing position they had accidentally found themselves in, after which Elysia and Cain abruptly pulled away from each other, desperately pretending that nothing serious had happened. To change the subject, the miss suggested looking at her favorite greenhouse, and the young gentleman immediately agreed. As soon as Sepirin agreed, Creed was the first to go to the right place, trying not to look at him. But the boy himself did not immediately follow the girl, but for some time watched her from behind. Once again he thought hard, because he couldn't understand why his heart was beating so fast. When they both finally reached the greenhouses, Cain was incredibly amazed, because he heard that all of this was built by Elysia's mother. The lady admitted that she herself admires this place every time she comes there. Only in this place could the heroine feel truly happy, no matter what. Although the Duke's daughter also had a hand in the greenhouse, she preferred to think that it was all Miel's work. Here, the girl remembered how she had once been here with her father, and he had noticed that she had a talent for plant growing. After which the man muttered something about exactly this reason for the rumors in the area, which the lady did not understand. However, when Miss asked what her father meant, he asked her to simply not think about such things. Right now, recalling that dialogue once again, Miss again thought about what her father had meant then. This time, Kane was watching the girl from behind, so he noticed a petal tangled in her hair. The boy called out to the Miss, who turned to him, although with difficulty she tore herself away from her thoughts. He didn't waste time explaining, but simply carefully removed the petal from Eli's head, after which Separin demonstrated the completed work so that his friend would not have any doubts. The girl was embarrassed by the actions of the Emperor's son and thanked him properly for his help. Then she approached the plant and told it about its features and why she loved it. Although Kane understood little of what Alicia was saying, he still listened very carefully and tried to understand. At this point, the heroine, remembering that she could talk freely about plants, completely got carried away. When Separin mentioned that he had been to different continents where he had seen plants, Miss was simply filled with curiosity. The boy smiled sweetly and said that it was not at all difficult for him to tell about everything that he himself knew. Hearing this, the lady was incredibly delighted and emotionally grabbed her new friend by the hand. But before Eli could say anything, suddenly the sound of the doors to the greenhouse opening was heard behind her. The Duke was extremely angry as he ran around the entire estate in search of the Emperor's son and his daughter. When the man looked into the carriage, it was empty, and none of the servants in the estate had seen the guest. Dick admitted that he never imagined that the children would somehow end up in the greenhouse. Realizing that he had been caught, the young gentleman greeted the Duke and said that he was glad to meet him. The boy explained that his father had ordered him to meet with Alicia, but Creed was aware of this. Kane promised that next time he would come, observing all the formalities, but Dick hoped that there would be no next time. Alicia noticed that the atmosphere had become very tense, so she deliberately distracted her father from the guest. The girl said that she would be happy to hear from Sepirin about the other continents he had visited. Listening to the Miss, the boy concluded that the Creed family was exactly as his father described it to him. Since he had already overstayed his welcome, Kane said it was time for him to go. The Emperor's son explained that since he had not been invited today, it would be logical for him to pay only a short visit, after which the boy hinted that he hoped to receive an official invitation soon. The Duke, who stood aside and did not interfere with the children's farewells, was unhappy that he had once again become involved with the imperial family. At that moment, Kane kissed Alicia's hand and asked her to call him by his name next time. The heroine knew about the manners of the ruler's son, so she was not at all surprised and simply agreed to everything. A little later, when the father and daughter were seeing the guest off, Dick was ashen-faced, but Ely was happy with everything. But, for the sake of the girl, the gentleman was ready to endure even more, so in the end, he calmed down. Suddenly, the little girl turned to the man and said that she wanted to go somewhere with him. The next morning, the mother drank tea with her daughter, discussing their common future affairs and plans. Jezebel noticed that Grace had an angry expression on her face and asked what was wrong. Then Sepirin said that she considered it unfair that if it were not for Alicia, her daughter would have had the entire inheritance. In response, the girl forced a smile onto her face and tried to assure him that she wasn't feeling bad at all now. But the mother didn't accept that answer, so she yelled at Jez to shut up. As if hypnotizing the lady, the madam whispered that she should become the sole heir of the Creed family. Jezebel cowered in fear as she listened to Grace talk about how she would do anything to get the mark. Meanwhile, Sepirin advised her daughter to be at least a little more ambitious, because she liked it. Jezebel didn't feel like she had the strength to object, so she simply agreed with the words of her cunning and clever mother. Here, Grace picked up the letter and said that her ally, Kahar, had very opportunely suggested a new way to solve the problems. She understood that these actions would not help to deal with Elysia once and for all, but they could eliminate her in the future. So Sepirin smiled maliciously and decided that all she had to do was fool the Duke's first daughter. Jez saw all her mother's manipulations perfectly well, but she could do nothing to change anything. She looked into her cup of tea, asking her reflection with her eyes what the Duke's second wife had planned. The girl was very sad and scared because the woman had been angry too often lately. Jezebel remembered that day when she had walked down the night corridor, thinking about something of her own for the first time all evening. She went to the window and saw in the garden a little girl with snow-white hair, whom she had never met before. The lady even initially decided that this child was a new servant. Although she was dressed inappropriately for this, Jez felt as if the girl had just emerged from the forest, and now the little one was walking into the outbuilding. The Duke's second daughter suddenly remembered how her mother had spoken to someone in an angry voice about the forest today. However, the young lady didn't want to believe what she had just thought, so she tried to put it all out of her head. But Jezebel couldn't help but notice that after that day, her mother became noticeably angrier and more irritable than before. At this moment, Duke Creed arrived in the village after a short trip, and the villagers immediately began to greet him. No one really believed it, even when they saw the man in person, since the gentleman usually had nothing to do in the village. But most of all, everyone was surprised, because next to Dick, in a beautiful dress, walked his first daughter, named Alicia. The father asked the girl to be careful so that she would not accidentally fall on her way and hurt herself. Eli smiled and said that everything would be fine, and that she couldn't wait to get new books. The only thing that bothered the lady was the fact that there were too many people gathered around, and they were all watching her. Here, one of the residents, who was bolder than all the others, decided to approach the lady and therefore smiled politely. She explained that it was an honor for her to meet the young miss, since the woman had long respected and honored the girl. The heroine smiled back at this stranger, then asked who exactly she was and how she knew her. Instead of introducing herself, the resident suddenly handed the girl some apples and hoped that she would accept them. The Duke's daughter took the basket and praised the fruits, which were juicy and colorful, as if magical. The woman said that her family owned a small apple orchard, but the land was infertile, so they were almost desperate. Imagine Elysia's surprise when the stranger declared that, thanks to her efforts, the garden was blooming again. She explained that the gift the girl had saved everyone around her, because it helped many plants and trees. Miss sadly lowered her head, because she herself had heard that in her father's generation, only boys were born before this. So until now, there was a severe drought on the lands of the empire, which only recently changed to fertility. The heroine thanked the woman for trusting her and still asked her name, and she immediately called herself Ekna, after which the lady promised the resident that she would happily eat these apples, which made her very happy. After this, Ekna left, and the Duke's daughter looked at her with gratitude, since she did not expect gifts. The heroine really wanted to finally get to the bookstore, so she asked her father to go there as soon as possible. Only the man said that many people wanted to talk to Eli, and only now she noticed that the Duke was right. As a result, after a few hours, the Creed family's carriage was filled to the brim with various gifts from the villagers. They were already driving back, and Dick asked if Miss was very upset that they couldn't get into the bookstore. To this, the lady replied that she was even glad that so many people thanked her, and then added that she would like to live a long life. The Duke hugged his daughter and said that she would definitely succeed, and he would help her in any way he could. The heroine leaned against her father and barely audibly whispered that she would like this life to be with him, after which the girl raised her head, looked Dick straight in the eyes, and asked him to protect her so that they could continue to be together. The Duke looked at his daughter carefully and then placed a comforting hand on her shoulder to calm her down a little. The man at that moment sincerely did not understand why the lady suddenly asked him for something like that. The heroine could not tell her father in one sentence about everything that was on her heart and weighed down with such a heavy burden. Alicia admitted that she thought she knew who she was, but now Miss was no longer sure. She always thought she was just a useless child without a mark, which made Dick even flinch when he heard it. He grabbed the girl by the shoulders as he was about to convince her, when suddenly she herself said that she realized that she had thought incorrectly. The opinions of the villagers, who were eagerly awaiting someone like her, greatly influenced the lady's mind. She was afraid that the people of the empire without her might suffer in eternal hunger while waiting for a child with a suitable gift. In all her past lives, Alicia had no reason to worry about other people's problems, because she had enough of her own. The heroine wanted to protect only her loved ones, who were Larry and Cecile, who even once gave their lives for her. However, now Eli realized that there were many more people she could have saved. The man watched with concern the thought process that was reflected on his daughter's face. Miss suddenly pressed herself against her father and whispered that she wanted to live a very long time so that she could do as many good deeds as possible. Therefore, the little girl sadly asked the Duke once again to protect her, because she was afraid she could not cope alone. When the Duke and his daughter arrived at the estate, the servants immediately began to help them sort out all the donated things. The girl noticed that Dick was not in the mood, since she had already learned to determine emotions from his face. The heroine could not understand whether her father was angry, and if so, then about what exactly, because she did nothing of the sort. Alicia felt sad because she realized that she had only imagined that she and her father had become close. However, the lady still continued to mentally pray to Creed for protection, because there was little she could do herself. Dick clenched his fist, remembering how Eli had called herself a useless, unmarked child, although he didn't think so. The Duke blamed himself for putting such terrible thoughts into the mind of a mere 10-year-old girl. Turning back, Dick thought that now he had no right to show weakness and cry in front of his daughter. He called the little girl to him, and the heroine immediately approached her father with concern, although she was worried. The lady noticed that the man extended his hand towards her, so she extended her hand in response, not really understanding what was happening. Every time Miss touched her father, she enjoyed the warmth of his body, and this touch was no exception. Dick suddenly picked up Eli in his arms and easily lifted her into the air, holding her tightly and at the same time tenderly in his arms. Gently hugging the baby to himself, Creed whispered that he finally understood what others felt when they hugged her. The Duke apologized for his late and strange behavior, but he also wanted to try to hold Alicia. In response, the heroine smiled, as she fully accepted her father's feelings, because she felt approximately the same. Unexpectedly for the little girl, Dick suddenly, tenderly, and sweetly kissed her on the forehead and called her his most beloved daughter, after which he whispered, looking at the girl's surprised face, that he too would like to live with her as long as possible. The Duke also added with sadness on his face that he would definitely protect the lady, so she did not need to worry about anything. The man even intended to help everyone who was dear to Alicia, for which she was especially grateful to him. Never in her life would the heroine have thought that Dick would even look in her direction, let alone promise to help. So right now, the Duke's daughter was experiencing incredible joyful emotions that she couldn't even describe. As a result, the lady could not stand it and even burst into tears because of all the pleasant things that were happening around her right now. She whispered that she really hoped that this was not a dream, and the Duke immediately confirmed that it was all quite real. Dick remembered how the butler had told him a few days ago that all children needed love very much. Creed listened to the stories about praising children and patting them on the head, and realized that he hadn't done any of that. Burns added that any child also needs strong, tender hugs, even if not very often. The assistant also intervened in this dialogue, but the Duke said that he was not asked, including because he was ashamed of himself. For a long time, Dick had mistakenly believed that only the sacred mark was important, but now he realized how wrong he had been. So at that moment, Creed was hugging his daughter, and he didn't care at all whether she had powers or not. A little later, Eli returned to her room and immediately went to the window to open the curtains, because she liked it better that way. Cecile immediately noticed that the little lady had appeared in the outbuilding, so she immediately ran to her. Imagine the assistant's surprise when she saw the state Eli was in due to the recent dialogue. The girl's whole face was swollen from tears, but she herself was extremely pleased that she had had a heart-to-heart talk with her father. The assistant offered to bring ice for the lady's face, but Eli stopped her, saying that everything was perfectly fine. Instead, the heroine asked Cecile to tell her the reasons why she ran to her so quickly. Only now did the maid remember that she was carrying a letter, so she immediately gave it to the young mistress. Alicia was surprised to find herself invited to Jezebel Creed's birthday party. The heroine didn't remember being invited to anything like this in her past lives, so she was very surprised. The lady knew that the Creed family had never held a birthday party for children without a mark, due to the lack of the Duke's permission. Only Alicia knew that her sister did not have any mark, contrary to all the rumors. Plus, Dad had recently been away on a call, which meant that the entire event was entirely Grace's doing. Miss could not understand what her evil stepmother had planned this time, and therefore she was worried about possible attempts on her life. However, the lady was sure that this insidious woman would not be able to kill her as easily as she had once done before. Eli suddenly realized that she had simply been invited to a birthday party so she could make things up. In any case, the heroine tried to take the event cheerfully and told the maid that they had nothing to worry about. The girl understood that it was unlikely that anyone would be very happy if she showed up at this celebration, but she smiled. But Cecile did not share the little lady's emotions and was very excited about everything that was happening. The assistant said that Grace, for some reason, was really looking forward to seeing Eliza at the party, which surprised Miss. Just before the birthday, there was a lot of commotion and swearing in the estate due to the preparations for it. The Duke's first daughter watched the servants from the side and noticed that they were all really preparing very seriously. But Eli couldn't understand why she had even approached the estate and started secretly observing everything. The lady did not know whether she should sit quietly until her father returned or try to contact him somehow. The heroine was so deep in thought that she didn't notice how someone, also small, approached her from the side, not hiding at all. It was only when her name was called that Eli looked up and saw a familiar face that she had seen before. Jezebel had unexpectedly found her sister, and now she was demanding that the lady explain what she was doing in this place. The Duke's first daughter instantly cowered in fear, although she knew that she had nothing to fear now. So Miss shook her head to clear the stupor and reminded herself that she still wanted to meet Jez. She rose to speak to Grace's daughter and perhaps win her over to her side. Suddenly, the girl turned away from her relative and said that she reminded her a lot of a mouse. These words completely ruined Eli's mood, so she began to speak again, extremely hesitantly and quietly. Jez frowned when she realized that her relative wouldn't be able to tell her anything normal now. So the girl took control of the conversation and said that she wanted to see Eli anyway, so their meeting was for the best. The heroine was surprised when she heard that her sister wanted to see her for some reason, since she did not expect this. Suddenly, Jezebel turned around sharply and shouted at the lady to catch up with her and not stand there with her mouth slightly open. Alicia flinched at how menacing the girl's voice was, but realized that she was interested in talking to her. Therefore, the Duke's first daughter hurried to catch up with the second, so as not to lose sight of her and still talk to her. Only after sitting down to drink tea with her sister did Alicia begin to wonder if this was another trap from Grace. Suddenly, Jez said that the lady did not need to be so afraid of everything, which surprised her guest. The girl added that her mother had no idea that they had suddenly met, so Eli was not in any danger. In response, the heroine nodded just as pitifully and fearfully, although she understood that she had no reason not to trust her sister. Seeing this, Jezebel thought that the Duke's first daughter was much more pathetic than he believed. The girl looked closely at the lady from the outbuilding, who did not have an ounce of elegance or self-confidence in her. In the end, Grace's daughter never found any reason why Duke Creed could love this fair-haired miss. Suddenly, Alicia herself started a dialogue with her sister and asked her why the girl wanted to meet and talk. Jezebel was so taken aback that she didn't even understand what they were talking about. So the first daughter reminded her that the second one wanted to say something. Sapiron's daughter guessed that the advantage in the dialogue was on her side, and therefore she crossed her arms over her chest contentedly. She suddenly jumped up and screamed that she really wanted to understand what was so special about Elysia. The heroine listened with alarm to the confessions of her relative, who stated that she had not noticed anything like that. Jezebel was very angry at this moment because the blonde lady was so kind and helpful. But most of all, Miss did not understand why. If they both did not have a mark, no one personally supported her. Eli couldn't even imagine what the real reason for all her relatives' emotions was. While Jez cried, the Duke's first daughter tried unsuccessfully to console her, realizing that the girl simply needed to cry. The heroine wanted to come closer to her sister when suddenly she screamed for the guest to leave her alone. To the little girl's great horror, someone suddenly knocked on the door of her room, which she did not expect at all. Jezebel immediately asked the man in fear to wait while she got ready and opened the door. Then the guest behind the door spoke up, and it turned out that it was the mother of the Duke's second daughter, whom no one was expecting. Both girls froze in place, afraid that Grace might just expose them. It was only after a few moments that the lady finally opened the door to her mother, whom she had made wait a little. The woman immediately asked why her daughter took so long to open the door, for which she meekly apologized. Miss tried to explain that she was drinking tea, to which Madame turned away and clicked her tongue in displeasure. After which, Grace indignantly asked if she hadn't warned the girl that she should be quicker. Jez didn't answer her mother, hanging her head even lower, and thought that no one knew what she was going through. But the elder Sapirin really didn't hear anything that her daughter said so quietly. Here the woman knelt down, and taking her daughter by the hands, asked her to look into her eyes for some reason. Grace smiled and said that the lady must be well aware of how hard she was trying for them, but Jez herself didn't show any emotion at that moment, as if she didn't believe her own mother. Meanwhile, Madame promised that she would definitely make the one who would shine the brightest a miss. Moreover, Sapirin intended to ensure that Jezebel remained the sole heir of the Creed family. The girl herself was against this turn of events, so she looked at her mother indignantly. And the Duke's second wife suddenly squeezed the hands she held on her daughter's shoulders tightly and asked her not to behave like a child. Jez was so scared by her mother's behavior that she obediently nodded back. After making sure that the lady had heard her, Grace remembered that she had come to invite the girl to try on dresses. At the same time, the woman glanced suspiciously around her daughter's room, since she didn't fully believe her. But Madame still couldn't find anything except one cup on the table and an empty room. So, together with the little girl, she silently left the room, closing the door tightly behind her. At that moment, Elijah sat outside Jezebel's bedroom door, with her heart pounding loudly. The lady waited for a while after the door knocked, and then looked out, deciding that she could already go out. Eli looked out very carefully in case Separin had noticed her, and was now waiting. But in the end, there was no one else in the room except her, and the miss fell to her knees in relief. Here, the heroine remembered how exactly her sister lives, and realized that she was very surprised by this. For some reason, the girl thought that Jez was living happily, regardless of whether she had a mark or not. But the scene that had just taken place proved to Eli that her younger sister was also haunted by misfortune. A few days later, there was a celebration to mark the birthday of the Duke's second daughter, to which many people gathered. The women managed to whisper that they considered Jezebel to be the true heir of the Creed family. The aristocrats didn't know exactly which rumors to believe, but they enjoyed simply discussing the Duke's children. Unexpectedly, one of the guests approached the birthday girl because she wanted to present her gift. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Creed's second daughter, for some reason, stood in place, completely motionless. So the aristocrat once again said the phrase that she was congratulating the girl on her birthday. Grace threw a glare at her daughter, who immediately sensed it and remembered that she needed to smile. So the lady stretched her mouth into a polite smile and thanked the Countess for such a gift, after which Jez, smiling even more sweetly, even added that she would cherish what the noble lady had given her. The invited guests who were closest to the birthday girl immediately thought about how sweet she was. Sapirin smiled contentedly, because that was exactly the reaction she wanted to get from her guests. But even this was not enough for the Duke's second wife, so she waited more and more. Here the doors to the hall swung open, announcing that a new guest had arrived, and Madame immediately glanced at him. Seeing who exactly had arrived, the woman could not restrain herself and smiled predatorily, because her plan began to come into action. The assistant announced the lady's entrance, and Alicia, who had come to the event alone, appeared before everyone. Everyone around immediately started whispering about how this girl even dared to attend this event, and the heroine herself thought that she had done the right thing by not taking the maids with her, because they would have been upset now. While Miss was all alone in this inhospitable place, it seemed to her that it was quite tolerable. Suddenly, Eli heard someone say that she had killed her mother and was now walking around with her head held high. The women continued to spread increasingly more terrible rumors as truth, paying no attention to the girl. All this made the Duke's first daughter feel morally ill, so much so that she shrank her whole body. Alicia couldn't understand why all these people were treating her like that, because she thought she had done nothing wrong. Jezebel saw what was happening to Eli too, and thought it was too much even for her mother. Suddenly, Grace heard a majestic voice to her left, gradually approaching. This was Diana Herdine, who came with her children, and many people wanted to be friends with this woman because of her status. Separan was incredibly happy to see this madame and her girl and boy, whose names were Charlene and Sarant, respectively. Jez didn't recognize the guest who had arrived, but she could tell from her mother's intonation that the lady was someone important. The Duke's second wife, still smiling, said at this point that she had not expected Diana herself to arrive. The woman understood perfectly well that if she could establish a relationship with Herdane, she would always be the center of attention. This lady was incredibly well educated and knew her worth very well, so it was profitable to be friends with her. Charlene Diane taught her youngest daughter as well as she had been taught as a child, and the eldest son, Sarent, studied everything on his own and was among the best students at the Royal Academy. Grace believed that all of them could become excellent decorations that could highlight the beauty of her and her daughter. Here, Separin noticed that Herdane had violated the dress code, since her outfit did not match the children's clothes. Diana replied that she did not know about it, but the Duke's second wife said that they had nothing to worry about. Then the noble lady came closer to Jezebel and congratulated her on her birthday, because this was the main thing at the event. The woman said that the girl only looks cuter because her outfit matches her mother's dress. Jez listened to Diana and then politely bowed, thereby thanking her for the compliments. Grace decided it was time to try to befriend this family, so she approached the boy. But here, Charlene interrupted Madame, as she loudly pointed at someone who was in another part of the room. Herdane immediately informed Grace that they were busy for now, but could easily talk later. However, Separin did not give up trying to get along with this family, so she asked if they were looking for someone. Imagine the surprise of the Duke's second wife when she heard that Diana and her children were looking for Elisha. In confirmation of these words, Charlene suddenly ran straight up to Eli, shouting that she had long wanted to meet her. Grace couldn't believe that such an important family came to the party just for Creed's first daughter. Even the girl herself had no idea about this, so she looked extremely surprised by everything that was happening. The heroine could not understand who this little girl was in front of her and why she was so happy. Diana noticed that her daughter was embarrassing the blonde girl, so she asked her to be more restrained. After which, the woman introduced herself to Eli and noted that the lady was much more beautiful than she thought from what others had said. The girl blushed a little in response due to embarrassment and asked to let go of her hand so that she could introduce herself according to the rules of etiquette. But Herdane was happy with everything as it was, so she suggested skipping all the formalities. Madame said that she had heard that, thanks to Eli's power, the lands in the empire had become fertile again. However, the little girl said that she did not do anything unusual or supernatural, so she does not consider it her own merit. Smiling, Diana called her son over and introduced him to the Duke's first daughter, since he had not done so himself. Only after his mother prompted, the boy said that his name was Sarent, and that he was very glad to meet him. Charlene immediately jumped out in front of her brother and said that she too hoped that they would be able to get along with the lady. So, interrupting each other, the brother and sister suggested that the heroine be friends with them, and she was not against it. Even though the children had somewhat violated the rules of greeting, Elijah still bowed to them elegantly. In the end, Charlene and Sarent were pleased that the lady said it was an honor to meet them. Noticing that the children were communicating well without her, Diana said that she would go and talk to the adults. As the woman walked among other aristocrats, almost all eyes were directed at her, expecting a dialogue. In the end, Jez felt as if she and her mother were in a completely different place. The girl decided to turn to Grace, because she herself did not know what to do in such a situation. But then the birthday girl noticed how much the Duke's second wife was shaking with anger, and therefore did not call out to her. And Separin herself could not understand why everything went wrong again, and Alicia ended up in the center of attention instead of them. At that moment, Charlene was persuading the Duke's first daughter to come to them for tea as soon as possible. In passing, the girl asked, quite harmlessly, if Eli really didn't have a sacred mark. Sarent immediately asked his sister to watch her language, as it was rude to ask such a question. But the heroine herself was not at all offended, which she said, adding that she really did not inherit the mark. To this, the cheerful girl stated that such nuances were not important, because Creed still loved Eli. However, Alicia was not at all sure of anything like that, so Diana's daughter immediately began to convince her. But then one of the aristocrats turned to Charlene, because she had accidentally overheard the children's dialogue. The woman asked them to look around and hinted that the first birthday party was in honor of Jez. But her Dane's daughter was not going to give up so easily, so she asked why Dick was not there if he valued his daughter. The noble lady couldn't find an answer to this, so Grace entered the conversation and said that Creed was simply busy. The second wife lied that her husband was very upset when he realized he would not be able to attend. None of the invited guests had any reason to distrust Madame, so they immediately began to discuss her words as if they were true. Neither Sorrent nor Charlene could protect Eli from all these adults who were now hostile. Grace stated that her first daughter was the object of hatred, when suddenly a voice from behind asked her to repeat it. The woman immediately recognized the intonation and sound of the voice of a man who should not have been there. For some reason, Duke Creed himself showed up at the event and was very unhappy with his wife's behavior. Separan smiled sweetly and tried to at least somehow justify herself, but Dick did not want to listen to her at all. The man sternly stated that his wife would have to take responsibility for today later. At that moment, Alicia looked at her father with all her eyes and did not believe that he had appeared at the celebration. Creed himself was terribly unhappy with what Grace had managed to arrange while he was away from the estate. Having finished talking with his wife, he approached the lady and apologized for being a little late. Although Miss replied that everything was fine, Dick was still worried that she might feel lonely. However, it was enough for the heroine that the Duke was nearby, so she smiled at him sincerely. Moreover, now the little girl could boast that she finally had good friends. The man immediately recognized Charlene and Sorrent, who were just as famous as their mother. At this moment, the aristocrats around suddenly realized that Grace had actually lied about her husband's plans. Everyone around could see how tenderly Duke Creed treated his daughter, even though she didn't have a mark. The father, while talking to his daughter, suggested that she might be very tired, so he suggested leaving. Alicia didn't feel anything like that at all, so she thought hard about her state after the man's words. Dick himself did not hesitate and picked up the lady in his arms, although she was worried about them leaving the Jezebel festival. The girl felt sorry to leave her sister's party like that. Even though many people laughed at her, she turned and looked towards her relative, trying to understand what she was doing right now. With surprise, the miss noticed that the birthday girl's face was flushed with shame, and she stood with her head down. Alicia promised herself that she would definitely meet her sister a little later and comfort her properly. Even Grace had calmed down at the moment and no longer seemed as self-confident as before. Before leaving, Dick coldly told his wife that she had caused this chaos herself, and it was up to her to deal with it, after which he turned away and left the woman completely alone with the rest of the noble guests. Sepirin immediately felt how badly the aristocrats who had come to the festival were now disposed towards her. Even Charlene noticed that the atmosphere around her had become strange, although her mother asked her not to say so. Diana felt a little sorry for Jez, but she didn't feel sorry for her mother at all, because she knew that she was to blame for everything. Moreover, although Grace was once again shaking with anger, in fact her husband punished her very easily. Here, Herdane's daughter turned to her mother and asked what impression Alicia had made on her. The girl herself thought that the Duke's first daughter was much more beautiful than many said about her. Even the usually silent Sorrent confirmed this, from which Diana concluded that her children were enchanted by the lady, so she leaned closer to them and whispered to her brother and sister that they invite Eli over for tea. As a result, literally the next day, the heroine was riding in a carriage to visit her new friends. Miss could not believe that she was actually invited to tea for the first time in her life. However, Alicia was not going to throw the thoughts out of her head, so she continued to analyze everything. Just yesterday, Charlene said that she really wanted to play with Eli as soon as possible and didn't want to wait, after which the girl ran up to the Duke's daughter and demanded that she come and visit them tomorrow. Sorrent even offered their carriage for this, but the lady refused, as she knew that her father would provide everything for her. Diana approached Dick and noted that their children had quickly found a common language and were now communicating easily with each other. The Duke agreed to this, and Madame admitted that her daughter very much wanted to meet Alicia. Here, despite the fact that Herdine clearly wanted to continue the conversation, the man interrupted the dialogue with an apology, and then he walked towards the girl who was happily talking with her new friends. Creed leaned over to his daughter and asked if she was sure she wanted to go to another estate for tea tomorrow. Miss was afraid that her father would not allow it, but he suddenly said with a smile that he would even personally pick her up from there. These words were so pleasant for the heroine that she still smiled when she remembered them. At this moment, in the Creed estate, Grace, being very angry, was walking around her room, all emotional. What irritated her most was that all the newspapers wrote about how much she and her daughter had disgraced themselves yesterday. The woman was not going to put up with the fact that almost all the aristocrats had excluded her from high society. Sapirin even tried to bribe them so that the journalists would not find out anything, but it did not help. So Madame could only guess whether her gifts to noble people were not enough to keep her silent. The Duke's second wife blamed her stepdaughter for everything that happened to her, not wanting to acknowledge other options. At the same time, Grace remembered the girl's mother, screaming that they would never be able to get her in their lives. Due to the excess of emotions, a small piece of light even flared up in Sapirin's hands, from which steam was coming out, and the woman herself swore that she would crush Alicia, just as she once crushed her mother Miel. At this moment, the carriage with the heroine safely reached the Herdain estate, where everyone was already waiting for her. As soon as the girl went outside, the Duke's wife immediately turned to her to have a little chat. The heroine was the first to greet Diana in order to observe all the rules of decency and etiquette. The woman nodded in response and informed them that Charlene and Sorrent were waiting for their guest in the estate's large dining room, after which the lady introduced her rich and famous husband, whose name was Jens. When she was introduced again, the miss bowed to the man as well, in order to greet him properly and not anger him. In response to the girl, Duke Herdain suddenly said that he was also very glad to see her, and that he was pleased to meet her. The most important thing for the owner of the estate was that Alicia accepted their family's invitation at all. The heroine was pleased that everyone in this place was happy to see her, so she smiled cheerfully at the people around her. Diana suddenly explained that she and her husband had decided to take a walk, so the butler would escort the miss to the dining room. When the little lady left, the husband and wife looked after her with interest for some time. Then, when Eli could no longer hear their conversations, the man said that the girl was exactly as the woman described her. Both Herdains, after even such a small meeting with the Duke's daughter, began to consider her amazing. Jens asked if the rumors were true that Dick was very protective of his first daughter, which Diana confirmed. Madame said that she herself saw how the Duke's face brightened at the sight of Alicia, although he was usually cold. At this moment, in the dining room, Charlene eagerly announced the start of the tea ceremony, because everyone was gathered. The girl personally placed orders with their best chef, so that he would prepare something very tasty. Then the sister, somewhat offended, said that, in fact, she had planned to play in her room. However, Sorrent also wanted to at least chat with Eli a little, so the children settled down in the dining room. To all this, the heroine said that the more of them there were, the merrier, so she was not at all against it. Here the boy suddenly said that there was a certain reason why he decided to join the lady. Duke Herdain's son somehow learned that the girl had recently been learning to handle a sword. The little girl was very surprised that Sorrent found out about this, when suddenly he offered to study at their estate. Charlene noticed that her new friend seemed very thoughtful after her brother's words, so she asked if everything was okay. The little lady couldn't admit that she didn't expect the other trainees to be able to recognize her, but it was still necessary to continue the dialogue, so the lady asked why the boy offered to train with them. Sorrent explained that he knew that the Creed estate did not teach fencing, and they had good teachers. My sister suddenly said that this way, they would all be able to see each other almost every day and play together. The brother immediately shouted at the girl, but she pretended that she didn't understand at all why he was so angry. As much as Miss would have liked to train with her new friends, she explained that she had reasons to train elsewhere. The Herdain children were noticeably disappointed by their friend's answer, but they did not try to persuade her. Sorrent admitted that he would really like to know everything about Eli's training, but he would wait until she told him everything herself. In response, the heroine, with a joyful smile, promised that she would definitely do so sometime in the future. Then, Charlene called out to the boy and asked if he had blushed, which the young gentleman immediately rejected. But the sister didn't let up so easily, and Alicia laughed amusingly as she watched the children, after which the Duke's daughter seriously thought about the fact that studying here was not such a bad idea for her, but in that case, she would lose the opportunity to see Balne. And the girl did not want that at all. Lost in thought, Eli didn't notice that her brother and sister had stopped making noise, and the girl asked what her friend was thinking about. Suddenly, just as the friends were starting to talk, a maid reluctantly opened the door to the room. It turned out that the girl had brought Duke Creed with her, whom no one expected to see here. The heroine almost fainted when she saw her father, because she didn't think that he would actually come into the estate. The little girl reminded Dick that it was only 2 o'clock in the afternoon, so it was too early to go home. To this, the man sadly admitted that he thought his daughter would return immediately after lunch. Charlene and Seraint immediately began to whisper about what they had seen, which Miss could not change. However, Alicia had no intention of getting angry at her father, who had accidentally arrived too early. Instead, the lady said with a smile that they would need to arrange a time to meet next time. The Duke himself agreed with this, so he asked the owners of the estate for forgiveness for leaving so early. To somehow smooth over his daughter's emotions, the father took her hand and said that on the way home, they would stop at a bookstore. As the Creed family left, the brother and sister absent-mindedly remarked that their parents would be very surprised. Charlene was very sorry that she had communicated so little with Alicia, but there was nothing else to do. Noticing this, Seraint said that they might well send another invitation to tea to their new friend. At that moment, Duke Giordano was in a military camp very close to the border. At the same time, the guy had extremely disturbing dreams, although there were no prerequisites for this. However, Balne could not get enough sleep night after night because he had what were almost nightmares. As a result, once again the magician jumped up on the bed, awakening too abruptly from his sleep. But he still could not fully understand the meaning of those events that for some reason suddenly appeared in his dream. In fact, the guy had a vision of his distant past, which began with a dry and barren land. Then Balne approached the girl, who was still trying to revive the land, and asked what she was doing anyway. The lady, with a soft and modest smile, replied that, as always, she was still trying to plant plants. But her friend was sure that all the efforts of the miss were in vain, and simply a waste of such rare seeds. But, smiling even wider, the girl said that she had a completely different opinion. In response, Giordano reminded him that last time his girlfriend had failed completely. He pointed his hands at the poor and hungry people and declared that this land had almost completely abandoned them. However, no matter how much Balne tried to persuade her to give in, the girl answered him that if she simply gave in, then nothing would change. The guy couldn't understand how the lady found the strength to try so hard for others on a regular basis. Miss put her hands on the ground and said that she felt how everything was changing little by little. The blonde was more than sure that her words applied not only to the land, but also to people. After all, following her example, other residents of the almost withered town also began to work the land. The lady approached her friend and asked if he saw the same thing as she did, and if he could understand her. The girl herself, who looked like Elysia, constantly watched the eyes of people who did not give up. After another such fragment, the Duke felt especially lost, although he understood that he had dreamed it all. Suddenly, an assistant ran into Balne's tent and shouted that their detachment had been unexpectedly attacked by enemies. This made it clear to Giordano that this was not the time for his emotions, so he ordered them to take up their swords. Having given such an order, the magician himself followed it, since he wanted to personally lead his troops in this battle. It was only during the day that everything finally ended, and the Duke's detachment was able to rest at least a little from the constant attacks. The assistant proudly stated that at the moment they were suffering very minor losses. However, Balne stated that even such small damage should not be ignored, as it could be dangerous. After which the magician moved away from everyone in order to be alone with his thoughts, at least for a short while. He touched the talisman that Alicia had given him in the hope that the boy would return safe and sound. However, the Duke did not feel any magic from the thing, which meant that the lady simply wished him luck. Even knowing that she did not possess magic, Miss was still sure that this gift could be an amulet. When the assistant approached the gentleman, he suddenly asked him to make sure that everyone was cured as quickly as possible. The knight did not immediately understand what exactly Giordano meant, so he even asked him again. In response, the Duke stated that he intended to return as soon as possible, which meant that he needed everyone to be able to get there themselves. The servant asked in surprise why Balne was in such a hurry, and the boy confidently stated that everyone wanted to return home. The assistant tried to explain that he had not asked the question about that, but the gentleman was no longer going to listen to him. Left alone, the boy wondered why the Duke was suddenly in such a hurry to get back. At that moment, Alicia was having lunch with her father in the greenhouse, when suddenly he surprised her very much. The man suggested throwing a lavish reception in honor of the girl's 11th birthday. But the lady herself didn't want all this at all, because she simply wanted to spend this day with her father. Miss was not against inviting those who were closest to her, but she did not want more. Dick expected his daughter to say something like that, but he was still noticeably upset. He clasped his hands in worry and said that he was worried that they had never celebrated a lady's birthday. So the Duke sincerely wanted to prepare everything as best as possible, because this would be his first official congratulations to the girl. The heroine listened attentively to the man, giving him the opportunity to speak out, although she herself had something to say. After which, the little girl reminded that the situation with Jezebel was very recent, and she did not want to be looked at askance. So the girl suggested that next time her father should throw them a big party together. In the end, Dick obeyed and asked with a sigh who his daughter took after in being so smart and sweet. No one knew that Grace was praying in the temple right now for all her plans to come true. The woman didn't just come to this place for no reason. In fact, she had an appointment. It turned out that the madam was waiting for her ally and priest Kehara, who was a little late. Instead of making any excuses, the man said that he was often quite busy. Then the guy asked why the woman even decided to meet him in person, which made her angry. The priest's eyes sparkled with an incomprehensible light when the madam asked how much longer she had to wait. What angered Sapiran most was that almost all attention was now focused on her stepdaughter. Meanwhile, the second wife tried to do everything possible to ensure that her daughter received all the love and attention. But in the end, Alicia somehow managed to take everything once again, leaving Jez with absolutely nothing. Even though the priest remained silent, Grace screamed that Eli had taken everything away. So Sapiran, with a mask of insensitivity on her face, declared that she urgently needed to kill the Duke's first daughter. Kehar's expression only changed slightly, and that was only because the woman was bossing him around too much. However, the guy was able to pull himself together, so he asked Grace to calm down, although he knew the reasons for her anxiety. The priest leaned closer to Madame and reminded her that they simply had to wait for the right moment. Grace immediately smiled madly and asked when exactly this moment would come, because she couldn't wait. To which Kehar said that they would overthrow Alicia when she climbed to the very top and did not expect any trickery from them. But Separin was not at all happy with this option because she did not want any good life for her stepdaughter. The woman was disgusted by the thought that the girl would continue to bask in her father's arms, but for now she could not prevent it. The priest, with a crazy look, promised that they would wait until Eli's soul was completely at peace, and then they would strike. Approaching the madame's head, the guy whispered in her ear whether she understood his plan, and Grace, gritting her teeth, nodded. The next morning, Larry came early to the mistress's chambers and called the girl to come out to her. The little girl did not immediately respond to the maid's call, but after a short time, she still said that she would come soon. Alicia didn't even suspect why her assistant had suddenly called her, but she trusted her completely, so she wasn't afraid at all. To the girl's great surprise, the maid presented her with an incredible number of different outfits. Larry said that the Duke had sent it all, and Miss was even more surprised, because there was no need for it. The woman then reminded that the lady's first birthday party was about to take place. Due to her intense busyness, Eli completely forgot about it, so if the maid hadn't reminded her, she wouldn't have prepared. The heroine had never celebrated her birthday before, so it was a bit strange for her to prepare for something like this. The assistant correctly guessed the reasons for the lady's embarrassment, and this even made her feel sorry for the little lady. So Larry tried her best to support the little girl with her optimism, so that she would feel at least a little bit better. Very soon, the very day arrived when they were going to hold a party in honor of Alicia's birthday in the evening. The Duke was so busy with all the preparations that he didn't even notice his own daughter right away. And the girl specially approached her father and distracted him in order to at least give him a little rest from constant work. At the sight of his daughter in such a beautiful outfit, Dick even froze in surprise and forgot to compliment her. Eli noticed this and became embarrassed and explained that Cecile had told her to wear something like that for the party. However, the girl herself believed that such beautiful outfits did not suit her at all, and she asked her father about this just in case. To the little girl's great surprise, the Duke suddenly gently stroked her head and said that this dress suited her very well. Here the man became distracted and looked around thoughtfully, as if some idea had come into his head, after which he said that since his daughter was so beautiful today, it would be possible to organize an official reception. To prevent Dick from thinking about such things, the lady quickly reminded him that very soon they would have guests coming to visit them, whom they would need to meet. And at that very moment, Burns announced the arrival of the first guests, so Creed agreed that they should be met. When her father left, Miss breathed a sigh of relief, glad that he always acted so quickly and efficiently. An unexpectedly pleasant breeze blew towards the heroine, and she happily enjoyed this weather phenomenon. But then Duke Creed called his daughter to the guests, saying that they wanted to see her much more than him. The little girl did not expect to hear this, since all of her past lives had been completely different events. However, the lady was extremely happy with how happy and fulfilling her life had become for some reason. So the girl boldly took her father's hand, thinking that she could never have imagined that this day would come. Right now, Dick was smiling genuinely at his daughter, something she had never been able to achieve in any of her past lives. Moreover, for the first time, the little girl's friends came to visit her, wanting to congratulate her on her birthday and give her gifts. Therefore, now Alicia could let go of her father's hand with complete calm, since she was not afraid that everything around would turn into a beautiful dream. Hugging her friends, the heroine hoped that she would be able to remain as happy in the company of loved ones for as long as possible. It was all because Eli wanted to enjoy this life, at least this once, and so she smiled joyfully at everyone around her. This composition remained in the girl's life for several more years, during which time flew by incredibly quickly for her. And so, the now grown-up little girl was still sitting in her room and studying scientific literature with interest. Suddenly, a father knocked on the door of his 13-year-old daughter, and the lady immediately prepared to meet him. As they talked, the lady shared that she could now easily run even 30 laps in a row. The girl admitted that she still found it difficult to swing the sword a lot, but this was completely fixable. The man, listening to his daughter, thought that she was very thin just a few years ago. Creed didn't even notice at what point the lady gained weight and became so sweet and attractive to everyone. Eli noticed that her father was looking at her in an odd way, but the man turned away and said that everything was fine. The little girl smiled, and the Duke, looking at this smile, thought that he wanted to make her even happier than she was now. The most important thing for the gentleman at the moment was that his beloved daughter was beaming with joy and not sad. Placing a cup of tea on the table, the owner of the estate said that he would like to discuss the girl's 13th birthday. The man announced that he was very serious and was going to hold a lavish reception for her this time. The heroine was once again somewhat embarrassed by this, as she was shy about such grand events. But Dick wasn't going to back down, no matter how much the girl tried to persuade him, because it was important for him to congratulate her well. Alicia asked with a smile if her father was being too serious, since they were only discussing a child's birthday. Although the lady laughed at the man, she was still pleased that he tried so hard for her. For a while, the little girl silently listened to Duke Creed, who kept trying to convince his daughter to spend money on her holiday. Then Eli approached her father and suddenly suggested that he celebrate her birthday the way he wanted. The heroine was confident that the owner of the estate would be able to ensure that all the guests were satisfied. Dick was surprised to notice how much his daughter believed in him, and this greatly supported the gentleman in his endeavors. To make sure the lady had no doubts, Creed extended his little finger to her and made a promise on his fingers that everything would be done in the best possible way. No sooner had they concluded this verbal agreement than Dick stood up and said that it was time for him to get down to business. The girl thought with fear that there was still a whole month before her holiday, and the man had already begun preparations. Miss had no idea that the Duke was so worried about everything connected with preparations for the events. Then Creed asked if Eli had heard the news that Duke Balnay was returning, and this greatly surprised the girl. the heroine often thought about her old friend, but until now, there had been no news from him. Because of her worries about this, the lady even slightly clenched her hands, as she was afraid of their first meeting after a couple of years. However, Alicia did not show her father her thoughts, but instead promised to say hello if they met. About a week later, Duke Giordano actually returned, and the emperor invited him to tea with a smile. Dale offered to hug as a sign of their friendship, but Balnay had no intention of doing anything like that, so he responded coldly. When they started talking about the war, the magician calmly said that everything was healing on him like on a dog, so he was fine. His Majesty looked closely at his ally, who had won another war for him, after which, with a smile on his face, he suggested drinking all night. But Giordano had other plans, so he was about to leave. But Dale suddenly stopped the magician, jumping up with him, and said that he actually had good news for the guy. The emperor said that this month he was holding a huge reception at Duke Creed's estate for the first time in a long time. But Balnay asked why he should be interested in all this, since the magician had never attended such events. But the guy was surprised when the ruler said that this holiday was organized in honor of Elysia's birthday. Dale introduced this girl as the daughter of Duke Creed, whom he loves very much, even though she does not have a sacred mark. Giordano knew that Dick treated Eli very badly, so at first he didn't even believe that he had suddenly changed so much. The magician remembered what the lady looked like when they met for the first time, and concluded that the miss must have definitely changed. His Majesty once again announced that the Creed family promises a splendid welcome for all who come. But Baln was no longer listening to him, as he had turned away and was walking towards the door, since he still had his own important business. But upon hearing Dale mention how he would be with someone else at the event, the Duke turned to the ruler in surprise. Then the Emperor admitted that he would definitely take his diligent and intelligent son, Cain, with him to the celebration. The magician asked if his friend had something in mind, but he explained that he had decided to introduce two peers to each other. But the Duke didn't believe a single word of His Majesty's, so he looked at him with contempt. Just as Dale was about to approach his ally, the dark-haired guy slammed the door in displeasure. The ruler smiled at the end and said that Balnay was the man he could not understand, no matter how hard he tried. But all this fun was for show, because in reality, the man was angry because his assistant slammed the door. However, Dale didn't want to ruin such a good day with his heavy thoughts, so he threw everything out of his head. At that moment, Duke Giordano was walking along the corridor of the Imperial Palace and thinking about that very reception. The guy remembered the sweet face of the girl who always smiled so cheerfully, but still decided that it didn't concern him. However, that same evening, the guy had already managed to buy a gift for the Duke's daughter, although he resisted it. Balnay ended up feeling a little embarrassed, as he himself didn't understand what he wanted to do with this gift for Elysia. Of course, when the magician first returned, his butler, even after the shower, told about the girl's physical achievements. Rand admitted that he thought the gentleman was worried, so he reported Eli early. Giordano didn't like the fact that the assistant mentioned that he treasured the lady's gift on the battlefield. However, the guy couldn't deny the fact that he was still wearing the amulet, so he remained dissatisfied and silent in response to the servant's report. However, a little later, the assistant suggested that the Duke personally watch the little lady's training. But it was precisely because he was so worried that the mage eventually decided to give Eli's gift through Rand. Suddenly, there was a knock on his office door, and Balnay allowed them to enter without even asking who exactly had come to see him. In the end, Elysia herself squeezed inside, cautiously and somewhat awkwardly because she wanted to talk. Just in case, the girl asked if she was definitely allowed to enter, since the Duke didn't even know that it was she who had come. For the first few seconds, Giordano was in shock, and then, barely able to find the words, he finally let the lady into the office. Despite his confusion, the guy was the first to approach the miss and asked if her training was over. Elysia confirmed this, and then admitted that she wanted to go home straight away, but changed her mind and came to visit a friend. The girl began to ask questions regarding the magician's condition, as she was afraid that he might be wounded after the war. Getting down on one knee in front of the Duke's daughter, Giordano said that he was fine and would not be going anywhere for now. These words made Elysia very happy, because she was worried that Balnay might have gone somewhere else. The guy said that it was all because of the girl, but she didn't understand what he meant, so there was an awkward pause. Then the magician sighed and took out a talisman from under his clothes, explaining that he had meant this particular gift. He wasn't entirely sure, but he admitted that it seemed to him as if his squad was very lucky this time. After hearing all this, the miss for some reason continued to remain silent, which made the Duke a little worried because he had poured out his soul. Eli suddenly woke up from her stupor and said that she was just really glad that everything worked out for her friend in the end. Moreover, the little lady was very pleased that Balnay still kept her gift and even carried it with him. Giordano was a little embarrassed by this gratitude and changed the subject because he remembered that he had a gift for the baby. Approaching his desk, the guy admitted that he initially wanted to convey this through his faithful butler. Alicia didn't expect that the magician had already managed to somehow miraculously prepare such a small surprise for her. The heroine smiled sweetly and sincerely thanked her friend, because she couldn't even imagine that he would try so hard. But Eli was confused by the fact that Giordano, for some reason, gave her the gift now, although the event would be later. In response, the Duke confirmed Creed's daughter's guess and said that he would indeed not be at the main event. This news visibly saddened Alicia, and at that moment, she did not even try to hide her true emotions. To prevent Miss from getting so upset, the guy explained that he doesn't like such events, so there's no need to worry about him. In response, the heroine reasoned that she would still be able to meet the Duke at his estate at any moment. But suddenly, the magician interrupted the girl and said that he thought that she should not come to this place anymore. The lady was so surprised by these words that at first she didn't even believe it and asked what she had done wrong. But Balnay said that it wasn't her actions that were the issue. He just thought it would be much better than it was now. Duke Giordano explained that it might seem abnormal to people around that a young lady was visiting a man's house. A little later, Alicia sat on her bed and thought that Balnay probably had a completely different reason for doing this. Here, Larry looked into the room and was surprised that the mistress had already arrived, so she was distracted by the maid who had come to her. The assistant scolded the girl for staying too long in someone else's estate, for which the lady asked for forgiveness. Alicia did not explain the reasons why she had to come late, because she was packing her things. Miss only said that from now on, she would train completely on her own to make it easier. The maid supported the girl and said that she had made the right decision, especially since her father would definitely help with this. Larry promised to help unpack all the things that Eli had taken with her, and in the meantime suggested that the lady take a bath. The woman walked over to the window and started muttering about how Eli's tracksuit was so worn out that he needed a new one. Suddenly, the maid froze in place and even stopped speaking, which usually never happened to her. The assistant's expression changed abruptly, and she even dropped the lady's things, opening the window for some reason after that. As soon as she did this, alarming cries were heard from below that for some reason the ducal greenhouse was burning. Alicia approached the maid, and together with her began to look at the horror that appeared before them in the form of burning greenhouses. The greenhouse was indeed ablaze with a huge flame, but no one could say why something like this happened at all. The heroine loved this place madly, so now she was ready to burst into tears because she couldn't help in any way. Only in the greenhouses did the girl at least sometimes manage to feel the aroma and transparent presence of her mother. This is one of the reasons why Eli absolutely loved spending hours in the greenhouse, happily growing plants. Therefore, the girl fell to her knees in shock, because she absolutely did not understand what she should do in this situation. Looking at the maid, the lady asked what to do if the greenhouse burned down completely and people got hurt because of it. Larry responded by hugging the little girl tenderly and telling her not to worry, as the servants would surely take care of everything. Then the maid stood up and confidently announced that she would go to help, but for now it would be better for the lady to stay in the room. Alicia wanted to say that she also wanted to go with her assistant, to provide at least some assistance, but the maid ran away before she heard her mistress's words, and the heroine froze with a mask of confusion and fear on her face. The girl desperately clenched her fists and thought that there was no point in her training if she couldn't do anything. At the moment, the Duke's daughter did not understand why she was so pathetic and worthless, although she tried to study all this time. Because of the emotions raging inside her, Miss just sat on the floor for some time and could not force herself to move. Eventually, Eli came to the conclusion that this was not the way to act, so she clenched her teeth to at least pull herself together a little. The lady was still shaking all over, but nevertheless tried to calm down in order to rise to her feet. The little girl reminded herself that she hadn't trained all this time to sit back and do nothing at the crucial moment. She looked out the window to take in the greenhouse and see how bad it was because of the fire. Eventually, Alicia noticed that the people below were still running around in a panic, so she decided to go down to help. But as soon as the girl opened the door to her room, she found Grace behind it, who was looking angrily at her stepdaughter. The little lady even jumped back in surprise and asked what the Duke's second wife was doing here. Separain didn't explain anything to the little girl, but instead asked if she was really trying to find her maid, after which, with a sly smile, the lady declared that there was clearly no one nearby, since everyone had run to save the greenhouse. Then a terrible guess struck Eli, so that she whispered and asked if it was really the woman who was to blame for the fire. Jezebel's mother didn't even try to hide anything, and immediately said that the girl understood everything correctly, and she set fire to the greenhouses. Separan admitted that it was incredibly unpleasant for her to watch the Duke having fun there with Eli. The heroine tried to tell her second wife to come to her at another time, but she didn't even move from her place. Then the little girl reminded herself that she shouldn't lose heart and give up so quickly, because now she was much stronger. Grace did not expect that the lady would suddenly threaten her that she would tell everything to her father if Madame did not leave her room. In response, she smiled madly and said that the girl was very similar to her mother, because she also manipulated everyone as she wanted. Taking her stepdaughter by the chin, Madame added that Miss had the same stupid disposition as Miel, who did not know how to stop. The stepmother's words that they both could have the same expiration date at the same time greatly angered and frightened the heroine. She pushed the woman's hand away and sternly asked her never to speak like that again about her long-dead mother. Separan was greatly amused by the fact that the Duke's first daughter was being rude to her, even though she herself was trembling with fear. The lady understood perfectly well that right now Jezebel's mother was deliberately provoking her, and it was impossible to give in to manipulation. Miss really didn't have the strength to endure it any longer, but she managed to pull herself together and continue the dialogue calmly. This time, it was Grace's turn to get angry when Eli said that she was just filling Miel's empty space. Separan did take advantage of the fact that she was the best friend of the Duke's first wife, but she thought that no one would guess about it. And Alicia still continued to press the point that Madame had failed to earn Dick's love, even though she had received a place next to him. The last thing the woman wanted to hear was that Creed didn't like her character, but that's exactly what the girl said. As a result, Grace's eyes were covered with a veil of anger, which she was now unable to contain, because she hated the little girl. Separan said that she left Alicia alive, and she dared to be impudent to her, and these words deeply hurt the heroine. However, the Duke's first daughter once again said that her words were true, which finally finished off Sepiran. Unable to contain herself, to the lady's great surprise, the woman suddenly began to laugh loudly and hysterically throughout the room. Grace couldn't calm down for a long time, but she wasn't in a hurry, because she knew that the baby wouldn't run away from her. Only after coming to her senses did Madame realize that she would only be able to calm down when she killed the Duke's first daughter. Separan activated her powers, which came as a huge surprise to Alicia, who didn't even know about them. The girl looked into her stepmother's eyes and saw in them a tremendous power that she had never encountered in her past lives. Since Eli didn't want to die, she rushed to the window, realizing that she would never be able to cope with someone like her. But before the little lady had time to jump down, a magical tentacle suddenly grabbed her by the throat. Easily and naturally, the stepmother pulled her stepdaughter back into the room, where no one could help her now. Grace laughed at Alicia and said that she could start begging her for mercy if she had enough air. At the same time, the woman stated that all her strength came from the anger that the little lady had caused. She squeezed Eli's throat even tighter with magic, as she desperately thought about how she could save herself from this terrible situation. It was at this moment, when the Duke's second wife almost strangled the girl, that there was an unexpected knock at the door. For a few more seconds, Sepiran pressed with magic, and then suddenly realized that she would not have time to clean up her tracks. So, with a displeased click of her tongue, Madame stopped her magic and Alicia immediately fell to the floor as she was freed. Grace opened the door, and the maid reported that the lady's assistants were already returning, and besides, Cahar had come to see the Duchess. Mother Jezebel herself knew that it was time for her to leave, but the thought was too unbearable for her. Turning to the Duke's first daughter, Sapirin declared that she had been lucky this time, but that it would not continue. And then she left, saying that no one would come here while the girl was slowly dying because of her magic. Alicia tried her best to move so as not to lose to Sapirin in such a stupid and sad way. Miss reached her hand towards the door because she wanted to tell at least someone about the magic that her stepmother possessed. The lady realized that she would not be able to attract anyone's attention when suddenly the door swung open and began to slowly open. The heroine was not even almost surprised by this, since she had no strength left at all due to the struggle for life. In the hallway were Cecile and Larry, who had returned to the room after dealing with the greenhouse. Noticing the state the Duke's daughter was in, they immediately jumped up to her and realized that they urgently needed to call a doctor. As the maid held her close, the girl thought about how she needed to warn them about how dangerous Grace was. Gradually losing consciousness, the miss did not even hear the words of the assistant, who was saying something to her with a very frightened face. And the maid was simply very scared for her little mistress, who fell asleep right before her eyes. At that moment, Sapirin was talking to a priest, who told her about some kind of prophecy. The woman believed that this legend about the Temple of Creed, which had not had an owner for a long time, was another lie. But Cahar reminded him of his status in the temple and said that he was not mistaken about the prophecy, since he knew where the truth was and where fiction was. Sapirin recalled that the legend had never appeared in the temple without its owner, but the priest replied that the emperor himself had seen it. As unpleasant as it was to hear this for the Duke's second wife, she realized that she would have to trust her ally. So the woman resigned herself and asked what was so important about that prophecy that it appeared in an abandoned sacred place. The priest had been expecting this question, but was in no hurry to tell Grace anything in order to maintain the mystery. In the end, he took pity on the lady and, coming closer to her, told her what the essence of the legend that had appeared was, after which the guy stated that their plans together would not change, regardless of this prophecy in the temple. Cahar promised that the mark would appear on Jezebel, and Grace really wanted this, but was afraid that it would not work out. Noticing the woman's distrust, the priest suddenly approached her and grabbed her by the shoulders so that she would look only at him. He then reported that the last saint in the Creed family temple appeared almost 400 years ago. For this reason, there are no records of the appearance of the sacred mark, and there are almost no people left who know about it. Even using the full power of her father's vast library, Alicia could not find anything about this gift. The priest knew about this, so he said with a smile that they could calmly continue to stick to their plan. Here, Cahar remembered that Eli had lost consciousness, and Grace admitted that she could not stand it and brought her to this state. The priest was angry about this, but didn't show it, instead saying that Jez should have had a mark, after which he added that Madame should not have to wait for this in prison, with which she agreed. However, the woman was confident that, as the Emperor's sister, she clearly could not be accused of anything, because her brother would protect her. The guy understood that there was truth in Sapirin's words, but he still asked her to act according to their plan, all because this smiling girl had to be punished for all their pranks, which wouldn't happen if she died. At this point, the conversation was over for Cahara, so he went to his room, leaving the Duke's second wife alone with her thoughts. In the end, Grace hung her head and agreed with her ally that they really should have waited at least a little longer. About a week later, Elysia was still unconscious, and Dick did not leave his daughter's bedside for a moment. The man repeated to himself over and over that he should have protected the girl, but instead he allowed her to get hurt. The heroine had indeed suffered severe damage due to Sapirin's magic, something that no one but herself knew about yet. So Creed stroked the baby's head, completely not understanding the reasons for her condition, and therefore becoming even more worried. The Duke could not help but blame himself for what had happened, so he asked the lady for forgiveness, since he could not help her. As a result, Dick began to worry so much that tears of despair and grief flowed down his face for the first time in many years. And so, sitting next to his daughter's bed, the Duke was not afraid to experience emotions, because he knew that no one would come to them at night. Another month later, the priest tried to find out whether Dick's first daughter had woken up, but he was told no. Kahar didn't expect this turn of events, so he was unhappy, but he hid his emotions from everyone. The guy knew that because of all this, Grace was eventually exiled to another estate, which no one really expected. Since the priest had heard everything he wanted from the servant, he sent him away to think about his business alone. Entering his room, Kahar approached the magic ball and calmed down, as Grace and Alicia were expendable in his plan. At this moment, the assistant was already walking down the corridor and had managed to move quite far when he suddenly remembered that he had not told everything. The thing was that Duke Giordano, for some reason, had been visiting Creed's estate too often lately. Balin did this because he wanted to help the girl, and he was also worried whether she would remember him later. No one knew when Alicia would wake up, so many could only hope that she would be okay. As for the prophecy, several months before Alicia's coma, the emperor prayed in a temple that had long been without a mistress. Here, His Majesty noticed out of the corner of his eye some kind of glow, which he did not expect to see in such an empty place, although sacred. Suddenly, a powerful pillar of light illuminated the entire temple, appearing from the altar, and then a loud voice was heard. Dale was extremely surprised when he realized that a prophecy was happening right in front of him, something that had also not happened for a long time. The voice said that a blue flower would appear that could save the empire if no one trampled it first. This was followed by words that when the flower blossomed, all those who interfered with it would be brought to justice. So the messenger of God asked His Majesty to protect this very flower from the forces of evil at all costs. The ruler was incredibly happy that God had not abandoned their territory, so he carefully remembered everything that was said. Kahar was immediately able to understand at that moment that they had heard the true prophecy, which he found interesting. 7 years have passed since then, and much has changed for Duke Creed, as Dale noticed when he summoned him to his office. The man was constantly dejected, and hardly thought about how he looked from the outside at the moment. The emperor turned to his friend and said that he understood his concern for his daughter, although it had begun to cross all boundaries. Duke Creed flinched when the ruler reminded him that 7 years had passed since the prophecy was made. His Majesty was worried that during all this time, no one had ever received a sacred mark, so people were afraid. Dale hinted that he needed help from Dick, but the man was not ready to help in such a situation. He was saddened that he had been too late in getting rid of Grace and her daughter, who were threatening Alicia, and now the Duke had no choice but to sit by his daughter's bed and pray that she would open her eyes. Creed still blamed himself very much for not being able to save even his only child. His Majesty saw the state his assistant was in and said that he fully shared his friend's grief. The Emperor tried to say that it was not Dick's fault, but he jumped up, not wanting to listen. Since Alicia's father was not in a position to talk about any important matters at the moment, he decided to leave. Finally, Creed said that if something really important happens, the ruler can give the order. Dale was very sad to see his friend in such a state, because he had seen something like this for the first time in his life. At that moment, Balney was mixing a special elixir in his estate, something he had been doing for 7 years. His butler Rand asked if it might be better to stop, but Giordano was not about to give up. The magician couldn't leave Alicia to die, so he didn't even consider the words of his faithful assistant. The servant himself did not want this, so he asked forgiveness for his proposal, because it was cruel. Then the master took the cup again, which allowed him to create a potion to sustain life, and said that he understood Rand's concern. In return, this artifact required a huge amount of power, which killed many of its users. This potion was also nicknamed the Elixir of Death, but Balney had a magical body, so he could handle the load. On the contrary, if Giordano had not helped the girl, he would have blamed himself terribly, because in fact he could have. For the Duke, time had stopped at the age of 20 so long ago that he did not even remember when. As a result, the guy found himself trapped in time, although he did not know the reasons why all this happened to him. At first, the magician watched with great sadness as everything dear to him gradually disappeared from the face of the earth. Giordano gave himself over completely to solitude for a long time, so that he would no longer experience the pain of losing someone. There were many days in his life when he ran away to war, just to fill the growing emptiness in his soul. And only now, in his stupid, endless life, the guy was able to find meaning in saving the life of the little lady. After thinking for a moment, the gentleman asked the butler to write and send a letter that he would tell Duke Creed. The assistant was a little surprised, but was willing to help, so he asked what exactly he needed to write. Although Giordano was sad to say it, he still said that he would send another potion in honor of Elysia's 21st birthday. The next morning, in a remote and modest estate, the mother and daughter had a small tea party just for themselves. Jezebel said that fashion had changed recently, so she needed new outfits. The Duke's second wife asked in confusion if Dick would not help the girl with this, since she was still his daughter. On hearing this, the lady jumped up in anger, because her father sent her only tasteless dresses. She said that she looked very bad, although her mother did not even know this, because she could not leave the estate. Miss accused Grace of having to endure all this only because of her, since they were related. Separain asked if her daughter would not even give her a chance to apologize, and Jez angrily replied in the negative. In response, the lady unexpectedly hugged the girl, who was so excited that she could not hide her anger and fury. These actions instantly brought Jezebel to her senses, and she thought with fear about what she had just said. Grace whispered to the lady to calm down, saying that she had just had a bad dream last night, and that was why she was so angry. After which the woman activated her abilities, which she used to influence her daughter so that she would hear her. As a result, the girl silently listened to promises that her mother would return to her everything she deserved if Miss was on her side. Jezebel always felt weakened after being exposed to these powers, so Sephiron held her tightly. She sat the Duke's unconscious second daughter down on the sofa, trying to treat her as gently as possible. Grace then asked the maid to continue to follow everything she said, because that was the only way they would succeed. Dick's second wife realized that all they needed was to follow a plan they had not yet begun. At the same time, Duke Giordano came to Duke Creed and immediately asked for forgiveness for such an early visit. But the man was not at all bothered by the guest's presence, because he regularly provided him with the potion every time. Dick had no doubt that it was these gifts that were still keeping his daughter, who had been sleeping for 7 years, alive. Unexpectedly, in addition to the potion, Baln also took out and placed on the table some small and elegant box. The owner of the estate looked at this object in bewilderment for some time, and then asked what it was. Then the magician explained that he decided to make a gift for the sleeping little lady, since he had come in person. Duke Creed thanked the boy for the gift, although he explained that the lady would not be able to thank him personally for it. In response, Giordano stated that he was not doing this out of gratitude, so everything was fine for him. Unexpectedly, for the first time in 7 years, his daughter's father suggested that his friend personally give this box to Elysia. This proposal took the guy by surprise, so much so that he even held the cup of tea raised to his mouth. But then Balnay stood up and refused, because he saw no point in this action, although he wanted it. Dick was surprised that the guest was already leaving, but the magician explained that he still needed to have time to visit His Majesty. Only now did it dawn on the gentleman that it was Giordano who had begun to handle the affairs of the imperial family instead of him. The man said he didn't know when he would be able to repay, but the boy replied that he didn't need anything. Finally, Baln even found the strength to smile at the lady's confused father and said that it was time for him to go. However, as he walked down the corridor of the estate, the magician still thought for a moment about the conversation that had just taken place. He remembered Dick's offer and admitted to himself that if it had been just a little bit more, he wouldn't have been able to refuse it. Duke Giordano was not very pleased to experience all these incomprehensible emotions, so he did not tell anyone about them. For so many years, the guy could not forget the girl who once so calmly and easily gave him joyful smiles. At this moment, a butler came to Duke Creed and brought him tea to help him cope with insomnia. However, the man looked languidly at the offered drink, since he understood that anxiety would not let him sleep anyway. That's why this time the gentleman sadly refused the tea right away, even though he didn't even really try it. But Burns wasn't going to give up so easily and began pouring the healing drink into a mug. While he was doing this, the assistant asked Dick if he knew why this tea was so highly prized by society. The whole point was that Elysia herself once looked after the plant, because it was very picky about life. However, the girl managed not only to grow the leaves, but also to dry them at the right temperature to make tea. So the old man proudly announced that they had a large quantity of these healing leaves in stock. Burns even shared Larry's opinion that after 7 years of aging, the leaves will help even more. Burns's final argument was that he simply had to give the gentleman this tea, since it had once been grown by Elysia herself. The butler shared that the girl did this because her father often skipped meals. Only after these words, with trembling hands, Duke Creed finally decided to take the cup of prepared tea. He immediately reported that this healing drink had a pleasant aroma, which he liked right away. The man then closed his eyes, thinking about how this little child had tried so hard for him. However, Dick knew that Burns could not come to him just for tea, so he asked his assistant what was the matter. The butler gave the gentleman a letter, stating that Jezebel would soon be arriving at the estate for her debut. Without thinking twice, the Duke ordered that Grace and her daughter be provided with everything they needed, and Burns was surprised in response. He couldn't believe his ears, because all these 7 years Dick had been avoiding his duties towards them in every possible way. The owner of the estate explained that he was doing this because he knew that his wife and second daughter were missing luxury. The assistant agreed with the owner's opinion, because he was used to always and in everything almost unquestioningly supporting him. When Burns left the Duke, he looked thoughtfully out the window and thought that today he especially missed his daughter. That night, Elysia slept as soundly as she had during the 7 years during which she had never woken up. Suddenly, the lady's hand twitched, although nothing like this had happened for a long time before. After which, after a few minutes, the heroine suddenly opened the door, still not moving on the bed. Eli sat up, completely confused about what was happening and why her body ached so much after a normal sleep. But what surprised the heroine most was that tears were now running down her cheeks, although she did not feel sad. To her great surprise, Miss suddenly noticed that her body was much larger than she remembered the last time. Besides, for some reason, all the parts hurt a lot, so the girl fell back onto the bed to make it easier for her. However, after a few seconds, she still rose back up, although she still could not understand why she was experiencing pain. Then, Elysia remembered how Grace came into her room and attacked her, which once again frightened the lady. But before Miss had time to remember everything else, a glow suddenly appeared in the room, causing Eli to close her eyes. The girl was surprised by what was happening, but was not very scared, since she did not get sick with anything dangerous. Suddenly, a representative of the pantheon of gods named Lake appeared in the air, who immediately recognized that the Miss had woken up. The boy was glad to meet, because the last time they saw each other was a long time ago, although the heroine did not know about it yet. God understood that it was difficult for the girl to move now, so he enveloped her in his magic to help. Having done this, he proudly hung in the air, crossing his arms over his chest, because he was pleased with his work. Elysia instantly felt better, for which she immediately thanked Lake, who helped her so easily. Then the lady remembered that the greenhouse had been on fire, so she asked what had happened to it and whether anyone had been hurt. Hearing this, the boy frowned sadly and asked if the Miss really didn't remember anything at all about what happened. The lady admitted that her last memory was the moment when Grace attacked her. Then the Duke's daughter became thoughtful and reported that she fell asleep after this and seemed to have had a long and sad dream. The Pantheon representative admitted that the Miss had slept for so long that she could have dreamed of anything during that time. The girl immediately asked how long she had been unconscious, and the boy gave the figure of 7 years. For Elysia, this information came as a real shock, since it seemed to her that only a couple of minutes had passed. The heroine didn't even believe at first that all this was true, although she noticed changes in her body. To finally believe what God had said, Eli rushed to the full-length mirror that stood near the wall. In him, Miss really saw a mature version of herself, which she rarely grew to in past lives. The young lady didn't even believe that it was her, which Lake could understand considering that she had slept for so long. But in fact, the heroine was so surprised because she didn't even hope to see herself at that age. In the past, Miss had always died before she reached that age, so this was very unusual for her. But in the end, it seemed to Eli as if it wasn't her at all, although the girl felt her body well. Besides, Miss was worried that this was her last life, and she had stupidly slept for 7 years. Lake tried to cheer Elysia up by saying that she almost died, but still managed to survive in the end. However, the representative of the gods quickly noticed that these words did little to console the girl. since she was still worried. The Duke's daughter even banged her fists on the nightstand in despair, which completely revealed her rejection of the current situation. As a result, the girl poured herself a glass of water, which she drank in one gulp, after which she felt somewhat better. Alicia turned to Lake and told him that even if she was sad, the lost 7 years would never return. God was surprised by the girl's train of thought, since he expected that she would take much longer to accept the situation. He smiled and admitted that he was afraid that Miss would look like an adult, but still think like a child. Eli herself understood this, but she asked her friend to tell her what had happened during the 7 years she had slept. Lake immediately warned that he would tell everything briefly, since otherwise the conversation would be too long. When they finished speaking, Lake disappeared, and the girl sat down at the table near the bed and thought hard about what to do next. From what God told her, Elijah realized how much her father had cared for her all this time while she was unconscious. To sort out her thoughts, the lady decided to write down in a notebook everything she needed to do. There were only 2 years left of the future that Miss remembered, and the worst thing was the cold and harsh winter. With the winter came a terrible disease for which there was no antidote in the form of a plant, so many people died. So the main problem that Eli was going to solve was precisely this approaching winter. She remembered that the aristocrats survived this time by getting wizards at any cost, but ordinary people quickly died of disease or hunger because none of the nobility was going to help them. No one was an exception, so the lady in her past life often saw how there was not enough space in the cemetery at this time. Therefore, Miss set herself the task of finding a powerful magic stone before this evil and cruel winter begins. Since these stones were incredibly expensive, only aristocrats who were greedy for their lives could afford them. Alicia knew how to get a large amount of stones, but she was sad that nothing guaranteed the success of her plan. She learned that while she was sleeping, Kahar had managed to climb the career ladder and even eventually became the high priest. And the girl remembered that before she lost consciousness, it was the priest who came to visit her stepmother for a conversation. From all this, it appeared that the two were somehow connected to each other, although the Duke's daughter did not know the details. What scared the girl most was the power that Grace used, because she had never encountered anything like it in her past lives. While trying to think like this, the Duke's daughter suddenly felt a sharp and severe pain in her right hand. While her wrist continued to prickle for some reason, Miss looked at it carefully, since she could do nothing else. When the girl looked at the object on her hand, her eyes widened greatly in surprise at what was happening. Somehow, miraculously, Alicia acquired that very sacred mark that few people now knew about. But the Duke's daughter was not at all happy that she had become the chosen one, since this only added to the problems. Eli thought with horror about what she should do now, because she didn't want anything like this to happen to her. Here, the Duke's daughter heard some strange sound from the corridor, which meant that someone was coming to her. Miss was immediately very scared, because she didn't want anyone to see that she had this mark. She put her hand to her mouth in excitement, but she knew what to do to make sure no one knew about anything. Eli looked at the mark and remembered reading that one was supposed to be bigger, but this one was really small. But the Duke's daughter didn't know for sure whether the mark had appeared during her sleep, because it had definitely already been noticed then. Besides, Alicia didn't believe that she wasn't sent to the temple for priestesses, even though they noticed the sacred mark. Suddenly, the girl again noticed footsteps outside the door, as well as familiar voices that she had not heard for 7 years. Since it would have been foolish to avoid meeting her father and close assistant, Eli stayed where she was. But just in case, she turned her head in search of an object that could help her hide the mark so that it would not be noticed. At that moment, the lady noticed a box on the table, in which lay a beautiful and elegant bracelet unfamiliar to her. Alicia saw this thing as her salvation, even if only for a while, and so she quickly put it on. And the heroine made it just in time, because as soon as she put on the jewelry, the doors of her room swung open. Duke Creed and the maid Larry entered, and upon seeing the miss, they froze in surprise on the threshold. It was only after a few seconds that they realized that standing in front of them was Elijah, who had finally woken up and was fine. The girl, with a smile on her face, quietly said the names of her loved ones, with whom she had not spoken for so long because of sleep. Suddenly, Dick jumped up and hugged his daughter, as he had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Tears even came to the man's eyes, as he was incredibly happy to finally see Miss. He was finally able to admit that he missed his daughter very much, and she smiled sweetly in response because she shared his feelings. Creed suddenly asked the girl for forgiveness for not being able to protect her, because he had wanted to apologize for a long time, after which the gentleman thanked the lady for staying alive and opening her eyes, calling him father, which is what he had dreamed of all these years. The assistant also couldn't stand it and burst into tears at that moment, since she was waiting for the mistress's return no less than Dick. When everyone had calmed down after crying, the Duke forced Alicia back into bed, even though she claimed to be fine. However, the father insisted on this, as he did not want the lady to overwork and get tired after just waking up. The heroine understood that she could not tell Creed the incredible story of how she was cured by a representative of the pantheon of gods. The girl saw how much the gentleman was worried about her health, so she was patient with his concern. Unexpectedly for herself, Eli even thought about telling Creed the truth about her having a mark. But the lady was very afraid that Grace might find out about this, so she closed her eyes and changed her mind about saying anything. Miss understood that she could not resist her stepmother and the priest, so she was very afraid for the health of her loved ones. Here, the father noticed that his daughter was thinking about something, so he asked what exactly was bothering her so much. But Alicia had decided to study the power of the mark on her own first, so she smiled and replied that everything was fine. Although the Duke did not know whether the girl told him the truth, he believed her words by default, because he loved her. The man missed his daughter very much, so he gently put his hand to her cheek and absent-mindedly stroked it. After which, Creed very carefully asked his daughter to tell him about what happened 7 years ago. The heroine did not expect that the man would ask her so quickly about what happened, although he had given her permission to remain silent. However, the lady rose up in bed and said that she would tell him everything if her father could promise her something. It was important to the girl that the Duke, having heard the whole truth, would not rush to execute all those who had offended her then. Eli took her father's hand and explained that 7 years had passed, and therefore there was no longer any evidence to be found. After which, the heroine whispered that Grace definitely had a reason for acting this way, although she was wrong to justify it. Creed didn't expect that the truth he wanted to hear would be so painful for him. The girl explained that she wanted to know the reasons for her mother's actions, while her father simply looked gloomy, and the miss herself has already made the decision that she will simply return to her normal life, as if nothing had happened. The Duke guessed that Eli was essentially going to play the role of bait for Separan, who could harm her again, but the heroine understood that the fact that she woke up would already bring enough pain to Dick's second wife. At the end of her speech, Alicia whispered sadly that she didn't want to see her father hurt anyone because of her. Dick nodded in response, understanding his daughter, and admitted that he had indeed just been overcome with emotion, after which he hugged the girl and promised that no one would die, asking her to tell him absolutely everything. The man's hand involuntarily clenched into a fist because he was very angry with Grace, even though he had promised not to do anything. Despite his emotions, the father asked his daughter to tell him how she first met Belne in the forest, because Grace had abandoned her there. Just in case, Alicia asked the Duke if he had forgotten his promise to her, because she noticed his anger. The girl looked at Dick's face and realized with horror that if things continued like this, he had definitely done something wrong. So the young lady anxiously tried to remind him that right now she was completely fine. The owner of the estate himself agreed that his daughter looked very good for someone who had slept for 7 whole years. He knew the answer, so he said that the girl felt so good because she was constantly drinking the potion. While the girl was speaking, the father noticed that the bracelet that he had recently given Balne was glowing with some kind of magic. This fact made the man a little nervous, so while the lady was asking questions, he watched her hand carefully. Eventually, Dick admitted that no medication had helped Eli until Giordano brought a relic that no one was supposed to know about, after which the gentleman got down on one knee and asked the miss to show him the bracelet given to him by the magician, as he felt energy from it. This request greatly frightened Alicia, who was not sure whether her father knew about her mark or not. The heroine pretended to be embarrassed and explained that she thought the bracelet was for her, so that's why she put it on. In response, Dick smiled and said that this decoration really did belong to Eli, because he would not dare to take anything away from her. He explained that Balne had brought it as a birthday present for her, but he was concerned about the magic on the item. The gentleman said that every year the magician brought not only a potion for the lady, but also some kind of gift. After examining the decoration, Creed discovered a serious spell of movement and even protection on it, after which he said that the magician took great care to save the girl, so it would be great if she did not take off the bracelet. Alicia thought with a smile that Duke Giordano had not forgotten about her, although she had heard nothing about him from Lake. Here the father suddenly reminded that it was time for the young lady to take the potion again, which surprised the heroine. He explained that it was impossible to suddenly stop drinking the potion, which the lady did not object to at all in the end. Eli trusted her father completely, as well as Balna, who brought the elixir, so she drank it without hesitation. Suddenly, Miss felt the potion spreading throughout her body, causing very severe pain. So, unable to restrain herself, the girl almost screamed, since it was the first time she experienced something like this. The Duke was very frightened when he saw the state his daughter became in as soon as she drank the drink. Meanwhile, all the pain was concentrated in the place where the mark appeared, which scared Eli very much. Suddenly, Dick noticed that his daughter was holding her hand, so he immediately realized where it hurt. The heroine became even more frightened when she realized that the gentleman wanted to immediately remove the bracelet from her hand. She began to resist, although Creed promised that he would just examine her hand and it would not take much time. In the end, despite all the lady's protests, since the mark was still burning on her, the father managed to remove the decoration. Alicia froze in horror when she realized that the Duke was now definitely aware that she had a relic. Dick's face showed how surprised he was by what he saw, since he did not expect his daughter to become a saint. For a moment, they were both shocked into silence, after which the girl attempted to speak. But then her father interrupted her, starting to tell her that the head of the Creed family had several important abilities. He also knew how to calm any energy, using all his magical powers as a blessing. Suddenly, Eli actually felt all the pain slowly leave her hand, as if it had never been there. The girl turned her gaze to the place of the mark, but it really didn't burn anymore, for which she was grateful to her father. And Dick himself, also looking at the sacred relic, whispered sadly that it had finally appeared in his daughter's possession. A little later, the girl returned the empty bottle of potion back to the shelf, no longer wanting to drink it. The master was sure that although the mark was still small, Alicia had definitely become a saint. But the heroine did not want to go to the temple for the rest of her life, so she shrank, afraid of this. The man guessed that the lady was having a very hard time at the moment, so he decided to leave her alone for now. Creed stood up and said that he had things to do, so he would go, to which Eli responded with a smile and a statement that she was fine. Finally, Miss promised that she would not get out of bed and would have a good rest so that her father would not worry. As sad as it was for Creed to leave the young lady at this moment, he understood that it would be better this way. Therefore, the owner of the estate nevertheless went home, since he had already spent a long time talking with his daughter, exhausting her. As soon as Dick walked out the door, the heroine immediately crossed her arms and began to pray that nothing would happen. The next morning, the Duke asked Camille how many holy knights were at his disposal right now. The task of this particular group was to protect the saints until they went to serve in the temple. Creed's assistant was one of these saints, so he immediately said that there were 4 of them in total right now. Then the Duke gave the command that all the existing holy knights, 5 in number, should be assigned to Elysia. Moreover, he also asked to hire everyone else who was outside the estate as security. To make the assistant realize the importance of this action, Dick announced that the Holy Lady of the Temple had appeared. The guy was very surprised, because the man with the mark had not appeared for many years, although the knights were prepared to protect him. And Creed himself added that the tasks of the Holy Defenders will change somewhat due to certain circumstances beyond their control. The man strictly ordered his servants not to remove Eli's guard, even after she entered the temple. None of the holy knights had any objections to this, as they had complete trust in their master. After receiving the orders, the guys left, and the owner of the estate was left completely alone in the spacious office. The Duke sank heavily into his chair and mentally asked his dead wife if he had done the right thing. At that moment, Baln was riding in a carriage and recalling his distant past, which he had dreamed about in his dreams. Then, he introduced himself to a girl with Elysia's appearance as the god of abundance, who immediately asked him for help. However, Giordano warned that borrowing his power was not easy, but the lady was not at all afraid of the difficulties. The guy warned that he would take something in exchange for giving part of his power to this earthly girl. He needed her more than anything in the world, so God asked Miss to stay by his side no matter what. But the lady did not understand what exactly Balni meant when he said that he wanted her to stay with him. Then Giordano explained that the girl's family would carry his divine power from generation to generation. The boy promised that the girl's family would have the wealth needed to use this power. However, he warned that this would also be a curse for all the descendants of the village resident. So Balne asked if the miss still desired this curse hidden under the divine blessing. To the god's great surprise, the girl suddenly agreed to this without any hesitation, after which she once again confidently confirmed that she would accept the sacred powers of Mr. Giordano. In response, God closed his eyes in agreement, because he had made a contract with Miss, which was in effect from that moment on. Suddenly, the Duke opened his eyes and realized that he was in a carriage, and he was again dreaming an incomprehensible dream about the past. The gentleman did not understand what was happening to him and why he was seeing this, when suddenly his assistant noticed his condition. The butler immediately asked worriedly if everything was okay with Giordano, and he immediately answered in the affirmative, after which the magician asked how far it was to Creed's estate, and was glad when the servant told him that it was not long yet. Looking out the window, Giordano was surprised that he had completely forgotten about the long-standing history that connected him with Eli. At that moment, the girl stood in front of the door to her father's office and did not dare to knock and then enter. It took her a few minutes to collect her thoughts, as the question was very worrying to her. So Elysia knocked on the door, which the Duke immediately heard, and asked if she could come into his office. Creed immediately jumped up and gave his daughter permission, because he was always very happy to see her at any time. The lady opened the door, and only then discovered that her father was talking about something with the butler at that moment. Upon seeing Mrs. Burns, he declared that he was glad every day that she was walking around the estate healthy again. Here Dick reminded his assistant that he actually had things to do, and it was better for him to finally get down to them. The old man did not argue with the gentleman, but only suggested that the miss call him at any time if she needed help. Eli was instantly curious, so she asked her father what was so important he had entrusted to Burns. Creed only now remembered that he had never told the girl that he had planned for her to move to the main building. The heroine was surprised by this, although she did not know whether she liked this news or whether it still worried her a little. Looking at the man's calm face, Miss could not understand why he was moving her if she would soon be going to the temple. To Eli's horror, Dick was suddenly the first to speak about her sacred mark, something the young lady could not have expected. The lady was about to interrupt the Duke, when he suddenly said that it would be better for her to hide her presence with Miss for now. These words surprised the heroine so much that she silently stared at Creed in complete shock, thinking that he was joking. But the man suddenly, in all seriousness, declared that he did not want to send his daughter for the benefit of the temple. The owner of the estate knew that this was the duty of his family, because only in it were children born who had the sacred mark. However, Creed admitted that all those 7 years that the girl slept were a complete and utter nightmare for him. So the Duke decided that when the lady woke up, he would protect her, no matter what in the world. Elysia had no idea that it was very important for her to hear such words from her father, at least once. Since he suggested doing exactly as Miss really wanted, she could not resist and gave in to her emotions. At this moment, the gentleman asked the girl to say what she really wanted most of all right now. Then the heroine burst into tears and said that she really wanted to stay with her father instead of going to church. That was exactly what the man wanted to hear. So he told her that his daughter had nothing to worry about at all. He gently took her hand and promised that he would do everything exactly as Elysia herself wanted, and no one else. After which, the Duke suddenly asked if the lady was ready for the guest who was about to arrive to them after a long journey. Elysia was very surprised when her father only now informed her that Giordano was coming here to meet her. So the girl jumped up suddenly, because she wanted to get ready for this important meeting with an old friend. Before leaving, the young lady smiled sweetly at Creed and asked him not to worry about her. The man nodded, although he thought that the miss was still that same child in his eyes, no matter how she behaved. When Eli ran off to her room, Dick confidently thought that no matter what happened, he would always be on her side. Moreover, clenching his hand into a fist, the gentleman promised himself that he would definitely make his daughter the happiest. An hour later, Baln finally reached the estate, but he couldn't understand why he ended up being so nervous. The only thing that consoled the guy was that 7 whole years had already passed, so his worries were entirely justified. Memories of the past were returning to him very slowly, but he already knew how terrible it all ended. Then all the inhabitants became angry with the lady, and only Giordano continued to hold the girl tenderly in his arms. She herself was sure that it was not in vain that she had gone through this entire difficult path, although she died so quickly at the end of it. God did not agree with this reasoning, but he did not have the power to somehow correct this situation. Baln asked if the miss had any last wish, because that was all he could offer her. More than anything in the world, he wanted the girl to ask him to save her, even if it cost him a lot of effort. But, as always, everything turned out according to her will, which greatly surprised God, who had expected something else. The lady said that she was already very happy because she spent her last moments next to the guy. Waking up from these visions, the Duke remembered that the last words he heard from the miss were about another life. However, he didn't have time to think about it, because at that moment the doors of the guest room suddenly swung open, after which Alicia herself appeared before the magician in a very beautiful dress and with a joyful smile on her face. Noticing that the guy for some reason froze in place when he saw her, the lady asked if everything was okay with him. Balny only now realized that he had been silently staring at the girl, so he came to his senses and replied that he was fine. The heroine nevertheless extended her hand forward, but then froze in place, suppressing the desire to touch Giordano. Instead, the miss reported that the magician had noticeably lost weight, and he explained that he had only recently returned from a hike. And then Baln asked if the girl shouldn't be more concerned about her health than his. Alicia remembered that the magician's potion had helped her a lot, so she bowed to him in gratitude for his help. But for the guy, the only thing that mattered was that for some reason, Miss began to address him officially again after some time. He invited the young lady to sit down, and at the same time asked why Eli was speaking to him so formally again. The girl admitted that she returned to her old habit only because they had essentially not seen each other for a very long time. Giordano reminded that nothing should have changed for the Duke's daughter herself, since she had slept the whole time. The heroine was worried that the guy would perceive her as a little girl who was 13 years old. And at that moment, the Duke asked that the lady continue to call him by name, as had once been the case between them. This surprised Eli a little, but she herself was not against getting a little closer to the magician, so she obeyed. While they were sitting opposite each other like this, Miss finally addressed her friend by name, which he had been waiting for. After this, the girl once again expressed her gratitude to the Duke, who had taken care of her all this time. While she was speaking, Baln suddenly noticed something important to him, so he stood there, embarrassed, his eyes wide open. It turned out that Giordano saw the very bracelet on the young lady's hand, which he himself had given her not long ago. Jumping up, the guy even asked the lady not to move for a while, and she, surprised, obeyed him. Only Alicia was a little scared, because the magician suddenly reached for her hand, on which there was a sacred mark. Before the miss had time to object, Balny actually took her by that very hand and began to examine it closely. For a while, Giordano simply twirled the bracelet until the girl could gather the courage to speak. Eventually, Eli reported that she was ticklish, which caused the Duke to immediately remove his hands from her. The heroine admitted to herself that she did not expect that her friend would somehow become so much more tender towards her. The magician suddenly asked the lady if she liked the bracelet, and she guessed that he had shown interest in it and did not know about the mark. So Miss said she liked it all, and then Balny admitted that he wanted to see it on her, as he had chosen it carefully. These words embarrassed the young lady, so she, with a blush on her cheeks, thanked the magician for his care, after which the Duke's daughter became even more embarrassed, telling her friend that he was too close to her. Hearing this, the Duke himself blushed, so he immediately moved away from Eli, so as not to be even more embarrassed by the closeness. The heroine couldn't understand why she was so worried about such simple things, so she looked at the magician awkwardly. The only logical explanation Elysia found was that something like this simply did not happen in past lives. That evening, at the remote estate where Jezebel and Grace had been exiled, the Duke's second wife was very angry. She did not expect that her husband would not allow her to come to the estate, despite the fact that her daughter had made her debut. In anger, Madame threw the letter of prohibition into the fire and urgently called her faithful servant to her. The girl immediately appeared and was surprised when the lady announced that she would send her and her daughter to the Creed estate. At the same time, Sapirin's face expressed such crazy emotions that the assistant didn't even dare to say anything. She merely nodded in response to all orders and promised that she would definitely take care of young Jezebel. Although Sapirin was afraid to send her daughter alone, she needed to sort out Keihara's task. More than anything in the world, Grace wanted to kill Elysia, and right now she was working hard to do so. 2 days later, the heroine was able to observe the results of her father's work, who had so quickly prepared a room for her. The lady was pleased to realize that the Duke had made all these changes only because he sincerely loved her. But the new room turned out to be so huge that it was extremely difficult for Miss to get used to it. Suddenly, the mark on her arm began to hurt, and when she took off the bracelet, Eli saw that it had become noticeably larger again. The girl was afraid that someone might come into the room and see her, so she decided to hide her again as quickly as possible. Suddenly, the Duke's daughter heard someone's unfamiliar and very thin voice asking her to stop. Elysia looked around in fear, as she could not find the source of this strange and incomprehensible sound. It turned out that this voice was coming from the mark and was asking if the girl could really hear it. A few seconds later, a tiny girl suddenly appeared in the air and said she was happy to talk. But the heroine herself was so surprised by this that, forgetting about decency, she froze with her mouth open. Since Eli had enough endurance to not escape anywhere in fear, she was able to talk to this strange creature. In the end, the unknown little girl said that she was the mark, and only the holy owner herself could see it. The Duke's daughter couldn't find such information in any of the books, so she listened carefully now. The creature thoughtfully said that the miss was special, since she was able to talk to her before she even got to the temple. Suddenly, it dawned on the girl that Elysia didn't know how to use her power yet, which is why she started screaming. Everything was so bad that Miss didn't even know what kind of powers the mark in the form of a baby was talking about. But the stranger said that the saint herself would find out about everything when the mark on her body became even larger. The Duke's daughter asked if she would always be able to hear the girl, and she immediately answered in the affirmative. The little girl asked if Eli was really against it, and the heroine immediately began to deny it, becoming very embarrassed. She suddenly changed the subject, asking what exactly the mark's name was, since a lady couldn't possibly address it disrespectfully. In response, the girl, who was still flying in the air, thought hard, not knowing whether to answer the question or not. Eventually, the mark introduced itself, but Eli was horrified by the name, as it was incredibly long. To make her feel more comfortable, the miss asked if the girl would mind if she started calling her Rin. Mark immediately happily reported that she really liked this option, so she agreed to it. A little later, the girl slept on the saint's bed, taking advantage of the fact that no one else would be able to see her anyway. The heroine herself sat nearby and tried to accept the fact that along with the mark, this creature also came to her. While they were talking, Rin showed her the entire history of the Empire as if the girl had seen it personally. What interested Elysia most was that the girl said that she herself would soon show abilities. However, the miss did not have much hope for this, because the symbol on her hand was still too small. However, right now, Eli somewhat regretted not asking about the sleeping Rin's abilities. After thinking for a moment, the Duke's daughter suddenly raised her hand sharply, stretching it forward, as she hoped to activate the powers. But nothing worked out for her, and instead, the miss heard the butler knocking on the door. At the same time, the embodiment of the mark was still sleeping peacefully on the bed, and had no intention of suddenly disappearing anywhere. Since the Duke's daughter could not refuse Burns, she allowed him to enter, which he did immediately. While the old man opened the door, the girl quickly covered the mark with a pillow, hoping that the assistant would not notice anything. Burns reported that the father had invited his daughter to tea, and she had asked him to tell him that she would be with him shortly. The butler smiled and said that they would both look forward to seeing the young lady in her favorite greenhouse. After that, he left, and Miss breathed a sigh of relief, since the mark had not been noticed, when suddenly she said that others could not see it. Alicia jumped up in fear, and Rin suddenly asked to go with her, since no one would know about it anyway. The girl didn't understand why the girl wanted to join so much, because it was just dinner. But the embodiment of the relic made cute eyes and asked to join the saint once again. As a result, Eli could not refuse such a reception for the girl, so she decided to take her with her this time. And so Duke Creed found himself at a tea party, not only with his daughter, but also with the mark, which he did not know. Rin really did behave well, only occasionally reminding the lady about what she should talk about with her father next. But at some moments, the girl forgot herself and began to talk too loudly about something with Miss. Dick noticed that his daughter was behaving strangely, but she diligently assured him that everything was fine. At the same time, the heroine understood that she needed to somehow start a conversation about the mines with magic stones, but she didn't know how exactly. Then Rin suggested that Alicia could have simply said that she had dreamed something similar. The lady understood that this was an effective method, but she did not want to lie to her father at all, so she continued to remain silent. The mark hinted to the saint that she was thinking too much and that she should take things much more simply. However, Eli began the dialogue with a question about why the gentleman was once again eating almost nothing. Creed came back to reality from his reverie and agreed with a smile that it was indeed time for him to eat more. The heroine herself at that moment understood that, in addition to the mine, she also needed to find a suitable place to grow plants. She saw the Duchy of Giordano as the most ideal option for this, but she didn't know whether the magician would allow it. Remembering Balna, Alicia suddenly became embarrassed and blushed, although there was no reason for this at all. Noticing the strange behavior of his daughter, the man even jumped up excitedly, but Eli calmed him down. The girl explained that she was indeed fine, and much stronger than Duke Creed himself thought. Alicia reminded that her father wanted to tell her something, and the gentleman himself only now remembered about it. He lowered his head with a smile, as he was amazed at how good his daughter was at running things, after which the owner of the estate folded his hands in a lock and seriously announced that he would like to officially tell about his daughter's awakening. The heroine was so surprised by this that she couldn't immediately find any words. In the end, Miss remembered how she had once promised her father to give her the opportunity to arrange a holiday, so she gave her consent. Alicia had expected that there would be people who wished her harm and would act if they learned of the awakening. Dick asked excitedly if his daughter would be okay, and she said she wanted to know about the incident that had happened to her 7 years ago. So Eli regarded such an official announcement as a chance to find out the whole truth and was not afraid of anything. The girl reminded that Creed had promised to protect her, and she believed him, which was pleasant for the gentleman because he was going to keep his word. The owner of the estate said that he would definitely take care of everything related to the sacred mark and the temple. The heroine nodded in response, since she just wanted to focus on her full recovery. She was greatly consoled by the fact that in this life she was no longer alone, so she did not have to be so afraid. When Duke Creed announced Elisia's awakening, she found a pile of boxes sent to her in her room. Neither the maids nor the lady herself could say what it all was, but they had a lot of cleaning to do. Soon the miss studied a huge number of letters and realized that all those boxes were gifts for her from aristocrats. Although Eli could have rested, she chose to help Larry and Cecile clean up everything that had been sent to her so quickly. The maid reported that she was not at all surprised at how popular their beautiful mistress was. The heroine realized that she had never received so much attention before, so it was nice for her. When everything was finished, the assistants offered to call them if they were needed, and left. Alicia watched them closely and noticed something that worried her greatly. It seemed to her that Cecile was much more depressed than usual, which made Eli worry about her. Quite by chance, the Duke's daughter hit the nail on the head, and the maid admitted that she was worried about her sick mother. The lady immediately guessed that the assistant did not want to be here at all, but rather next to her relative, but she did not dare ask for leave. So Miss grabbed Cecile by the hands and immediately allowed her to leave, promising that she would sort out everything else herself. The saint even began to think about what herbs to give the girl, but she refused such help because of embarrassment. Here Cecile was called by other assistants, since she still had things to finish today. Therefore, Before Eli had time to give anything to her assistant, she ran away, once again thanking her for the vacation. The Duke's daughter wondered hard whether everything would be okay in the end, because she didn't know how it would end. Here she noticed among the other letters on the table an envelope that was very different from all the others around. Taking it in her hands, the lady read it and was immediately delighted, as it was from her old good friend Charlene. Alicia knew that the girl was so worried that it often visited her in her sleep. The letter said that Hardan invited the miss to tea if she was now all right after waking up. As a result, after reading the letter, Alicia became incredibly enthusiastic about the idea of a tea party since she had not visited for a long time. The heroine was very interested to find out how much the brother and sister with whom she had become such friends had changed. Wanting to talk, Alicia called out to Rin, who immediately appeared in the air, wanting to chat as well. Only after seeing the mark, the miss, with glowing eyes, began to beg the girl to urgently help her with something. The embodiment of the mark did not even think, but immediately agreed to help, since she was interested in participating. A little later, Miss was walking with her assistants in the estate's garden, looking at everything around her. The girl almost immediately noticed one of her guards, who were watching her around the entire perimeter of the estate. The Holy Knight was noticeably surprised when he saw the Duke's daughter where she should not have been. Alicia smiled calmly and told the guy that she was just out for a walk and that she was actually fine. Then, out of nowhere, the Duke appeared, shouting excitedly and running towards his walking daughter. The man said that Eli was still too weak to walk around the garden like that, but Miss didn't think so. Hearing that the lady wanted to meet her father, Dick softened a little and stopped worrying about her. Since the heroine had not been alone with her father for a long time, she suggested that they go for a walk together, and he agreed. While they were walking, the gentleman kept an eye on his daughter, who had become a very beautiful girl. Suddenly, a terrible image of Dick giving the order to kill Eli popped into his head. But Creed stubbornly considered this incomprehensible memory to be just an overly realistic dream, so he tried to forget. Here the lady waved her hand in front of her father's face, as she noticed that he was thinking deeply about something at that moment. But the gentleman didn't want to tell his daughter what was bothering him, so he said that everything was fine. Alicia looked deep into the Duke's eyes, and it took a lot of effort for him to hold that gaze. But the young lady changed the subject, and taking Dick by the hand, said that she had a small favor to ask of him. The lady said that Charlene had invited her to a tea party, so she asked her father if she could go. Dick wanted to refuse, but Miss began to give him one good argument after another in her favor. In the end, Eli even said that there were still those hiding in the bushes who would definitely protect her from everything around her. The Duke was very surprised that his daughter had somehow found out about the security, so he froze in place. The heroine did not answer this, because in fact it was Rin who told her everything. Instead, the miss asked to go again. At that moment, in the quiet and small town, there were some things going on that few people knew about at the moment. Cecile came home to her sick mother, but even she did not know what was waiting for her now ahead. At the Creed estate itself, the Duke was scolding the chief Holy Knight, who stood with his head down. The girl's father sincerely did not understand whether the security had somehow given themselves away to the lady, but the guys denied this. Even Camille had no idea how Alicia knew she was being watched for protection. Suddenly, Dick turned to his assistant and asked if he was sure he hadn't noticed anything out of the ordinary. The guy was able to remember that Eli began to talk to herself more often, and this surprised the gentleman quite a lot. He wondered if everything that had happened, what he knew about the young lady, could be somehow connected. Since he had no more questions for Camille, the Duke released the knight, and he promised to report everything. As soon as the holy servant left the office, Creed sank into a chair and once again thought about his daughter's behavior. Night came, and the man slept restlessly again, because for some reason he had various frightening dreams. The daughter's father opened his eyes with displeasure as he realized that he would not be able to sleep again after everything he had seen. Again, it seemed to him that his second wife, Grace, had greatly offended Eliza, giving all preference to her second daughter. From the outside, the gentleman could see how sadly his first daughter was crying, but no one cared. Even though it was just a dream, the owner of the estate still felt uneasy because of the events in it. What scared him most was the moment when he decided to kill the lady with his own hands and therefore grabbed the sword. Alicia didn't even have time to grow up, so she had no chance to escape, and all she could do was die. The girl's father was very frightened when he saw such footage, as he would never have done something like that in his life. Watching himself blow the girl's head off, Creed screamed at him to stop and not do it. The man even tried to break the screen from which he was watching all the action, but it was useless. No matter how much Dick tried to resist, time after time in such dreams, the most terrible thing happened, and his daughter died. This time, the Duke even jumped up in bed after he had another similar dream. Tears were streaming down Creed's face, and he couldn't stop them in this situation because it was painful. The gentleman did not understand why he continued to have such dreams, because everything was fine with Elysia. What scared Dick most was the realization that all these terrible images were too real to be dreams. The Duke didn't even want to think about the fact that he really was the man he saw just today. His daughter often died in his dreams, but this was the first time someone with his appearance decided to kill her personally. Since the man knew about the existence of all kinds of magic, he assumed that these might not all be dreams at all. The next morning, the heroine sat in her room and explained to Rin why she wanted to go to the tea party so badly. But it seemed to the Mark that the lady could have fun within the estate, as well as learn some information. Then Miss explained that everyone here still saw her as a child, so they wouldn't say anything serious. Eli dropped the book on her face, as she was afraid that finding the mine would be almost impossible with her current skills. Then the heroine heard someone knock on the door and immediately sat down beautifully, after which she finally allowed him to enter her. To the joy of the young lady, her father appeared at the threshold of her room with a joyful smile, wanting to see her. Eli said that she was just reading a book, so Duke Creed didn't distract her from anything important at that moment. When Dick sat down on the sofa next to her, Miss looked at the gentleman carefully as she noticed something in him. For some reason, her father seemed tired to Elysia, so she asked him if he had slept poorly again last night. The Duke was surprised by his daughter's observation, who immediately correctly assessed his condition. He wasn't sure if he should tell, but he told the young lady that he had been dreaming about her. Only Creed understood that it would not be easy for him to convey this story, but still the man was ready for it. But Eli was very shocked when she heard that she was dying over and over again in her father's dreams. The lady tried to convince him that these were just dreams, because she was now sitting next to him in perfect order. Creed shared his thoughts that he had thought the same thing before yesterday's dream, in which he himself killed his daughter, which made him want to cry now. Stroking his daughter on the cheek, the Duke said that he was ready to accept this punishment for the fact that he had neglected her for a long time, after which Dick shared that he was afraid, as if everything he had dreamed might not have been ordinary dreams. The heroine knew the truth about what these visions were, so she pressed her lips together nervously, not knowing whether to tell her father or not. As a result, the girl took the man by the hand to support him and comfort him, and also to ask him for something important for her. Elysia wanted Dick to listen to her story and not break down or lose himself, but simply believe in what she was going to tell him. The owner of the estate did not expect such a turn of events, so he was quite surprised by everything that happened between them. And Eli, with tears in her eyes, asked her father to promise that he would really bear the full weight of the truth that she knew, after which the heroine could not bear it and burst into tears. But Dick did not scold her, but began to calm her down. Suddenly, Eli unexpectedly confessed that this was her 30th life, which shocked the Duke. The heroine had long ago noticed that this last life of hers had somehow been different from the very beginning. What surprised her most was her meeting with Dick, who gradually began to treat her much better. Therefore, the lady wanted to tell only the truth and said that she did not know why the owner of the estate had such dreams. She squeezed her father's hands and added that she understood how much he loved her, so the miss was really happy. Because of this, Elysia hoped with a smile that Creed would not blame himself for anything that happened to her. The girl explained to Dick that everything was completely different now, and he unquestioningly believed everything she said. However, the Duke admitted that he now does not know how to look his daughter in the eyes after he once killed her. He took his hand away from the lady, saying that he felt he had no right to be near her at all. But Eli grabbed her father's hand and said that when he spoke like that, it seemed to her as if she would be left alone again. Creed was afraid that his daughter might misunderstand him and quickly explained that he was simply asking her for forgiveness. In the end, the heroine couldn't stand it any longer and threw herself into the man's arms to feel at least a little better. Alicia, with tears in her eyes, suddenly said that she did not want her father to cry because of her, because she loved him very much. They stood like that for a while, and then the lady said she had something else to tell, although the man had not recovered from the previous news. Alicia confessed that on Duke Giordano's territory, there was a mine that contained many magical stones. The lady remembered that no one had ever owned it, so she wanted to buy and sell the stones at a reasonable price. After which Eli added, somewhat embarrassed, that even if the Duke had not believed her, she herself would have done the same. Dick was surprised at what his daughter was thinking, and she herself believed that she simply had no other choice. To the girl's great surprise, the Duke suddenly stroked her head, which ultimately calmed her down greatly. Dick said that she didn't need to worry about anything because they could do a lot together, and they would definitely succeed. The heroine blossomed into a smile, as she was extremely pleased with the support of her father, who stood on her side. Creed promised that he would contact Balnay soon and arrange a meeting for the sake of the mine. A little later, Eli, in a beautiful dress, came to visit the Hardin family for tea for the first time in a long time. The girl was incredibly happy that her father had decided to let her go, since she had hardly had any rest lately. As soon as she arrived, Charlene ran out to meet her old friend, whom she had not forgotten for a day all this time. Hardin's daughter was very glad to finally see Eli, to whom she had written an invitation letter as soon as she heard of the awakening. Throwing herself into Mrs. Arms, Sister Sorrenta admitted that she had been very worried and bored all this time. Charlene had been waiting for this moment for a long time, so now she was incredibly happy that she had finally recovered. The girls exchanged opinions that each of them had become much more beautiful than when they remembered each other, after which, Hardin's daughter led her old friend to the table, where everyone else was already waiting impatiently for them. A little later, the heroine once again thanked her friends for receiving her so well and kindly. Charlene's friends were good people, so they didn't resist meeting someone else. The ladies said they felt a great sense of relief when they realized that Alicia was not the same as Jezebel. Hearing them talk about her sister, Duke Creed's daughter immediately became worried and asked them to tell her. The girls said that she often went to tea parties, but they did not invite her to theirs because she had a bad character. The aristocrats were annoyed by the fact that Grace's daughter often quarreled with everyone for no reason, so they tried to avoid her. Alicia was alarmed to hear that Jezebel was behaving so badly, so her face changed. Only Charlene noticed the state that Duke Creed's daughter had fallen into, as she was attentive to everyone. Therefore, the girl suggested to her friends to change the topic to something more cheerful, since this was their first meeting. The ladies themselves suddenly realized that they felt a little awkward in front of their new acquaintance, who was listening to all of this. As a result, the heroine felt much better, for which she thanked Hardin's daughter, although she was going to talk to Jez. That same evening, the high priest received information that Alicia Creed had finally woken up. Cahar immediately ordered that the girl be brought to him alive as quickly as possible. At the same time, he told his assistant that he would not mind if the lady ended up with a broken arm or leg. The servant immediately nodded, showing that he understood the order, and then disappeared, leaving the master alone for now. Grace informed the priest that she had almost everything ready, which made him smile maliciously because of this. Looking at Elysia in the magic ball, Cahar saw how beautiful she was, and he didn't expect that. At this moment, Baln was still carefully creating another potion for the young lady, because she could not suddenly stop drinking it. Only one of his assistants did not know about this, so he asked why the gentleman was trying so hard. Instead of answering, Giordano scolded Lecce, saying that he should not satisfy his curiosity, and the knight nodded. The mage was very concerned about the fact that Elysia's body had definitely changed, but he couldn't say how exactly. An image of the lady smiling carefreely at him popped into his head, and the Duke wanted her to continue doing so. Thinking about this, Baln himself accidentally smiled, although he did not really notice this action in himself. To make amends, the knight suddenly announced that the Creed family had requested permission to explore the forest. The gentleman was surprised by such unexpected news, especially because they were interested in the mountain. But what frightened the Duke most was that even Elysia herself wanted to go and explore these lands. However, Lecce was limited in information and could not say why exactly the Creed family was doing this. Now it was the knight's turn to be surprised, for Giordano declared that he himself would inform Dick of the answer, and the magician himself had already risen and even began to put on his cloak, because he had definitely decided to visit the Creed estate. The boy's face turned a little red as he thought about being able to see the young lady again. As a result, upon learning of the arrival of Duke Giordano, Creed's servants immediately began to bustle about, preparing everything around. The heroine was just as worried as her assistants, since her father was not there, and she had to meet the guest. The girl was so afraid, because it was her first time hosting guests, and she didn't know if she would do everything right in the end. At this point, Burns, himself polished to a shine, appeared behind the lady and asked if the lady was ready to meet him. He said that he had seen to everything himself, so that nothing had been done badly, and he led the miss to the guest room. Eli paused for a moment in front of the doors, because she knew she really needed permission to explore the forest, so the heroine was going to do everything possible just to convey her request to Duke Giordano. Contrary to her thoughts, when the lady sat down at the table in front of her friend, she quickly lost all her confidence in the matter. The guy was still eating the delicious dishes that had been prepared, and he didn't like the fact that the miss started speaking formally again. It was unclear from his face what exactly Baln thought about the girl's request to allow her to explore the territory. Instead of answering Miss's question, he reminded her that they had agreed to address her in a less aristocratic manner. The girl immediately called him by name, and Balne, with a modest smile, said that it was much better this way. Eli noticed that for some reason, the mage was much more relaxed than at their last meeting. Suddenly, the guy said that Miss can do whatever she wants and explore whatever she wants. The girl was very surprised by this, but Giordano was absolutely serious and had no intention of changing his mind. Imagine Elysia's surprise when the magician even allowed her to keep everything she found for herself, regardless of what was in it. The lady was pleased that Balne had been so generous, but she was worried that he might suspect something. Miss even thought about telling her friend everything that she knew herself, and thereby cleansing herself. But Giordano suddenly said that there was no need for this, because he completely trusted the Creed family, so he gave permission. The magician was sure that the Duke would never let him down, and the same for him applied to Elysia herself. The heroine couldn't even imagine that the guy had such an opinion about her and her father, but she was pleased about it. The girl blossomed from these words and smiled sweetly, because she was glad that she had such a good relationship with Balne. She promised to repay the trust shown, and the gentleman said with a smile that he would wait for this moment. Moreover, the Duke suddenly announced that he also wanted to become part of the ladies' guard, which greatly surprised her. The guy reminded that there were a lot of monsters in the area, so the lady could use some help. However, Eli stated that the magician did not have to worry about anything because she would have many knights and her father with her. Balne became a little sad after these words, since he was looking for an excuse to stay a little longer with the young lady. At such moments, the Duke felt sad that Elysia did not even guess what was in his heart. The heroine, with a smile, thanked her friend for the offered help, because she appreciated it. As a result, Baln could not remain upset for long, because the charming girl lifted his spirits. A few days later, Eli, her father, and a special squad set out to explore the area. She remembered the last time she was in this place was when she was kidnapped and left in the forest to die alone. Dick remembered that the lady had been sleeping for a long time and was therefore weak, so he asked if the miss could go on, and Elysia nodded. The girl said that she used to run a lot of laps, which surprised the man, because he knew little about her training. While the miss was making excuses, Creed noticed a spear flying at her, so he rushed to save his daughter. At the very last moment, the gentleman still managed to reach the girl, who did not even notice this danger. The heroine asked her father in fear what was going on, when he realized that their squad had suddenly been attacked for some reason. The birds flew up in panic, once again confirming the fact that some kind of commotion had begun in the forest. Many holy knights were immediately killed by arrows, although they had good training for such battles. Dick ordered an urgent search for the hiding places of their enemies, but this was not easy for his guards. Here the man noticed how another attack on his knights had begun, and therefore shouted for them to be more careful. But even this didn't help, because another guy was still accidentally hit and was incapacitated. In a slight panic, Dick covered his daughter, realizing that he needed to protect her at all costs. A small salvation came in the form of Kale, who was able to detect at least a few places with enemies. Jumping to the ground, the leader of the Holy Knights suggested that the Lord and young lady move to a more open area. Although Eli's strength was almost exhausted before this, she knew that she couldn't relax. So she pulled herself together. Miss didn't want to cause any inconvenience in this situation, so she told her father that she would be quite capable of running on her own. The Duke knew they had no other choice, so he took Alicia's hand to help her run, after which, the two of them, as quickly as possible, rushed into the depths of the forest, which would lead them to a clearing. Quite quickly, Duke Creed's entire detachment was able to escape from the enemy encirclement, although they were very out of breath. Suddenly, black smoke flared up out of nowhere near Eli, which was clearly aimed at the girl herself. A magician appeared in front of the young lady and her father, who clearly had no intention of letting them out of the forest. With a menacing glare, the man with this black magic asked where his next victims were going. Dick immediately shielded his daughter with his body, asking her to stay strictly behind his back, and she did not mind. But then Camille called out to Creed, and it turned out that the enemies had managed to quickly and efficiently surround the entire company. The Holy Knights said that their masters had better flee, while they themselves tried to distract the mages for as long as possible. But Creed was in no hurry to leave his assistants, and instead asked if all the attackers were here now. The guy said that it seemed like it was, but they couldn't be 100% sure of this information. One of the mages noticed that the survivors still had time to speak, so he increased his dark magic. Alicia immediately told her father about this, and he realized that the girl could suffer if she stayed here. So the man commanded the lady to jump to the side at his command and then quickly run into the forest. At this moment, the enemy, who was delighted to have almost reached the Duke's daughter, began his attack again. But Dick rushed forward, shouting to Miss to follow his plan, hoping that they would succeed. The heroine understood that if she stayed, she would only distract everyone, so she obediently ran away. Shouts followed her that she would not escape, and the enemies also sent their black magic to catch the young lady. The dark mages had some specific goal tied to Alicia, so they turned their heads in her direction. But Duke Creed jumped on one of them in time, concentrating all his strength so that his daughter was able to escape. Unlike her condition 7 years ago, the heroine now became exhausted from running very quickly and could barely breathe. However, Rin supported her and begged her to run further, as she knew that several enemies were still able to follow them. The mark explained that they were most likely dark mages in ambush, which is why Dick and the Holy Knights did not detain them. All that was left for Alicia to do was hope that her loved ones were indeed okay and continue running. Here the lady noticed a rock that she knew about from her past lives, so she stopped near it. Despite the danger that followed her, Miss still put her hand to the stones to find what she needed. The girl did not understand why her mistress suddenly stopped, so she continued to shout at her that she needed to leave immediately. But instead of running, Eli began to try to dig something out among the stones, and she succeeded quite quickly. As a result, a small passage formed in the rock in front of them, which was the goal of the Duke's daughter. Without a moment's hesitation, the girl reached her hand into the hole, as she remembered that the seal she needed should be somewhere here. After a short period of time, Alicia suddenly realized that she had managed to touch something with her hand. She tried hard to activate the seal, while Rin shouted that the enemies were almost there. And so, the magic that she had been counting on so much appeared and lit up before the heroine. But, to the horror of the young lady, when she turned around, she saw one of the dark magicians behind her, who had caught up with her. The man was clearly extremely angry, as he said through gritted teeth that the miss ran well for an ordinary aristocrat. No matter how scared Eli was, she did not run away immediately, because she wanted to try to make the contract with the seal in time. So the heroine loudly called out her name and extended her hand towards the glowing mark in front of her. Miss tried very hard to succeed, when suddenly the seal began to illuminate everything around with a very powerful light. The enemy also noticed this glow and shielded himself from it, saying that no matter what the Duke's daughter did, nothing would work out for her. Since the heroine was unable to achieve the desired effect from the seal, she realized that she urgently needed to escape. But then the enemy grabbed her with his dark magic and began to hold the lady tightly, telling her that she had better obediently follow him. Still hoping that the agreement would work, Miss tried to stall for time and began asking questions. But the man had no desire to respond to her words, so he said that she would find out everything herself. Eli even screamed loudly in despair, as she realized that for some reason the contract with the seal was not working. After this, the bracelet on the girl's hand suddenly lit up, and she was quickly illuminated by a bright glow. At this moment, Duke Giordano looked anxiously into the forest, because he regretted not having gone with Duke Creed's detachment. The guy realized that he had made a mistake when he didn't even know what kind of area they were going to explore. As a result, a couple of hours ago, his assistant came running to him in a hurry and informed him that important information had appeared. He shouted that there were intruders on Mr. Ball's territory, but the owner replied that it was the Creed squad. Imagine the magician's surprise when the knight explained that they had discovered traces not only of Duke Dick's men. Giordano ordered his soldiers to urgently form search parties and not miss a single enemy. He was the first to rush into the forest and guessed that the appearance of unknown people clearly did not just coincide with the day of Duke Creed's research. So, at any cost, the guy decided to catch at least one enemy in order to interrogate him properly later. Balney didn't know for sure where exactly he should look for Alicia in order to have time to come to her aid, so the guy decided to climb the mountain and at least take a little look around the area. Suddenly, almost directly above Giordano, some magical object appeared, although nothing foreshadowed it. Since the Duke himself had created this magic not long ago, he was able to immediately understand what exactly it was. Then Eli appeared in the air from this ball, and the Duke rushed forward to catch her in his arms. He ran up just in time for the lady to fall right into his arms, after which the guy asked if she was okay. The girl was very scared, as she had experienced enormous stress, and therefore she opened her eyes extremely sluggishly. Imagine her surprise when Miss suddenly saw the surprised face of Duke Giordano in front of her. Instead of explaining what exactly happened to her, the heroine unexpectedly hugged her friend tightly. Alicia told him through tears that she thought she was going to die, which is why she was so scared of the attack. Then Balney gently stroked the lady and reminded her that she was okay now, since he would not let anyone hurt her. Here the magician noticed that the bracelet he had given him was very red, which meant that he had used up almost all of his magic. Realizing that the decoration needed to be cooled, otherwise it would remain hot for a long time, the Duke carefully walked toward the water. The Duke's daughter worriedly asked Balney what was going on, but he once again reassured her with words. Miss felt like it was all a dream, so she awkwardly asked the guy to tell her it wasn't. The heroine admitted that she is very afraid of suddenly waking up and again finding herself among the enemies who are attacking her father. Having lowered the girl's hand with the bracelet into the water, the Duke leaned against her and informed her that she was not dreaming, after which the magician added that no matter whether Alicia was sleeping or not, he would still always be by her side. Giordano was confident that he could protect the lady, so he convinced her that she no longer had anything to fear. The Duke's daughter listened to her friend with her mouth slightly open, because his words really did calm her down. When he finished speaking, the lady snuggled up to the guy and thanked him for being on her side. Balney was surprised when he noticed that the girl was so trustingly and closely pressed against him. Somewhat embarrassed, he coughed and quietly called out to the lady, who also realized that she had overstepped her bounds a little. While the miss was asking to be lowered to the ground, the magician noticed that her bracelet had almost completely cooled down thanks to the water. So, in response to Alicia's requests to go there herself, the Duke said that she should not overexert herself, and he would carry her personally. Once again, with a snap of his fingers, the guy opened a portal that transported them to his estate. Over the next few hours, the heroine tidied herself up until night fell. As a result, she was very worried about what happened to her father and the other knights, so the lady could not sleep. Then the girl finally heard a knock on the door and immediately allowed the person behind her to enter. It turned out to be the Duke of Baln, to whom Miss had many questions, because he could at least know something. Seeing Alicia's excitement, Giordano thought about how well the bracelet he had given her suited her. Unexpectedly for him, the Miss suddenly asked if anything had become known about those who remained in the forest. The guy forgot that he hadn't told Eli anything, so he reported that Duke Creed and his knights had returned to the estate. The heroine was very happy about this and breathed a sigh of relief, because all this time she was afraid that everything could have been worse. Balney added that the enemies simply fled after the lady disappeared, meaning that she was their target. This frightened the girl greatly, although she had suspected something like this, since she knew that she had enemies. The Duke's daughter concluded that Cahar and Grace were definitely behind this, since there was no one else who could attack her. Here, Alicia was pulled out of her thoughts by Giordano, who gently asked if he could offer the miss anything. She nodded so innocently and looked at the guy that he even had the feeling that he was doing something bad. The heroine did not expect at all that the magician would suddenly offer her to live in his estate for some time. And Balney simply and directly said that he would like to personally protect the girl, and in his mansion he would have such an opportunity. The Duke reported that he was now 100% sure that there was a spy in the Creed estate from somewhere. While Giordano was speaking, the heroine blushed a little, because just a little more, and she had misunderstood him. To prevent the guy from noticing this, the miss gave her consent as soon as possible for him to protect her on his territory. A little coquettishly, Eli said that she hoped that the Duke would take good care of her, and that nothing would happen to them. But Creed's daughter was afraid that Dick might worry so much about her that he would stop sleeping again. So the girl asked the magician to tell her father about this plan, and the guy promised that he would do everything. When Giordano mentioned that he had something to discuss with Duke Creed anyway, the lady immediately became worried. But then Baln stroked her head, which brought Miss back to reality, and told her to rest today. The magician tenderly promised that they would see each other again tomorrow, but for now the Duke's daughter could sleep peacefully. Alicia tucked a strand of hair behind her ear in embarrassment, as she was touched by such genuine concern from her friend. The lady didn't ask her friend any more questions, but instead decided to ask Rin about everything when she woke up. Giordano himself, as soon as he left the door, also blushed a little at the thought that he would live with Alicia in the same estate. The next morning, Duke Creed urgently called his assistants to a meeting regarding the incident in the forest. Dick was already quite furious with his soldiers when he suddenly noticed that a guest had come to see him. It turned out to be Duke Giordano, who had come to the Creed estate to report the latest news. The girl's father immediately ran up to the guy and asked where Alicia was, to which he replied that the lady was in his mansion. Baln explained that the miss was completely fine and not injured at all, so the man did not have to worry about her. These words calmed Duke Creed, and he breathed a sigh of relief, since he had been very worried about Eli all this time. But then Dick asked why the magician came to him alone, since he could easily have taken a girl with him. To this, the guy somewhat excitedly said that the young lady would stay with him for the time being. He said that the lady would be much safer there, and this hurt the owner of the estate, but he could not object. Creed himself was thinking that within the walls of his house, it was no longer so calm for Miss, including because of Jezebel's imminent arrival. In addition, Giordano's estate was always closed, so it was difficult for spies to get in there. But all this didn't change the fact that, as a father, Dick still felt extremely disgusting. The mage noticed this and said that he was not going to take advantage of the fact that Alicia was now weaker than usual. These words greatly angered the Duke, which was immediately noticeable, so that Balney had to justify himself. The assistants, who were sitting at the table at that moment and waiting for the meeting to continue, did not dare to enter into this dialogue. Meanwhile, the boy and the man were still trying to understand each other to the end, so as not to quarrel. In the end, Duke Creed was the first to end this argument and said with a sigh that he understood his ally perfectly, after which Dick bowed slightly and asked Giordano to look after his daughter properly from now on. In response, Balney also assumed a polite pose and said that the Duke did not have to worry about anything at all. A little later, they talked privately about dark magicians who used self-destruction magic, so they were not interrogated. Dick blamed himself for not being able to get any information from their captured attackers in time. The realization that he had failed to recognize the enemy's presence in time and had even let go of one of his daughters made his hands shake. But Balney said that the Holy Knights did a very good job for people who had not encountered dark magic. The girl's father was surprised that Giordano knew even about such magicians, which meant that there was a large network of informants. The guy didn't expect the man to suddenly ask if those dark magicians were somehow connected to the temple. He had no reason to hide the truth, So Giordano reported that these men were indeed sent by Kahar. It has long been known that the task of the Holy Knights was to protect the child with the sacred mark. In turn, all the shadows and their dark manifestations always obediently protected the master of the temple himself. Duke Creed wondered with bewilderment what could be so important in the temple that it needed protection. To this, Giordano explained that they simply needed to somehow oppose themselves to the imperial family. Then Dick asked about the prophecy that Dick had received, and the magician reminded him that it was not tied to a specific place. Balney knew better than anyone that the gods in general changed their holy places quite often for the sake of variety. These words greatly surprised the girl's father, so that he opened his eyes wide, although he remained silent in response. What was most distressing to Mr. Creed now was that the temple had been using his family for so many years. Giordano rose from his chair and suggested that problems be solved as they arose, regardless of the circumstances. Since it was already time for the guy to go, he headed for the door, but promised to contact his ally soon. As a result, the owner of the estate was left alone with his heavy thoughts about everything he had learned. But it wasn't just Dick who was having a hard time now, because Balney, too, was remembering his difficult past as he walked down the corridor. The magician knew that much now depended on how he had acted in the past, paying attention to the prototype of Elysia. Then, for her sake, he even gave up his divine power, which gave him a lot, although the lady eventually died. And now the Duke asked himself whether the girl could have become happier if they had not met at that time. That evening, Eli spoke to her father through the magic ball and assured him that she was fine. Dick himself understood that no one would be able to get into the Duchy of Giordano, but he could not find a place for himself from worry. Miss didn't see the man's face, but she knew from his voice how hard it was for him not to be next to her now. It so happened that by the time the owner of the estate entered the room, the girl had already finished the conversation. Without hiding at all who she had just spoken to, Elysia put the ball down and said that Dick was very worried. Miss shared that Creed was most worried about the fact that those magicians possessed black magic. When the guy asked how Eli knew it was dark magic, the girl couldn't explain exactly. Giordano's eyes flashed in response, but he did not ask the young lady anything more in that direction. At the same time, he carefully examined the bracelet he had given him, trying to understand the reasons for the attack. Here, Elysia distracted the Duke from his thoughts, because she wanted to ask him a question that was important to her. The guy didn't expect that the lady would now start asking when exactly she would be able to return home. Eli admitted that she wanted to go back, because she felt like she was making Balna uncomfortable. The magician could not argue with the fact that Duke Creed was also very worried about his daughter being in another place, but he didn't want to let the lady go too early, so he gave figures of 7 to 10 days. He saw that at these words, Eli became quite sad, as she really wanted to return home. So, just in case, the magician smiled and reassured the girl that there were many different interesting places around. The Duke himself wanted the miss to ultimately enjoy being his guest, and she was not sad at all during the process. The heroine thought about these words of her friend, because she was not sure that she had understood him correctly. Finally, Eli made up her mind and asked if she could really walk anywhere, to which the magician immediately nodded affirmatively. The Duke's daughter did not expect that the guy would allow her to do whatever she wanted in his estate, and even take things for herself. This greatly embarrassed the lady, so she asked directly why Giordano trusted her so much. This question caught Balney off guard, so he looked thoughtfully at his sweet and beautiful guest for a while. The guy understood that he was acting suspiciously, but he couldn't tell his girlfriend about their shared past. Remembering the beautiful image of the lady, even he sometimes thought that everything that happened was just a dream. That was why the Duke did not even dare to hope that Elysia would believe him if Giordano suddenly told her everything. So this time too, lying a little, the gentleman once again said that he simply trusted Duke Creed, after which the magician added that he hoped that such a simple explanation would be enough for now. The heroine immediately guessed that the guy had a secret that he couldn't tell about now. The girl clenched her hands, remembering that she, too, had information that she couldn't share now. So the lady said she would be glad if they could ever be completely honest with each other. A little later, Eli returned to her room and sighed as she thought about how she had started the dialogue about dividing the profits. It turned out that the Duke knew about the mine with magic stones, but he had absolutely no need for it. Nevertheless, Baln said with a smile that he was ready to entrust the young lady with complete management of the mine. Alicia was pleased that she was once again allowed to do whatever she wanted, although she was embarrassed by such trust. Miss increasingly wondered if there was anything that the magician actually sincerely desired. But before the Duke's daughter could get lost in her thoughts, Rin, who appeared from the mark, called out to her. The incarnation of the sacred relic had some information about the guy Eli had just spoken to. However, for some reason, the girl suddenly changed her mind and, turning away, flew a little to the side. Even though the heroine continued to call out for the mark, Rin herself was only thinking about how sad that Duke was. The girl did not know whether she could be mistaken, so she did not dare to tell the saint about her observations. At this point, Baln asked the butler what had happened to Alicia, and he said that the miss had already gotten up, as she woke up quite early. Then Giordano asked what the lady was doing all day at his estate and whether she was bored. Rand said that, to begin with, Miss once again clarified whether it was true that she was allowed to explore the entire territory. Eli's incredible politeness amused the gentleman once again, but he saw nothing wrong with it. The assistant noticed that the Duke often began to react this way when talking about ladies, so he was not at all surprised. When the servant asked what to do with breakfast, Balne suddenly got up and went to ask the miss about it himself. The butler didn't even have time to call out to Giordano before he had already left the office, slamming the door. At that moment, the heroine was walking around the third floor of the estate, looking at everything around her with interest. Since she could do anything, what interested her most was the training area for other knights, which was right under the windows. Before Alicia had time to properly examine the parade ground, Duke Giordano, whom she had not noticed, approached her from behind. The guy politely asked the girl to tell him what had attracted her so much outside the windows of the estate. The Duke noticed that the lady was very surprised for some reason, but he did not understand why, so he asked with a smile. In fact, the heroine managed to get embarrassed because the guy came too close, but she didn't want to admit it. In the end, the miss referred to the fact that the magician had appeared very unexpectedly and quickly turned away so as not to show her face. However, the blush on the Duke's daughter's face was still noticeable, no matter how hard Eli tried to hide it. Although the girl was acting strangely, Balny could not notice any signs that she did not like anything. He glanced out the window and noticed that Alicia was looking at the training grounds, which meant that she liked the place. The heroine asked why the guy was looking for her, and, hearing about food, said that she had not yet had time to get hungry. But the Duke replied that skipping meals, especially breakfast, was not a very good idea. But then he changed his mind about arguing, and instead offered to show Eli his entire estate with a tour. As they walked, the heroine did not understand whether the gentleman treated everyone so well or only her. It was completely unclear from Giordano himself what he was thinking, so Miss could only guess. A few minutes later, Balna brought Alicia to his personal gallery, where he collected paintings. The girl noted out loud that she personally felt very pleasant and warm when looking at any of them. The Duke's daughter wondered if there was any particular reason for choosing these particular paintings. To this, the guy replied that in all works of art, he looked for the feeling of losing something important. Alicia didn't understand what this meant, so she asked the magician to explain it to her, and he thought about it quite a bit. When the Duke said that it would be difficult for him to explain it now, the lady guessed that he was hiding something again. Remembering her mark, the heroine suddenly realized that for some reason she didn't like the fact that they had secrets from each other. Eventually, Eli said directly that she realized that Giordano had secrets that he couldn't tell now. However, the girl turned to her friend and asked if she could hope to find out everything next time. Baln thought for a moment, then smiled and told the Duke's daughter that he would do as she asked him. In response, the lady also showed her smile and said that she would look forward to this moment. Here, to Alicia's surprise, the gentleman suddenly asked her to give him some time and not to inspect the other rooms. Miss immediately became worried and said that she would not mind interrupting her excursion in order to spend time with the magician. The heroine herself did not understand why she suddenly began to worry about the Duke's ordinary proposal. When they arrived at the estate owner's office, for some reason he sat next to Eli, which immediately embarrassed her. However, the lady tried her best to pretend that everything was absolutely fine and behaved calmly. A few minutes later, the Duke suddenly pointed to a box on the table and asked if the girl could try on what was inside. After which, the guy opened the box, and it turned out that inside was the same bracelet as the one the magician gave to the miss. Eli picked it up, and Giordano explained that he had kept the design the same, but had strengthened the item's magical protection. The heroine did not expect that the Duke would decide to remake his own gift, so she was very surprised by this. Since she didn't want to show the mark on her hand, she asked if she could wear the jewelry a little later. In fact, Balni already knew what was on the girl's hand, so he understood her reluctance to show it. However, the guy wanted to achieve more trust between them, so he gently touched Alicia's hand. The magician said that she didn't need to hide anything, and Alicia closed her eyes in fear as she realized that her friend knew everything. And the Duke explained that in this place, the girl had absolutely nothing to fear, because all the people in the estate were only protecting her. After which he added that he wanted to know as much as possible about Eli, even the most insignificant details. The Duke's daughter listened to the guy's words in silence, but didn't really understand why he was saying all this again. So, frowning, the miss asked the owner of the estate why he was doing all this for her at all. The heroine stood up from her seat and said that she no longer believed in all those words about trust that the magician had said earlier. Eli asked irritably if the Duke really treated everyone he trusted in this life in exactly the same way. Right now, it was very important to her whether Giordano behaved the same way with others as he did with her. While saying all this, the girl looked closely at Baln's face, from which it was clear that he was very worried. Rising from his seat, the boy finally realized that the Duke's daughter had simply misunderstood his kindness. The magician even blushed slightly from what he was about to say, since the necessary words were very difficult for him to say. Alicia immediately noticed her friend's embarrassment and therefore blushed herself, as she guessed that the conversation would be about something important. And the Duke himself was finally able to say that he felt this way about Eli because it was she and not some other person. Realizing how difficult it was for Giordano to admit this, the heroine even immediately covered her face with her hands. Balni himself ended his speech with a question about whether the girl would allow him to get to know her as best as possible. But Eli just couldn't accept the fact that she had essentially received real recognition, although that was not what she was looking for. This made the Duke's daughter blush deeply, which was immediately noticeable even to the naked eye. Here, the lady heard the guy ask if he had really ruined everything, and she immediately tried to explain to him that this was not the case. It was unclear from the Duke's face whether he believed the miss's words, but at least in the end, he smiled back at her. Giordano realized that it would be better for him not to rush now, and not to demand too much from the Duke's daughter. He understood perfectly well that the girl did not have all those memories of their past together. Since the magician accidentally became lost in thought and fell silent, Alicia quietly called out to him after a short while. As a result, the guy took the lady's hands tenderly and asked her to wait a little longer until he explained everything. Eli still thought that everything would be fine because she trusted the master, so she didn't worry. As a result, the Duke took off the old bracelet to put on the new one and immediately saw the sacred mark underneath it. Balni remembered that when he was the god of abundance, he had personally left this mark, although now it looked smaller. Looking anxiously at the object for which he was the culprit, the magician thought for so long that the lady began to worry. The Duke asked in fear if he had really hurt the girl, to which she replied that she was simply not used to their situation. Realizing that he had been holding Mrs. Penn in his hands for a long time, the gentleman even blushed and asked for forgiveness for his tactlessness. Although Duke Creed's daughter said that everything was fine, the magician still tried to get a new bracelet as quickly as possible. Eli was pleasantly surprised when the magician suddenly said that she didn't have to pretend once again that everything was okay. It was important to Balni that the girl would speak honestly if she didn't like something or if something was wrong. So Giordano asked the lady to be as sincere as possible towards him. Then Alicia said that the Duke did nothing that she might not like, and then he kissed her hand, after which the gentleman looked slyly into the lady's eyes and asked if he still didn't do anything that she didn't like. But just at that moment, the butler knocked sharply on the door of the room because he had information. So the daughter of Duke Creed did not have time to say anything to her friend, no matter how much he wanted to hear an answer from her. In the end, the guy resigned himself to the fact that he would find out what Miss wanted to say only when he had resolved all the matters. When the heroine was left alone, she still thought that the magician had not done anything that she might not like. Therefore, watching the Duke, Alicia stubbornly could not understand what exactly he needed to be careful about. That same day, a beautiful carriage arrived in Creed County, met by a small number of servants. Jezebel emerged from it, surprised by how many helpers had come to meet her. The maid and servant, who were sent to meet the Duke's second daughter, replied that such was the master's order. The girl couldn't even imagine that the attitude towards her and funding would be so radically different. Grace's daughter blamed absolutely everything on Eliza, who had woken up and was now drawing all the attention to herself. However, the lady, gritting her teeth, tried to control herself and remember what her mother had told her. In order not to run into anyone and not to be embarrassed anymore, Miss quickly rushed to her room. In doing so, she even hit one of the assistants, who was then unable to catch up with the determined girl. However, he shouted at Jez's back that she didn't need to go to the central estate at all, which made the girl freeze. Jezebel couldn't get her head around the fact that for some reason, she had suddenly been moved to the outbuilding. At this moment, Duke Creed was closely watching his second daughter and did not regret his decision at all. Dick was even glad that Alicia was not at home now, because she definitely could not stay away. Without thinking about Jezebel anymore, the man asked how preparations were going for his first daughter's imminent debut. In response, Burns, with a happy smile on his face, said that Giordano promised to take care of everything personally. The butler personally believed that the guy could be relied upon in choosing both dresses and jewelry. Besides, Duke Giordano would be an excellent escort for Lady Alicia at this event. To all this, the owner of the estate grumpily agreed that the assistant was right, although it was unpleasant for him to admit it. An image of Balney flashed through Dick's mind, promising to do everything to take good care of his daughter. At this moment, in the Giordano estate, the butler Rand felt extremely uncomfortable. He had interrupted his master's conversation with the miss at the most inopportune moment, and now the Duke was glaring at him. However, the guy couldn't help but enter at that very moment, because it seemed to him as if these two were crossing the line. At that moment, Alicia herself was taking measurements for a dress from the maids, since she herself had completely forgotten about the debut. The woman who was helping her was very kind and polite, so she asked if she could ask her one question. Imagine the heroine's surprise when her assistant suddenly asked her what she thought about Duke Giordano. Noticing the miss's embarrassment, the woman explained that it was the first time she had seen the gentleman care for someone like that. That was the only reason she couldn't help but ask the young lady a similar question, although she usually kept silent. Eli wasn't at all angry at the curious assistant, as she was rather thinking about her than thinking badly of her. The heroine remembered that the magician himself said that she was the only one he treated in this way. In the end, Alicia didn't have time to answer her assistant before the lady announced that she had already finished taking all the measurements. The Duke's daughter had never lived to see a debut in any of her past lives, so she didn't know that organizing one was such a hassle. While the lady was talking to the maid, the doors suddenly opened and Giordano suddenly entered the room. The assistant immediately began to scold him, saying that it was very rude of him to even enter here without knocking. The saint was somewhat confused by the squabble between the two, as she did not know whose side to take. Finally, Alicia couldn't help but smile, as she was grateful to the people around her for helping her. A little later, the lady walked around the estate and thought with surprise at how quiet it was there. Miss hoped that at least the training ground would be noisy, so she went to the nearest window. But as soon as she saw what was happening on the square in front of the estate, the girl stuck to the window in surprise. She remembered very well that just yesterday there had been a training ground here, but now for some reason the area was empty. Eli couldn't help but think that she could easily grow medicinal herbs in this vast area. In any case, the lady was sad that the Duke ordered everything to be cleaned up, but she did not want to argue with him. At that moment, a butler was walking down the corridor and noticed that the guest was staring out the window for some reason. For some reason, Rand had a frightened thought about the young lady wanting to go outside very badly. So the guy urgently ran up to Alicia to ask what exactly she didn't like about the estate. But to all this, the girl replied that she was simply curious and where Duke Giordano had gone. These words instantly calmed the assistant, and he replied with relief that the gentleman had other things to do. Since it was unclear exactly when the Duke would return, Rand suggested that Eli dine without him. The heroine tried to assure him that she wasn't hungry, but her stomach immediately began to rumble traitorously, causing her to blush. Eventually, Miss came to terms with the fact that she had been exposed, so she finally agreed to eat at least alone. The servant volunteered to take the girl to the dining room, promising that everything would be prepared for her in the best possible way. In passing, the guy noted that, thanks to the girl, life in the mansion had become much more lively. What pleased him most was that Balnay had seemed extremely contented lately, despite everything. The lady remembered the magician's smiles, which appeared more and more often, so she could understand what the butler was talking about. Rand himself reported that this was precisely why all the servants in the estate were very grateful to the Duke's daughter. At the very end of their dialogue, the guy said that if the lady needed help, she could always turn to him for help. In response, the heroine smiled sweetly and said that the assistant, thanks to his skills, could always be relied upon. At that moment, a girl in a pink dress was walking quickly through the city among people, not paying attention to anyone. It was Jezebel, who took her guards with her and planned to buy as many beautiful dresses as possible. The lady knew that her family's richest store was somewhere nearby, and she was going to visit it as soon as possible. Grace's daughter tried not to be upset about living in the outbuilding now, because she could still spend a lot of money. But the aristocrats around her considered Jez's behavior arrogant, and so they discussed her behind her back. The Duke's second daughter was angered by this, but she understood that she could not fix anything now anyway. The girl remembered her mother's words, who begged her to behave quietly until she came to her at Creed's estate. Therefore, now Miss did absolutely everything so that her father would not end up getting angry and would accept her mother as a guest. But it was becoming more and more difficult for Jezebel to tolerate this kind of treatment from other people. In order to somehow calm down, she decided to focus on buying herself the most beautiful dresses. Therefore, the lady really hoped that she would find exactly these in the Creed family store, so she headed there. Imagine the happiness of Grace's daughter when she finally found what she had been looking for so impatiently all this time. Miss was in too much of a hurry and ended up accidentally hitting a man who was leaving the building. Not wanting to just leave the situation like that, Jezebel began to curse at the stranger. In response, the guy clearly asked her for forgiveness quite coldly, although he did not consider himself guilty. The girl was surprised when she saw the stranger's face, because he seemed very handsome to her. Since Jez didn't want to let go of such a handsome man, she tugged at his sleeve, stopping him. The guy's hood came off because of this, and he said that the girl had acted very rudely, after which the gentleman stated that he had no time for dialogue with someone who had not even introduced himself, and walked away. As a result, Jezebel even sadly asked him for forgiveness, explaining that she had not meant to offend him at all. Since Balnay was still kind inside, he could not leave even a stranger he did not understand like that. So the magician turned and asked what she wanted, which immediately pleased the daughter of Duke Creed's second wife. It was only when the stranger showed that he was ready to listen that the lady finally introduced herself to him, and he did not expect to hear her name. Giordano even darkened a little from the realization of who exactly was in front of him now. And the miss herself, with a sweet smile, asked if the guy had by any chance heard about her, because she was quite famous. The Duke didn't lie and replied that he knew something, and for some reason, this once again made Jezebel happy. Next, Grace's daughter struck a cute pose and asked if the handsome guy would be willing to be her partner during her debut. While the girl was speaking, the magician was analyzing her with all his might, and could not understand how the sisters could be so different. This miss not only dressed very ostentatiously, but also put on too much perfume, constantly attracting attention to herself. Jez stood silently for a moment, waiting for an answer to her question, and then repeated it, seeing that Balnay did not answer. Unexpectedly for the lady, the Duke suddenly asked if she was really offering him such a thing, knowing who he was. Then, throwing his hood back over his head, Giordano calmly announced that he already had a partner. These words angered Jez, who was left alone, even more than anyone could have imagined. When they had finished shopping, the Duke's second daughter ordered a servant to find out who Monsieur Balnay would be with. Jezebel herself was sure that whoever the Duke had, she would simply be able to take Giordano away with a few tricks. At the same time, the lady looked at her with such a crazy look that the assistant did not even look at her to say anything against it. When the owner of the estate returned home, he immediately went to Alicia to take her with him on a special walk. The heroine had no idea what exactly the guy wanted to show her, but she was not at all against finding out about it. Only now did Balin admit that he had thought for a long time about what he could give the miss when she first woke up. The Duke was sure that something expensive and material would clearly not work, so he began to think in a different direction. Eli was surprised when she noticed that the magician, for some reason, said that they had known each other for a long time. The lady knew for sure that they were talking about her, but for some reason, for a moment, it seemed to her that they were talking about someone else. Just in case, Duke Creed's daughter reminded her friend that the dress she was currently wearing was his gift. Miss tried to say that she was very happy, when suddenly Giordano interrupted her, saying that he had found the answer to the question. The heroine looked around, discovering a huge and still empty area, which the magician had said would become a garden. With a smile, Balni declared that from now on, only the girl would decide what exactly to plant here and how to improve it. Alicia herself would never have been able to even dream of such a gift, so she froze in place with her mouth open. However, the Duke's daughter was concerned about the fact that there used to be a training ground here, to which the gentleman replied that there were still many of them in the area. The magician even added that all the knights were glad that life would finally begin to boil in their gloomy estate. Since Alicia did not express any delight, Giordano asked with a sad face if she really didn't like the gift. Only after this did the saint remember that she had not yet thanked her friend, and she sincerely thanked him. Taking advantage of this moment, the Duke, in a fit of emotion, tenderly took the girl's hand, as he had wanted to do for a long time, after which he asked what exactly Eli would like to plant in this huge and fertile place. Seeing that the lady continued to remain thoughtfully silent, the guy himself said that a few trees would be a good idea. Then, with a smile, the miss asked, what about medicinal plants and trees, although she could not say what she needed them for. Fortunately for the girl, Balnay did not object at all to her somewhat strange choice. Here the magician abruptly changed the subject and said that he was afraid that the girl would freeze on the street, but everything was fine with her. To the heroine's great surprise, she suddenly heard that the Duke's goal was to keep her here as long as possible. The lady turned to Giordano in surprise, and only now did he realize that he had said all this out loud by accident. But instead of getting angry at her friend, Alicia suddenly laughed with restraint, because she was amused by this situation. The owner of the estate wanted to ask for forgiveness, but the lady said that everything was in perfect order and he did not need to worry. Having laughed heartily, the miss wiped away the tears that had flowed from laughter and said that she would definitely ask for help if she needed it. The Duke didn't expect that he would be so pleased to see Alicia smile, so he smiled back at her. While the boy and girl were returning back to the estate, they did not notice the stranger's gaze. All this time, a black raven sat not far from them and carefully watched everything that was happening. Finally, having seen everything he wanted, the raven rose into the air and flew away unnoticed. For just one moment, Balna felt the presence of some unknown magic on his territory. The guy smiled absent-mindedly, but he couldn't notice anything specific around him, so he decided that he was just imagining things. Eli immediately noticed that her friend was acting strangely, but when she asked about it, the magician replied that everything was fine. Giordano smiled awkwardly and said that he had simply imagined it, since he had spotted a bird. At sunset, the black raven reached the imperial palace, which was bathed in yellow and pink tones, without any obstacles. There, a young man had been waiting for him for a long time, and he called the bird to be his ally, which was quite difficult. However, the guy in the beautiful and rich clothes extended his hand, and the raven obediently landed right on it. The bird's owner turned out to be Cain Separan, who was curious about how things were going with Elysia. Only he could understand his ally, so he learned that the lady was currently under good protection. It was unclear what goal the emperor's son was pursuing, but he suddenly smiled and said that he had no other choice. In the Duke Giordano's estate itself, his master himself was sitting at his table and was very puzzled. The thing is, the guy wanted to treat the lady to something tasty, but she ended up asking for only soup with bacon. The heroine, with a sweet smile on her face, explained that this was enough for her and that she would not eat more. But this circumstance still upset the guy, because he would like the miss to try a lot of delicious food. As she continued her dinner, Elysia secretly thought that she had a chance to see the Duke from a completely different side. The guy himself, as it turned out, could quite often feel sad because something didn't work out for him. But then the butler knocked on the office door, and the gentleman immediately switched to Duke mode, becoming much more collected. Since the lady and the master were still conversing when Rand arrived, he waited patiently until they noticed him. Finally, the guy couldn't stand it any longer and gently called out to Giordano, informing him that he had brought him what he needed. Since he had no other tasks for the assistant, the magician said that he was free for now. The heroine immediately guessed from the unusual jar that inside was the very potion that she needed to drink. Eli immediately thanked her friend for taking care of her and said that she would drink the potion in her room. But then Balnay suddenly insisted that the miss drink in front of him, since he wanted to personally see this process. Duke Creed's daughter knew what consequences awaited her after taking this potion, so she clasped her hands nervously. Elysia looked at the bottle and understood that since her father was not around, she would have to endure the pain for a long time. So the girl didn't want Giordano to worry about her because of this, and that's why she wanted to drink the potion alone. But, looking at her friend, the lady guessed that he would probably want to know even about something similar related to her. So Eli didn't hide anything and honestly admitted that it hurt when she drank this potion. Balin jumped up in surprise, as he had no idea about such side effects. The lady relayed the words of her father, who said that this was due to a clash of energy, and the magician looked at his hand. At this point, Duke Creed's daughter said that she would feel better even if she did nothing, but she would like to take the medicine herself. Suddenly, Giordano quickly shouted that he could also help the girl if she trusted him and stayed close. The heroine didn't expect anything like this, so she turned around in surprise and looked at her friend. The guy begged the girl to give him at least one chance to help her, because he would not miss it. It was unclear what exactly the saint was thinking at that moment, since nothing was reflected on the lady's face. Although the Duke tried his best to persuade Miss, he did not really believe in the result, so he was very surprised. All because Eli suddenly, with a slight blush on her face, agreed to help Balny because he begged her so much. Giordano immediately broke into a joyful smile, because now their relationship became even better. The guy sat the girl down at the table and said that he would be only too happy to help her, since she suddenly allowed him to. The saint could only hope that this time it wouldn't hurt as much, and that she wouldn't make her friend worry. Without a second's hesitation, the heroine took the medicine, no matter how bad it would make her feel later. Some time passed before Elysia opened her eyes in surprise, because for some reason, she didn't feel anything. The lady immediately informed the gentleman about this, saying that she was fine today, and therefore there was no need to worry. But while the miss was saying these words, her whole body was enveloped in that same opposing energy. The owner of the estate was the first to notice that something was wrong, but he did not manage to do anything to help the girl in this situation. As a result, the mark flashed, and the entire body of the Duke's daughter was again gripped by incredible pain, causing her face to change. Unable to withstand such pressure, the miss fell to the floor, while the Duke tried to figure out how to help her. Finally, he knelt down next to her and gently hugged the girl, who was now suffering from pain. Baln guessed that his energy was causing overstrain in the body, because of the mark, the miss was much more sensitive. The gentleman whispered to Elysia that she needed to be patient a little longer, and he continued to hold the miss in his arms. The heroine's face clearly showed how much pain she was experiencing, but Eli continued to silently grit her teeth. A little later, the lady noticed that the pain had passed, and opening her eyes, she saw her friend's worried face in front of her. Since this time the attack of pain was shorter than usual, Miss sincerely thanked Giordano for helping her. Once again, the guy reminded the girl that she could call him simply by his name. However, the magician said that if Eli was not yet ready for such a denial of titles, then he could wait. At that moment, the saint thought that Balnay was very caring and kind towards her. Thinking about what a warm and pleasant man the Duke was, Elysia leaned her head against his hand and thanked him. This sweet gesture greatly surprised Giordano, who could not even imagine that Eli would show such sincerity towards him. But he really wanted something like this, so the magician gently stroked the miss's head with his heart beating wildly. At that moment, Jezebel was showing off in front of the mirror, telling herself that there was no one more beautiful than her. In the meantime, Grace's daughter asked the mirror who would be accompanying Mr. Balney at the upcoming debut, which Duke Creed was preparing. Then, out of the blue, Jez saw Duke Creed's first daughter in the mirror behind her. The lady turned around in horror, but found no one in the room, although she heard in the air the question of whether she really was the most beautiful. A voice came from the mirror asking Jez to look at herself, and she turned around in alarm. The image of Eli continued to whisper to her sister that she was too jealous of everyone around her, and therefore tormented herself. Deep inside, the girl knew that this vision was telling the truth, so her lips began to tremble. Jezebel screamed in protest with all her might, completely denying the fact that she was cruel and evil. Despite all attempts to cover her ears, Separin's daughter still continued to hear her sister's obsessive voice. Suddenly, the image of Eli said that he really wanted to save the girl, which ultimately surprised her greatly. At that moment, someone knocked on the lady's room, and all her visions instantly disappeared, as if they had never been there. Miss shook her head in fear from side to side and expressed the hope that her sister would not appear again. Only after some time did the young lady finally allow her assistant, who was waiting outside the door, to enter. It was clear from the daughter of Duke Creed's second wife that she was still dissatisfied, but the servant still addressed her. Having learned that the guy was able to find the information she needed, the lady asked him not to irritate her, but to tell her everything as soon as possible. Imagine Jezebel's surprise when the assistant said that Mr. Balne's partner was Elysia. From the realization that this time the first one had strongly defined her, the lady even held her whole body back out of anger. Jezebel even wanted to scream loudly from the emotions that overwhelmed her, which she eventually did. Screaming in anguish that Eli had decided to take absolutely everything away from her, the lady grabbed the back of the chair. Without really understanding what she was doing, Jez threw a chair at the wall, landing right next to the assistant, who was standing silently. Only after this did Grace's daughter become exhausted and remember that, despite all this, her sister had somehow sympathized with her. The Duke's second daughter found this disgusting and ordered a servant to call her mother here as quickly as possible. Seeing such terrible emotions of the lady, the guy became very scared and even trembled, not daring to say anything to her. The best thing he could do now was to run away as quickly as possible to complete the task. As soon as Jezebel was left completely alone, she suddenly began to laugh loudly for no reason throughout the room. With her eyes wide open, the lady whispered that her sister would not be able to take everything away from her. She would definitely stop her. At that moment, in his estate, Duke Giordano was anxiously holding the bracelet box in his hands. His faithful knight Lecce was only now finally able to understand his master's emotions, but he did not interfere with his advice. However, in the end, the guy could not stand it and said that the owner of the estate could keep the lady near him. Balney didn't immediately understand what exactly the assistant was talking about, when suddenly he mentioned his possible future wife. Moreover, Lecce considered it important that the magician had still not told the girl that he would be her partner for the debut. But the Duke heard from the knight only the words that Elysia could be his wife, and this made him blush slightly. Suddenly, he jumped up decisively and declared that he would immediately go to tell Miss everything. The assistant didn't even have time to stop the gentleman, despite the fact that it was now deep night outside. As a result, Balna ran to the door, near which, by a lucky chance, Elysia was already standing at that moment. Giordano was so immersed in his own thoughts that he actually didn't notice the time at all. Suddenly, it dawned on the guy that the girl could hear his entire conversation with Lecce, since they didn't try to speak more quietly at all. Miss herself looked only slightly flushed and guilty about everything that had happened, but she did not want to leave. The assistant, who saw the whole situation perfectly well, was surprised that the young lady dared to come to the office. The guy remembered that initially the lady did not even dare to leave her own room, but something changed. He could only hope that the master and the daughter of Duke Creed would talk to each other normally. For some time, the boy and the girl stood silently opposite each other, when suddenly they began to speak together. Since they had interrupted each other, both Balnay and Elysia fell silent again, not knowing how to continue. The magician blushed again, because he remembered that he had not finished listening to the knight, who was saying something about his possible wife. As a result, the owner of the estate invited the miss to take a walk around the estate together, which pleasantly surprised the heroine. Duke Creed's daughter instantly remembered that she was currently only in her pajamas. However, looking straight into the guy's face, the lady suddenly realized that she would greatly regret it if she refused him now. Giordano was incredibly happy to hear that the miss still agreed to go with him, despite the late hour. He extended his hand to the girl to help her during the walk, and Elysia gratefully accepted his help. Baln himself, with a sincere and sweet smile, said that he had one place that he would really like to show Eli. Quite quickly, the guy brought the girl to a field of flowers that bloomed incredibly magically only at night. The heroine didn't even expect to see something like this, so she froze in surprise with her eyes and mouth wide open. It was only after a few seconds that the lady was finally able to admit that everything around was very beautiful. The heroine looked around with great pleasure, after which she asked how the magician knew about this place. The gentleman looked closely at the lady after her question and realized that he could not tell the truth yet. The thing is, this was exactly the place that Miss had once intended to take care of long ago. So Balny said he had found the field by accident and decided to take a walk through it with Eli. The heroine lowered her head uncertainly and asked if the guy was really saying that to make her feel better. The Duke picked one beautiful flower and said that he always tries to tell only the truth, after which he tucked the plant behind Mrs. Ear and said that he would definitely never lie to her. The heroine was pleased by such attention, but, smiling, she said that she could only thank him with words. In response, the Duke stated that if the girl was truly grateful to him, she could continue to call him by name as before. Elysia ended up thanking the magician once again for showing her such a wonderful place so unexpectedly. The gentleman blushed a little and admitted that he really enjoyed making the girl happy in any way possible. Eli noticed that her friend began to take something out of his pocket and froze in place with curiosity, waiting. To the lady's great surprise, the guy suddenly showed her a beautiful ring that he took out of the box. After which, with a very excited face, Baln asked if the miss would go with him to the debut. The saint was incredibly amazed that it was Duke Giordano who invited her, because she could only dream of such a thing. Finally, the lady, with a happy smile on her face, said that she would be very happy to go to the event with him. The magician admitted that he was very worried when he chose the ring, but now he saw that it suited the girl very well. The guy was most afraid that Miss would simply refuse him, to which she replied that she would never do that. Elysia looked down, not sure if she could continue to be so greedy. After all, she was looking forward to the upcoming event with great impatience, wanting to be there with her friend. For some reason, it was at this moment that the heroine felt truly happy and free. The next morning, the girl's father waited excitedly and somewhat angrily for Balné to bring Elysia. According to his calculations, the boy and girl should have arrived earlier, and the lady certainly shouldn't have called the magician by name. Here, the heroine finally noticed the man who had been waiting for her for quite a long time near the gates of the Creed estate. Without a second's hesitation, Eli threw herself into her father's arms and declared that she had missed him very much, which was mutual. Looking angrily at Duke Giordano, Dick grumbled that he had not known that they would not see their daughter for so long. The guy tried once again to explain his position, because he did all his actions only for Eli's safety. The owner of the estate once again looked with displeasure at his ally, who had nevertheless saved his daughter. So with a sigh, the man admitted that there was no misunderstanding between them, and everything was fine. After which, Duke Creed focused all his attention on his daughter and asked how she was. Seeing how much Dick missed Elysia, Duke Giordano only smiled as he listened to their conversation. Here, he asked why the girl's father had called them so abruptly, and the man's face changed dramatically. He reluctantly told the lady and the magician that he had received an invitation letter from the emperor himself from the palace. Balny was very scared when he learned that Duke Creed had to urgently come to the imperial palace with his daughter. A little later, both dukes had tea alone, but the magician, out of excitement, barely drank his drink. What interested him most was whether Dick would tell His Majesty about Eli's mark, which he asked. In fact, the man didn't know the answer to this question yet, so he thought hard before speaking. Eventually, Dick admitted that he wanted to tell everything, And then Giordano said that he would be on his side no matter what. The owner of the Creed estate was pleased to have such strong support from an ally, so he smiled at him. When they finished talking, the guy remembered that he would like to see the girl one more time before leaving. However, after glancing at her father out of the corner of his eye, the magician realized that he would look suspicious, so he decided to be patient. He was more than sure that they would meet again, so he quickly created a magical portal to his estate. But before Balny could leave, Dick, who was seeing him off, turned around and suddenly saw his daughter in the doorway. It turned out that Alicia herself wanted to see Giordano one last time, so she came to her father's office. The young master did not expect such behavior from the miss, so he blushed in surprise and embarrassment because of this. Eli herself cautiously approached her friend and asked if she had distracted him too much from his work. Feeling Duke Creed's gaze on him, the magician nevertheless smiled and asked what the lady wanted from him. In response, a little shyly, the heroine handed the guy a small and neatly folded bag. The girl said that inside it were tea leaves that she had collected and dried, which she gave as a thank you. Unexpectedly, Baln smiled sincerely and said that for him it was a very valuable gift, which he would gladly accept. For a moment, this sweet conversation created a pleasant atmosphere between the master and the mistress. Suddenly, Duke Creed could not stand it and coughed loudly, showing that the two young men had gone too far with the time of their farewell. Dick reminded Giordano that he had said he had a lot to do, and the boy had only just remembered all of it. Finally, the magician asked Alicia to have a good rest, and the lady promised to do so with a smile. Thus, Bal nevertheless returned to his estate, and his daughter and father remained at home. As soon as his ally disappeared, the man looked at the girl with concern, not knowing what had happened to her during her absence. However, he saw how much Eli was now looking forward to meeting her friend, and noticed that she began to call him by name. A few days later, in the garden that the heroine had grown, Rand was having fun with the knight Lecce. The assistant reminded the butler that he was initially against communication between Elysia and Balny, but he began to deny everything. The guy said he was just wary of the gentleman, but that made him look even more suspicious. After these words, Rand nevertheless admitted that he had long ago changed his opinion regarding the master and mistress. Lately, he had been carefully observing Duke Giordano and saw how much he had changed. The butler really liked the new owner, who became like that because of his communication with Elysia. Baln was noticeably more cheerful and happy, because this is what the daughter of Duke Creed gradually taught him. It was clear from the eyes of the seemingly adult guy that he was learning to understand this whole world all over again. It was very difficult for the butler to resist such a pleased owner, so he let everything take its course. Even Lecce could not help but admit the fact that with the appearance of the saint, the estate became much more comfortable and pleasant. Soon the very day came for the heroine when she was forced to come with her father to meet with the emperor. In all her lives, the lady would never have thought that she would ever find herself in this place without being judged. The girl remembered all too well one of the previous times when she was ultimately mercilessly sentenced to death. But no matter how sad the miss was, she tried not to forget that she had come here now for a completely different reason. The father noticed his daughter's condition, and putting his hand on her shoulder, said that Eli didn't have to worry about anything. Dick reminded the young lady that she had him anyway, and he was not going to leave the lady alone under any circumstances. The saint was very grateful to the man for this support, so she entered the emperor's hall with her head held high. His Majesty greeted his guests as required by the rules, and did not even descend from the throne to them. Duke Creed was the first to bow and introduce himself to the ruler, since he could not speak to him as a friend at such an official meeting. Following her father, Alicia bowed to the emperor just as politely and elegantly, stating her full name. In response, Dale suddenly laughed loudly and joyfully, since he had been waiting for the day of this meeting with them for a long time. In a good mood, His Majesty told the lady and her father to raise their heads and not to bow before him. The man approached Eli and, putting his hands on her shoulders, said that he was very glad that they were able to meet. Looking at the emperor's cheerful face, the heroine could not help but notice that his behavior was different from what it had been before. Unexpectedly, His Majesty directly said that Elysia seemed to him much more beautiful than according to the descriptions of the servants. While Duke Creed was arguing with Dale over his words, the saint thought that it was embarrassing for her to hear such things. Here, Dick asked his daughter to return home, and His Majesty was surprised, as he had spoken to her for too little time. But the owner of the estate, Creed, persistently reminded that the emperor wanted to talk to him, and not to his daughter. So the ruler had no choice but to say goodbye to the lady for now, although he hoped to see her again. Eli very politely said that she would also look forward to their possible future meeting, if that ever happened. Dale pointed to the guards and said that they would take the miss to a beautiful garden near the palace, where the girl could wait for her father. As Eli left the main hall, both men watched her silently, and neither dared to say a word. When the lady had completely left, the emperor turned to his friend, as he was interested in what he wanted to talk about. It turned out that Dick was worried about the debut of the young lady, and the ruler, looking out the window, agreed that this event would make a noise. Duke Creed was unhappy about this, but the emperor reminded him that he should not be so overprotective of his daughter. Dick tried to explain that time had passed too quickly for him, and he still considered Eli a child. In response, His Majesty only laughed at Duke Creed's thoughts, as he understood how difficult it was for the lady with him. But his ally did not appreciate the emperor's humor, so he asked him to calm down and behave more seriously. However, for some time, the ruler could not calm down, because he saw his friend from a new side. But a little later, Dale finally collected his thoughts to take the dialogue in a more serious direction from that moment on. What worried him most was why Dick had suddenly decided to come to the palace with his daughter when he had never come before. Duke Creed didn't expect the emperor to understand so easily that he kept changing the topic of their conversation. The man closed his eyes as he realized that from this moment on, it was useless to avoid a serious conversation. Moreover, at that moment, His Majesty was worried about Dick, not only as a ruler, but also as his close friend. Therefore, the owner of the Creed estate finally confessed to the emperor that his daughter had recently acquired a sacred mark. This information surprised Dale so much that he even forgot everything he wanted to say and froze with his eyes wide open, after which the man could not contain his emotions and jumped up in complete surprise, asking again if he had heard correctly. The emperor met the real owner of the temple for the first time in his life, so he was impressed by this event. Since he remembered well the sequence of actions upon discovering a saint, he announced that it was time to prepare Eli for the temple. But Duke Creed suddenly, for some reason, declared that there was absolutely no need for this preparation. The man looked at Dale with a cold gaze and said that his daughter would live as if there was no mark on her. Alicia herself had no idea what her father was talking about with the emperor, as she was brought to a beautiful garden. The heroine had long wanted to take a walk in some new places for her, and suddenly such an opportunity arose. She couldn't help but notice that the imperial gardens were indeed a very beautiful and unusual place. As she approached the flowers, Miss noticed that they had a cold feeling about them, which meant that they all had magic cast on them. Alicia was so absorbed in looking at the plants that she didn't notice how someone suddenly approached her from behind. Only when the heroine heard a familiar voice did she turn around in surprise to make sure she was not mistaken in her thoughts. It turned out that the emperor's son, named Cain, whom she had not seen for 7 years, was indeed walking towards his old friend. The guy smiled happily at the sight of Eli, since he himself had already missed her during this long time of separation. By mistake, the lady accidentally called Saphiron by name and immediately corrected herself, asking for forgiveness for her slip of the tongue. But Cain came closer to Miss and said that she could call him exactly the same as she had once called him in childhood, since he would not mind. In response, Duke Creed's daughter nodded obediently, although she was embarrassed that they had abandoned formal communication. Noticing that Eli was not against returning to their previous dialogue format, the guy smiled contentedly and said that she had made the right choice. Here, to the girl's great surprise, he admitted that he wanted to be the first to visit her after waking up and invite her to the debut. At the same time, the face of the emperor's son looked so sad that it was immediately clear that he was not lying at all. However, Saphiron suddenly smiled and asked Eli not to take his words so seriously, since he was simply expressing a wish. At that moment, the heroine didn't even know what to say to her friend, because she had never thought about the things that worried him. Having looked closely at her friend's face, The girl only now realized that she was not the only one who had changed in this life. In any case, it was extremely awkward for the lady to refuse the guy, even if it was by coincidence. In response, Cain sincerely stated that Eli did not need to ask for forgiveness, because he was ready to be friends with her as before. Noticing that the Duke's daughter laughed merrily in response, the Emperor's son was pleased with the impression he had made. Deciding to take advantage of the moment, Seperin invited the lady to take a walk with him in the garden. The miss immediately gave her consent, and this was noticed by the figure in black clothing who was hiding behind the tree. It turned out that Baln had been eavesdropping on Elysia's conversation with Cain and didn't know how to behave now. The guy behaved this way because it was important to him that everything was okay with Duke Creed's daughter. He glanced at the back of the Emperor's son and thought again about his suspicions of him, but what Giordano was most interested in was whether Eli would be disappointed in him if she found out that he was following her. At this point, Dale was swearing loudly at Dick, who said that the saint would not be sent to the temple. The owner of the Creed estate understood the Emperor's emotions perfectly well, because the mark had not appeared for 400 years. But the man had already made his choice, and it was clear from his look that he was not going to change it. Seeing that his friend was so adamant, the ruler began to ask why such a thing had happened at all. He recalled that only in the temple could the saint fully reveal the power of the mark and use it for the benefit of people. Then Dick asked, what if there was no need for this in the first place, and the saints were simply sacrificed? He managed to find out that the priests were hiding this truth in order to increase their own power. His Majesty fell silent in shock, because he knew that if this was true, then the temple had long been against his family. Dale finally stated that this couldn't be true, and asked where his ally had even heard of such a thing. However, Duke Creed learned all this from a reliable source, whose words could not be considered nonsense. But until the very last moment, the ruler did not want to believe that the priest was simply using him. Suddenly, Dick stood up and said that if the Emperor tried to seize Elysia's power, he would leave the Empire with it. For the girl's father, this decision was final, and His Majesty could not stop his friend. Finally, Duke Creed reminded Dale that they had different patrons, so they were not dependent on each other. At this moment, the heroine was still in Cain's company, listening with pleasure to his stories. She had so much fun spending time with the guy that the lady even forgot why she came to the palace. When the Emperor's son went about his business, the saint looked towards the trees and asked how long the master would hide there. Duke Giordano did not expect that the miss would reveal him so easily, but he did not mind showing himself to her. So the guy came out from behind the trees, embarrassed, and asked how long ago the girl had noticed his presence. In fact, Rin helped the saint with this, but she couldn't tell him about it, so she simply replied that she knew from the very beginning. Then Balnay admitted that he began to worry about Elysia's arrival at the palace, so he followed her. But in response, Duke Creed's daughter smiled sweetly and said that her friend did not need to justify himself at all. The girl's sweet appearance so astonished the Duke that he stood frozen in place with a blush on his cheeks. Eventually, the magician came to his senses and said that he was glad to hear that this was how things were. Cain himself was returning to his room at this time when he suddenly heard a male voice behind him. Seperin turned around and noted with a sigh that his acquaintance wanted him to get along with Eli, that someone was Aeolin himself, who was the god of war, and who could only be seen by the one he chose. The boy asked with extreme displeasure if the Emperor's son's original plan had not been somewhat different. Since Cain demanded an answer to his question first, the god became angry because he was not respected enough. Then the future ruler recalled that his ally himself had recently asked to communicate with him in a more relaxed manner. In response to this, Aeolin sighed in displeasure and said that he had made a mistake in showing himself to his chosen one. This is all because the Emperor's son surprisingly remembered everything that God taught him very quickly. The guy knew perfectly well what the reason was, why this deity suddenly began to look for him. About 3 years after Alicia fell asleep, one day Cain was able to see Aeolin with his own eyes. Since the boy was the first person in many years to see God, he asked him for help. The man flashed his unusual eyes and assured that it would not be difficult to fulfill his request. Seperin reminded him that he was an ordinary person, and this immediately angered his new acquaintance. With a wave of his hand, the god summoned his fiery spells to make it easier to carry out what he had just planned. He then changed his appearance, becoming younger and more attractive for easier interaction. Aolin was sure that in this form, the boy would be much more comfortable talking to him. As a result, Cain was very surprised that the god flashed and took on human form in an instant. From then on, they began working together, and the boy even periodically lent his body to his friend. But most of all, the emperor's son liked to listen to the god's stories about how his empire was born. However, their goals and plans were a bit different at the moment, as Separan only wanted to support Elysia and Balne. He asked Aelin to just follow him and help him in everything if he was worried about his feelings. The god of war did not respond to this, but simply lowered his head and thought hard about everything that was happening. He knew very well how difficult and complicated this kind of unobtrusive support was. That evening, at dinner with her father, the heroine almost fell headfirst into her plate because she wanted to sleep. Duke Creed did not notice this at first, and when he did, he began to worry greatly about the girl's condition. But Eli herself explained that she was simply overwhelmed by everything that had been happening to her lately. Then the man asked the lady not to overexert herself too much, but to ask him to help her. The miss nodded in response and brought her father up to date, telling him that the medicinal herbs would be produced at the Giordano estate. The owner of the Creed estate, as expected, did not quite like this idea, so he looked tensely at his daughter. From Elijah's sweet and calm smile, he understood that for some reason, she had completely begun to trust the magician. Here, the heroine noticed that Dick had become more tense and asked him what was the matter, but he did not say anything. In fact, right now, the Duke was very seriously considering Giordano as a groom for his daughter. All he knew was that there were bad rumors about the guy. His real age was unknown, and he often disappeared, supposedly while hunting. At that moment, in his estate, Balne suddenly felt goosebumps running all over his body, and Dick himself eventually came to the conclusion that the magician would be able to protect the lady better than anyone else. And it was the safety of his daughter that was the master's top priority right now. At this time, the maid approached the Duke's second wife, who had been outside the estate for a long time. She announced that Jezebel had sent a letter asking her mother to come to her urgently. The woman expected this from the girl, because she knew how inexperienced she was in social affairs. Madame put her hand to her lips, hiding her smirk, because she believed that negative emotions only made Jez stronger. Besides, Grace decided that it was finally time for her to see her husband for the first time in many years. The next day, Larry rushed to the young lady's chambers as fast as she could, because she had learned important news. Elysia herself was packing her small bag to go and grow herbs at Giordano's estate. Suddenly, the lady heard the panicked cry of her assistant, who begged the miss to listen to her right now. The heroine turned around uncertainly, not yet understanding the reason for such strong emotions in the maid. She quickly went out to meet Larry and asked why the maid was so alarmed. Suddenly, the lady saw out of the corner of her eye a smiling Cecile, who was ready to return to work. The heroine was overjoyed at the return of her young assistant, whom she had given leave to. Without a moment's hesitation, the girl threw herself on the neck of the maid, whom she had not seen for several weeks. She immediately asked if everything was okay with Cecile's mother, as she was quite worried about this. The lady also noticed that the assistant had started wearing gloves for some reason, but she didn't dare ask about it. Besides, the maid said that she had managed to overcome all the obstacles, so everything was fine now. That same morning, at his estate, Duke Giordano was dealing with matters that urgently needed to be done. At the same time, the guy clearly understood that he missed Elysia very much, but he couldn't see her right now. Completely unexpectedly for himself, the magician suddenly noticed that some kind of glow gradually began to appear in his room. Following him, a magic circle suddenly appeared in the air, which was very familiar to the guy. Before he could say a word, a cheerful Eli suddenly appeared from the circle, having come to visit a friend. The Duke sprang forward and deftly caught the lady in his arms, confessing that he himself had thought about meeting her. The Duke's daughter said that she was also looking forward to today's herb harvest, although the guy himself simply missed her. But, fortunately for Giordano, the miss was suddenly distracted by a stack of his documents, so she did not notice the gentleman's embarrassment. The girl realized that the owner of the estate had a lot of work, so she said that she could start everything herself. At this moment, Balne felt a little sad. because he thought that their reasons for seeing each other were the same. He watched closely as Eli walked purposefully towards the front door. Imagine Giordano's surprise when he suddenly noticed a blush on the cheeks of the girl who had turned away. This gave the Duke a little hope that they both did experience the same feeling. At that very moment, a small carriage drove up to the outbuilding and was met only by Jezebel. The girl was already unfriendly in advance. Since no one paid attention to her, she knew perfectly well that her mother had come to visit her, but she couldn't bring herself to even squeeze out a semblance of a smile. But Grace herself didn't care at all what her daughter was thinking at the moment, because she had finally returned to the estate grounds. When the madam asked how the lady was doing, she replied sarcastically that it was clear from her that all was not well, after which the Duke's second daughter could not stand it any longer and began to scream loudly about her plight. In response, the woman suddenly approached her daughter and reminded her that she had asked her to trust her in everything. Separin hugged Jez and said that she understood all the humiliation she had to go through. Jezebel didn't answer her mother, wondering if she could really trust her. For some reason, it seemed to the girl that every day her life was getting worse and worse, regardless of her efforts. At this moment, Duke Creed was watching this small reunion between mother and daughter intently. He had no desire to join them, so the man eventually turned away and walked away. And in her room, Elysia was very happy that Cecile was finally combing her hair again. The young lady admitted this directly to the maid with a smile, because she wanted to please her. The lady admitted that Larry was also experienced, but she braided Eli's hair a little roughly each time. The assistant nodded and asked about the plans of the Duke's daughter, to which she said that she would drink tea with her father. The heroine looked in the mirror and suddenly fell silent, because for some reason, Cecile's face seemed sad to her, but she saw it only for a moment, so she turned to the maid in confusion. However, Miss immediately noticed a joyful smile on Cecile's face, as if there was nothing sad. So the saint decided that she had simply imagined it and ended her preparations for tea. Suddenly, one of the assistants, who was so worried that she couldn't even speak, rushed into the room. Cecile immediately reprimanded the girl, whose status did not allow her to burst into the young lady's chambers like that. But Elysia herself calmly allowed that assistant to tell what she was in such a hurry to tell. Barely able to catch her breath from running so fast, the maid was unable to collect her thoughts for some time, and then she closed her eyes in fear, realizing that she had no choice but to tell. So the girl reported that one of the maids fainted after trying Elysia's food after Grace returned. No matter how shocked the heroine was by these events, she still went to have tea with her father after them. However, the Duke quickly noticed that the lady, for some reason, was not herself, although she tried to smile. The man understood that the girl had every reason to behave this way, because after many years, her stepmother returned. Alicia knew that her father would support her in any case, so she did not hide her emotions at all. So Miss admitted that she didn't think anyone would suffer instead of her, and even Dick didn't expect it. Therefore, the heroine decided to make serious changes to her nutrition system so that the maids would no longer be poisoned. The owner of the estate did not expect his daughter to make such a decision, since it affected her safety. The Duke clenched his fists, stating that he had almost lost Eli once before, because he had not protected her enough. The saint noticed how her father's voice trembled, so she took his hands in hers to help him calm down, after which Elysia declared that she had no intention of dying at all, because then Grace's plans would finally come true. The man didn't even think that his daughter would come up with a plan that would help him find out exactly what his second wife wanted. Out of the blue, he suddenly admitted that he felt guilty every time a girl did something like that. In response, Eli smiled and asked her father not to feel guilty about any of her actions. However, for some reason, Dick was sure that he simply had to bear responsibility for what was happening around him. The gentleman explained that this was the only way he could protect his daughter and do everything she wanted. The girl was very pleased to hear this from her father, because she had not received such attention in her past lives. Suddenly, he added that, deep down, he wanted to destroy Giordano's estate, but he knew that the lady would definitely stop him. The heroine laughed sweetly in response, because she understood that all her father's actions were dictated by concern for her. At that moment, the Duke's second wife stood proudly in one of the rooms prepared for her in the outbuilding. She heard someone coming towards her, so she turned around and asked what the maid wanted from her. It turned out that Grace had visited Cecile because she had a huge favor to ask of Madame. The girl was very afraid and worried, so she clasped her hands tightly before she began to speak, after which the maid fell to the floor and began to bitterly beg that Separan not poison her mistress. She promised that she would do everything strictly according to plan, which for some reason made Jezebel's mother laugh a lot. The woman roughly grabbed her assistant by the face, forcing her to look at her and not to look away under any circumstances. With a wild look in her eyes, Grace asked if her assistant was planning to save money for her mother's treatment again. Separan also asked how she could trust her assistant if she wore gloves, so that a non-existent curse would not overtake her. Madame was very angry with Cecile's behavior, so she pushed her away and advised her not to forget herself. The Duke's second wife reminded the poor servant that if she did not follow the order, she would die along with her mother. Realizing that she had no other choice anyway, the assistant bowed pitifully to this formidable woman. Grace chuckled in response, thinking to herself that the maid had made the right choice in deciding to help her. At this moment, Duke Giorgiano was busily picking plant after plant so that Alicia could dry them later. The girl watched him out of the corner of her eye, surprised by the magician's zeal, since he wasn't supposed to help her at all. However, for some reason, Baln continued to be near the heroine while carefully doing his job. Here, the owner of the estate noticed that the miss had stopped working and began to look at him intently. He was a little embarrassed and asked why Eli was looking like that, which brought the girl out of her reverie. In response, she smiled awkwardly and explained that she was simply in a good mood and was distracted by her gaze. Unexpectedly for the Duke's daughter, the guy put his hand to her face and asked if she had really looked at him for no reason. This action made the heroine very embarrassed and blush, which is why the miss could not immediately give an answer to the magician. However, a little later, the lady nevertheless admitted that when she is next to the Duke, she feels much calmer. But the saint understood perfectly well that now was not the best time for such feelings, when suddenly Balne once again leaned too close to Alicia and asked what exactly was bothering her. Gerardno knew that his eyes were not so easily deceived, so he closely watched the emotions on his friend's face. He reminded her once again that he was completely on the side of the Duke's daughter, which she was very pleased to hear. Eli only now realized that she had always tried to solve problems on her own, but now she had the support of a guy's hand. So the lady finally decided to ask him for help, to which Balne replied that this was all he wanted. The next morning, the heroine got up early, and, as soon as she heard a knock on the door, she immediately invited the maid to come to her place. Cecile entered the room at once and, although she was very excited, asked if the young lady had slept well. In response, Miss smiled and said that she slept very well, as always in this room and bed. The assistant was very embarrassed and scared about what she was about to do, so she had a forced smile on her face. Hiding her hands with someone else's magical seal behind her back, the girl offered to help the lady get ready for today. At this time, at Giordano's estate, the Duke ordered Lecce to gather herbs while he was away, which surprised the knight. The gentleman said that he would first go to the imperial palace, and then to the estate of Duke Creed. The assistant couldn't let Balne go without asking anything, so he came closer and put his hand on the magician's shoulder, after which the faithful servant asked the visibly tired Giordano what had happened that was so important. But for some reason, the guy didn't want to tell the truth, so he said that he was completely fine. Lecce immediately saw through this lie, but had no right to put any more pressure on the owner of the estate. So Balne, repeating once again that he relied on his knight, walked out the door. It was at this very moment that the very same situation with the agitated maid in Duke Creed's estate was happening. Since Elysia eventually allowed her assistant to comb her hair again, she sat down in front of the mirror as usual. However, although Cecile picked up the comb, her hands were shaking treacherously because of everything that was happening. The girl couldn't get her head around the fact that she had to harm the young lady with her own hands, but she couldn't allow herself and her mother to die, so she closed her eyes in fear, not knowing what to do. Suddenly, Duke Creed's daughter called out to the maid, as she noticed that, for some reason, she had no face. Eli asked quite sincerely, although deliberately, carefully, what had happened to her faithful assistant. An image of the little lady immediately popped into Cecile's head, who was also looking at her trustingly. Every time the maid finished getting the lady ready for a walk, the miss would immediately run out into the yard happily. In those days, no matter what the girl did, she never stopped being constantly happy with everything that was happening around her. And Cecile could be just as happy and calm in response, knowing full well that everything would be fine with her. And, although the maid did not have such confidence right now, she still froze in place, hesitantly. Finally, the assistant could not stand it any longer and fell to her knees in front of the lady, screaming that she could not harm her. Elijah immediately jumped up in fear and asked the girl to explain what the matter was. But Cecile, through her tears, asked Miss not to come near her and told her that Grace had threatened her mother. The heroine could not even imagine that the Duke's second wife would put her servant before such a difficult choice. She noticed that the assistant stubbornly hid her palm and asked if the murder weapon was there. Cecile nodded, and then the lady thanked her for the fact that the maid never used this remedy. After which, Alicia admitted that even without her assistant's words, she knew everything perfectly well from the very beginning. The fact is that when the maid bowed at Grace's feet, at that moment, the two of them were not alone at all. The embodiment of the mark, out of curiosity, followed Cecile and saw this whole terrible and unpleasant picture. Right now, the maid couldn't stop crying from remorse and surprise, because the young mistress didn't drive her away at all. The girl asked with concern why Eli didn't defend herself if she knew about the attack from her side. In response, the heroine smiled and explained that she simply trusted her assistant, and so she did nothing. Rin watched everything that was happening and pouted her lips in displeasure. Although no one could see it now, the mark finally decided for itself that Alicia was too weak morally, although for some reason she became a saint. A little later, when the lady told her father everything, he angrily slammed his fist on the table due to the emotions that overwhelmed him. The man could not believe that his daughter had so easily exposed herself to such danger, even though she herself said that everything was fine. So Dick asked angrily if Eli had thought about what would have happened if the maid had not stopped then. To this, Alicia replied that she had played it safe and told Balnay everything, although the Duke was dissatisfied that he was the last to know about everything. Then the girl admitted that she was very afraid that her father would be overcome with emotions and would not be able to help her in any way. Dick stood frozen in amazement as he suddenly realized that the miss had been completely right in her assumptions. Seeing that her father was willing to listen, Eli told her about how Cecile had once taken care of her. This incident occurred long before communication between the girl and Duke Creed was established. During this serious illness, it was the maid who took care of the little mistress with all her might. That is why the heroine asked the man to trust her, because she wanted to take care of her own people. In response, the owner of the estate sighed very heavily, but still, closing his eyes, gave his daughter complete freedom of action. However, the man asked to be kept informed next time, rather than told at the very end. At this, Alicia smiled and promised that she would definitely do so if such a situation suddenly occurred. Suddenly, Miss remembered that Duke Giordano was due to arrive soon, which surprised Dick. The heroine had not spoken about this before, because she was still not completely sure about the guest. However, soon the girl managed to go out to meet her friend, who arrived just in time. The guy with a happy smile on his face said that he had completed all his plans, so now he was free. As they walked down the corridor, they exchanged meaningless stories about finished tasks. Here the magician suddenly looked at the door and asked the lady if this was the room they were supposed to go into. Alicia nodded affirmatively and was the first to reach the threshold when she suddenly saw the state of the maid. This brought the heroine into real shock, because when she left Cecile, everything was completely fine with her. But right now, the mark on the assistant's hand was glowing, and she herself was clearly experiencing constant severe pain. Without a moment's delay, the saint immediately rushed to help her assistant, who was in very bad shape. But before the lady had time to run far from the front door, the Duke grabbed her by the elbow and asked her to wait. However, the miss could not understand what the guy was trying to achieve at the moment, because the maid was feeling very bad. In response, Balnay, with a very serious expression on his face, said that it would be better for the girl not to approach Cecile for now. This didn't frighten the heroine much, because she was much more worried about the condition of her assistant. In response, Giordano promised that he would do everything himself, and that Eli would better remain near the entrance to the room. Only when he approached the bed and looked at the mark did the magician immediately realize that the girl's palm was far from ordinary magic. The young master had not seen such a terrible curse for a long time, which belonged to rare black magic. Looking at the girl's crying face, Balne remembered that Alicia had said that they were like family, so the guy had no choice but to cure this maid, no matter what it cost him. Giordano used all the power of his magic, beginning to pull out the mark under the loud screams of Cecile, who continued to feel pain. Even the Duke himself, at some point, felt that incredible piercing and cutting feeling from black magic. The heroine noticed how much her friends were suffering and decided to approach, but the magician shouted for her to stay put. He was distracted by the lady, so he noticed too late how the tentacles of alien magic suddenly wrapped around his arm. However, Balne was not going to give up so easily, so he flashed his eyes menacingly and summoned all his strength. He created a light magical seal over himself and his assistant, which was supposed to heal at least a little. Finally, after several minutes of prolonged struggle, the guy managed to remove all the bad energy. The maid breathed a sigh of relief and immediately lost consciousness, because she had endured too much. The Duke received much more damage than he had planned, but he understood that he would not be so easy to kill. So when the Duke's daughter excitedly asked if everything was okay, the magician calmly replied that he had figured everything out. At the same time, while saying that there was no more black magic, he deftly hid his damaged hands behind his back. Eli was surprised to find that she was right, and that her assistant had been under the influence of a terrible spell. However, Miss was glad that everything worked out, so she headed towards her friend, when suddenly she lost her footing and he had to catch her. Alicia smiled and admitted that she felt awkward, because Giordano had already done so much for her. Suddenly, the girl stopped mid-sentence and looked closely at the guy, who did not understand what was going on. Then the heroine suddenly extended her hand to his face, and the magician asked what she was doing for some reason. In response, the young lady carefully noted that the boy was sweating profusely, apparently having overexerted himself from treating Cecile. While they were both chatting pleasantly with each other, their dialogue was overheard by Duke Creed, who was standing gloomily behind the wall. As a result, the man concluded that he would not interfere with his daughter if she liked the owner of the estate, Giordano, so much. But Dick couldn't understand at what point the lady had managed to grow up so much without him noticing. That night, when the moonlight specifically decorated the church with its radiance, a man already familiar to everyone entered inside. He slowly dragged behind him the corpse of one of the guys, who was no longer of any use to him. This man turned out to be the priest Kahar, who spent almost 24 hours a day in his favorite temple. The guy, as usual, glanced around the entire room, focusing his attention on the magic sphere. Imagine his surprise when, for some reason unknown to the priest, it suddenly turned out to be broken. Kahar had never met a person in his life who was capable of removing his mark from a victim. Out of surprise, he even dropped the guy's corpse, which even in this state had now become indifferent to him, after which the guy jumped up to his ball, cursing at Grace, who promised to handle everything. The priest realized that he now needed some other plan to make Alicia his own. While the guy was thinking about what to do, he automatically tried to somehow fix such a useful magic ball. Around this time, despite the lateness of the night, Mr. Balne nevertheless returned to his estate. The butler greeted him with a smile and promised that he would immediately prepare a bath and bed for the Duke. Suddenly, Rand fell silent, seeing the state Giordano was in when he returned. At the moment, the guy could barely breathe normally and walk on his own, as he was affected by black magic. The assistant wanted to help the magician, but he told the servant to forget about everything he had just seen, after which Balne changed the subject, and the butler had to tell about how the preparation of medicinal herbs was going. However, Rand did not give up so easily, and, looking at the master's back, asked if he was really okay and if he needed help. In response, the Duke stated that he simply needed to rest, although he himself was noticeably swaying in place. However, the assistant did not ask the owner of the estate anything else, so as not to accidentally anger him. All the boy could think of was that Balne had been reminding him more and more of a completely ordinary person lately. That same night, Grace, burning with impatience, nevertheless came to the temple to her ally without his invitation. The guy immediately expressed his dissatisfaction with the fact that the woman acted as she wanted, but Separin had accumulated too many questions to continue to ignore them within herself. Madame eventually started shouting, even before entering the temple, that she was not going to sit idly by when something was not working out. Kehar, in response, very calmly asked the Duke's second wife to lower her voice and not swear at him so much. He reminded Grace that it was she who was to blame for everything that was happening, which she did not like at all. So the priest announced that Madame simply had to be patient while he did everything himself. Sepirin asked with displeasure if the guy would not share his plans, which caused him to smirk, after which the priest repeated his recent words about the woman's role in the plan being precisely that she silently awaits his orders. Having finished the dialogue, the priest silently retreated into the temple without inviting his ally to follow him. Grace didn't like all this very much, also because something was now bothering her. Although Madame obediently walked back, she still had the feeling that Kehar had decided to simply use her and her daughter. But for such a case, Separin had already had her own plan for a long time, so she smirked. Duke Creed's second wife was not one to be walked all over, and she was going to prove it. The next morning, the maids crowded around the door of the room where Cecile had been lying all this time. Alicia herself, out of incredible anxiety, did not move a single step from her assistant's bed, waiting for her to finally wake up. Suddenly, the girl made an indistinct sound, which the lady immediately recognized as awakening. And indeed, after a few seconds, Cecile slowly opened her eyes, as she was still too weak. Imagine the maid's surprise when the first thing she saw was Eli's face leaning over her. The heroine was very glad that her assistant had finally come to her senses and asked how she was feeling. Cecile immediately jumped up in bed and assured that she was not in any pain, after which she asked about her mistress's well-being. Then the lady reassured the girl, telling her that they had all been miraculously saved by Duke Giordano. She gently squeezed the maid's hands and told her that her family was now completely safe. The assistant was already grateful to Miss for her help, and after these words, she wanted to cry again. Alicia asked the girl to immediately ask her for help next time, and not try to solve such issues on her own. In response, Cecile asked through tears when the young lady had managed to grow up so much and become so wise. The lady did not respond to this, but only gently and comfortingly stroked the back of the girl, who was shaking with sobs. The saint once again remembered that she would like to do everything possible to protect her people herself. But right now, she was not alone in the estate, so Miss saw nothing wrong with asking for help. A few hours later, the maids had another opportunity to gossip, which they did not miss. The fact is that Duke Creed ate quite calmly, according to his schedule, without receiving any letters from anyone. Suddenly, Duke Giordano himself showed up to see him, completely uninvited, and had no intention of leaving. The magician casually noticed that Dick was dissatisfied with something, although I myself knew perfectly well that I had violated all etiquette. However, in reality, the man was worried that the woman who had suddenly appeared again would take his daughter away from him for a while. Only Baln admitted that he came today specifically to meet with Duke Creed, because he wanted to discuss something. The young gentleman absolutely did not like the fact that, after the mark was removed from Cecile's hand, he began to be tormented by nightmares. Giordano couldn't understand what the reason for all this was, so he looked at his hand in bewilderment. Since the magician, who came to visit himself, did not initiate a dialogue, the girl's father waited patiently. However, he soon began to worry that something very important might happen. Finally, after a few minutes, the owner of the estate, Giordano, threw a piece of paper on the table, saying that he had brought important information. Dick couldn't even imagine that his ally would suddenly start sharing something with him, since usually they both only told everything to the emperor. Then one of the servants knocked on the door and said that Elysia was already packed, which made Balne get up, as he did not want to see her now. Before leaving, the guy said that after reading the letter, Duke Creed himself would understand everything perfectly. In response, the man nodded seriously, and for some reason asked the magician to take good care of his daughter. As soon as Duke Giordano went out the door, he immediately ran into a girl who had managed to approach the office. The guy was noticeably surprised by this, since according to his calculations, he should have managed to leave earlier. Suddenly, a lady, dressed in a very beautiful dress, said that she was in a hurry to talk to two men at once. Seeing this image of Miss, Baln could not control himself and immediately blushed deeply. True, the guy could not admit to the lady that he was so embarrassed, because she struck him with her beauty. Then Giordano quickly changed the subject and suggested going for a walk, saying that the Duke had given his permission, which the lady strongly doubted. And in fact, Dick now had no time for walks with Alicia because he was carefully reading the letter he had brought. After finishing reading, the man became incredibly angry and crushed it in his hands because it contained information about people who needed his daughter. At this moment, the girl and the guy had already managed to go out into the city, where the heroine had not walked for a very long time. Duke Creed's daughter noticed almost immediately that everyone around was whispering in surprise at the sight of their couple. This was because it was rare for people to meet Duke Balnay, especially in the company of Alicia. Literally, a few minutes later, Miss noticed that there were noticeably more people around them than there had been before. The magician couldn't help but draw the same conclusions, because the aristocrats around were already looking at them quite brazenly. The saint remembered that all this attention began exactly from the moment they got out of the carriage. Looking at Giordano's satisfied grin, the girl guessed that he knew perfectly well that this would happen. Just in case, the heroine decided to ask why the magician was without his favorite cloak for the first time today. To this, the gentleman replied that a man who accompanies a beautiful lady should not be dressed in anything suspicious. The guy even smiled with his eyes and asked if he wasn't a better match for Eli. The girl visibly blushed from the magician's reasoning and therefore agreed with everything he said. They walked a little more, when suddenly the owner of the estate, Giordano, announced that many people were looking at the miss, although he was standing nearby. In response, Eli just laughed, since she didn't consider this situation to be too much of a problem. After which, the lady reminded them with a smile that they had to arrive at the store very soon. Baln smiled back at her and said that he would under no circumstances dare to contradict her in this situation. At this moment, Duke Creed's assistant reported that his daughter and the magician had arrived at the clothing store. Dick's eyes flashed, and he ordered them to continue surveillance and try not to miss anything. Kamal nevertheless decided to clarify why this surveillance was necessary, since Balnay was already an excellent defender. Hearing the hint of overprotection, the man jumped up in his seat and shouted back in protest. The knight immediately apologized, and the Duke calmed down, showing him a note from Giordano. It stated that the shadows that attacked them in the forest belonged to the Holy Temple. At this point, the girl's father did not know whether these magicians were acting of their own free will or at Grace's request. So, just in case, he burned the piece of paper and asked Camille to increase security for the young lady. Dick even gave the knight permission to act at his own discretion if he discovered anything suspicious. Moreover, Duke Creed did not even mind killing one of their enemies, just to protect his daughter. At this point, Jezebel came to one of the tea parties, where everyone immediately began to discuss her old-fashioned clothes. Finally, the lady couldn't stand it any longer and asked if everyone had really come here to gossip about her and not to drink tea. The aristocrats immediately began to deny this, because it was impossible to openly condemn someone. This made it clear to Jez that the girls stubbornly refused to talk about their usual topics in front of her. Here, one of the ladies reported that today in the city, the Duke of Balnay was walking without covering his face, together with some miss. After which, forgetting who was sitting at the table with her, the aristocrat said that this girl was Elysia herself. Jezebel was very angry when she heard about her unloved sister's latest successes. However, instead of shouting in front of everyone, she smiled and said that their conversation was very interesting. After which, Grace's daughter specifically asked the girls around her to tell her as much as possible of what they already knew. While Jez sat down to tea, Eli continued to walk very happily with Duke Giordano. The guy was extremely happy to see that the lady was in a great mood thanks to his efforts. Then Alicia remembered that it was already quite late and asked if it was time for them to go back. But the magician mysteriously said that they had another very important matter that would not take much time. The heroine asked him to finish it quickly so that her father wouldn't worry, and the guy easily took her hand, after which he said that the Duke probably already knew that his daughter was completely fine. Having thought of something, Baln suddenly used magic to grab the miss, asking her not to be afraid. As a result, the couple quickly disappeared from the center of the square, slightly frightening the people around. The knights who were sitting on the roof and watching the young lady thought in panic about what they should now tell Duke Dick. Suddenly, one of them stepped forward and declared that they would tell the master that Eli was safe and that the next shadows were finished.